Chapter 51, Fail Robbers, You're Better Off as Streakers, Kill Him. The tyrannical vicious wolf dashed forth, ruthlessly swinging his two-handed sword at Jiang Fei. Die, son of AB*TCH. Venomous Wolf followed closely. He was a rogue, but he had not even bothered activating Sneak. He just wanted to have a part of this little blacksmith to himself. Clearly, none of them had taken Jiang Fei seriously. He was just a little, insignificant crafter. They intended to cut him down like those fodder tutorials tossed at you before the patrolling NPCs even came across his corpses. Whoa, thank you kindly, laughed Jiang Fei as he calmly sidestepped for his convenience, having the three stooges clumsily ending up in front of him. Rapid cooling. Puff. Jiang Fei blew a mouthful of freezing gas in a conical arc. The Wild Wolf trio stood no chance. They all ended up standing together, frozen. -487, -493, -505. To the confusion and horror of the trio, their brains simply could not make sense of that damage amount. As Jiang Fei had more than 5,000 health points, 10% of that equated to 500 damage. On the other hand, the trio were only stacking white-grade equipment. Vicious Wolf and Hungry Wolf may be warriors, but their health points did not even reach 1,500. Venomous Wolf the rogue barely even had 1,000 to boast of. A single breath had taken half his health off, just like that. Triple bash. -518. Critical hit, -247, -232, 3 consecutive hits landed onto Vicious Wolf's head. As he had received flame damage right after being frozen, the first hit had been a guaranteed critical hit. F***CKU. Vicious Wolf could not even react. He was dead before he could even blink. At that moment, Venomous Wolf and Hungry Wolf finally regained their freedom, albeit at only 50% of it. Ha, you guys are like origami paper dolls, and you're trying to go after a hammer-wielding blacksmith? Jiang Fei laughed coldly. It took him 2 long strides to get to Venomous Wolf. Charge! -50. The damage was not much, but it had knocked Venomous Wolf into another 2-second stun cycle. Iron Fist. -300. Battle Cry. -100. At that moment, Venomous Wolf was barely alive, with only 100 health points. A casual follow-up attack ended his pathetic life. -128. You! The first exchange had left 2 of them dead. Hungry Wolf was the only one left standing, and that had almost driven him mad. Due to the damage received from rapid cooling and battle cry, his health points had plummeted below 800. Moreover, his movement speed had been reduced. He was just as good as a cripple. Haha, do you still think that I need reinforcements? Jiang Fei stayed his hand, just an inch away from Hungry Wolf's face. You, Hungry Wolf had never expected this kid to be this terrifying of a crafter. Jiang Fei had utterly defeated the 3 of them in a 1 versus 3 scenario. They had not even ruffled up his hair. Forget it! Words would be wasted on you guys anyway. Good luck, have fun, bye! All Jiang Fei's skills were all on cooldown with only his mana burn available, which was ill-suited for use on a warrior. He had stopped for the time being, not to gloat, but to hide the fact that he was already out of ammunition. He was waiting for his next triple bash. Now that Jiang Fei's skills were ready, it was time to get the eyesore out of the way. -133. -10, lifesteal, -10, laceration, 1 stack, triple bash. -227, -245, -238, the blazing hammer spewed flames, enveloping Hungry Wolf before leaving a smoking husk behind. Hey! Nice harvest. Jiang Fei looked towards the ground. The 3 of them had dropped 23 white-grade equipment, 2 sets of red potions, and 3 sets of linen in total. Dawn Break had quite the severe death penalty. One might end up dropping everything he was currently carrying, or any single random item within his bag. It could be the loss of 1 potion, or the contents of an entire bag. Anything was possible except for gold coins. Jiang Fei's luck was extremely high. Needless to say, it did not end well for the three wannabe thugs. Gone was all their equipment. Empty were their bags. Three confused, naked men rose up from the grave. Among the 23 whites, apart from the class advancement rewards, it was all trash from quests at the beginner's village. Apparently, these guys spent more time huffing and puffing about instead of actually playing the game. At least they could serve Jiang Fei better. He tossed them into the furnace and turned them into crafting materials. The remaining potions and linens were pretty good. The potions were just right for him. The linens could be given to the beautiful tailor in the knighthood. What a quick, sweet harvest. After he was done, Jiang Fei quickly departed. After all, they were pretty close to the secondary protection zone. He had killed 3 hapless fools. It would look bad if some NPC soldiers just came across him standing over 3 naked corpses. Boss, what should we do? The Wild Wolf trio had never been this close to tears. What to do? Cock-a-doodle-doo. Hungry Wolf the leader could barely even speak. He and his 2 subordinates were standing in the forest with nothing but white briefs on. What a terrible sight. The 3 of them had originally intended to rob the tycoon blacksmith dry and make themselves a great fortune. The last thing they had expected was to walk away from it while stark naked. The 3 of them currently had only more than 1 gold coin in total. They could not even gather all the parts together to form a complete white-grade equipment set. How are they going to train their level in future without equipment? Hey! Hurry! Look! Gay threesome in the wild, yucks! Disgusting, shut your eyes. I don't want my kids seeing this. This was a small path towards the dungeon. You would never be short of onlookers here. F***ck. Even the most pompous of thugs would turn red with shame. Right at that moment, the Wild Wolf trio wished that they could flay and swallow Jiang Fei alive. What an ingrate. Jiang Fei should have just stayed on as a good boy. Lie down and let us kill you for you equipment. Welcome to Robber's Logic. Verger Glider. This isn't over. Hungry Wolf spat and ran back to Dawnbreak City as discreetly as they could. After all, it was not a safe zone. Monsters would rip into 3 naked men like nothing else. Besides, they had all lost 1 level after being killed in self-defense. The last thing they needed now was to lose more of their hard-earned levels. Jiang Fei headed into the dungeon without lingering on what had just unfolded. The Wild Wolf trio was just yesterday's joke. Little did he know that they would continue being a great source of joy and fun for a long time more. Jiang Fei proceeded to hack the normal mode dungeon up with nothing more than normal attacks. As he was overloaded with so many game-breaking equipment, even the bosses were unable to penetrate his defense. Besides, with the combination of numerous skills and his attack that was almost 180 per hit, the monsters were quickly falling like flies. Within an hour, Jiang Fei had cleared the normal mode of the dungeon deep in the night forest. Even with his high luck, he had only obtained 2 green-grade pieces of equipment with upgrade bonuses. Ordinary players would have gained only 2 common green grades. The blue grade from back then had been the bonus rewards for being the first to clear the dungeon. But Jiang Fei was there for the experience points. Now, he was level 18. He had almost caught up to the first group on the level ranking boards. Chapter 52, The Broken Ring. Jiang Fei had initially intended to rope in the girls of the knighthood for another round at the elite mode dungeon after distributing his attribute points. Apparently, they did not have the time for that, so Jiang Fei gave up on that thought. Ever since logging in for this session, he had been hammering away, only stopping for a class advancement quest between his swings. He was barely away from his anvil. Jiang Fei reorganized his bag. As he had obtained a massive amount of linen, Jade Tinkerbell had been able to mass-produce bags. Naturally, Jiang Fei had taken the opportunity to expand the total slots in his inventory. As he barely had a half-hour's worth of uptime remaining, Jiang Fei rummaged about the knighthood's warehouse. Although he had produced much during these few days, he had only extracted a pair of pre-level 10 shoes to the real world. It was time for another real-life upgrade. As Jiang Fei had been working like an iron horse, there was an excess of chainmail equipment in the warehouse. All the samples had been carefully hand-picked premium samples. Jiang Fei selected a full equipment set and placed them into the blue slots within the ring, ready to be retrieved into reality when he woke. With 6 a.m. looming just over the horizon, Jiang Fei returned to reality in a flash of light. Haha. I'm gonna be superhuman. The moment Jiang Fei opened his eyes, he retrieved the equipment from the ring. A wardrobe switch was all he needed to join his heroes in the comics. Jiang Fei peered into the ring. He could clearly see the equipment lying within. However, they did not seem to be extractable. What the F***ck? What's going on? Jiang Fei frowned. Jiang Fei tried a few more times to no avail. It was right there in front of his eyes, within the empty space of the ring. But he was unable to retrieve them out from the ring no matter what he tried. It was Saturday morning, and Jiang Fei had the entire day off. On those days, he would usually enter his dad's study room and surf the internet after a quick breakfast. It was different today. He had all day to attempt retrieving his treasures. By lunch, Jiang Fei's elated mother was still chirping most enthusiastically to her husband about Jiang Fei, saying that he had been studying much harder as of late. No internet surfing, no television, only studying all day long in his room. Jiang Fei's dad was greatly pleased. Well, Jiang Fei's pocket money for the next month was about to be multiplied. Xiao Fei, your dad and I have an evening party to attend later. Feed yourself tonight, would you? Jiang Fei's mom had said after lunch. Okay. Time to study. Letting his mouth go on autopilot, Jiang Fei returned to his room and continued his research on the mysterious ring. Xiao Fei, moderation is a necessity when it comes to everything. Sufficient rest would take you far in studies. Seeing her son putting so much effort into his studies raised a pang in his mother's heart. Got it! Jiang Fei nodded. Oh, yeah. Jiang Fei, if you're available this afternoon, please take my diamond necklace from the room and have it cleaned at the jewelry shop. I need it for the evening. Jiang Fei's mom finally decided to have him go outside for some fresh air, instead of being cooped up all day long. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. As Jiang Fei was unable to retrieve the equipment at the moment, he too decided that a change of environment was much needed. The jewelry shop was a simple 10-minute cab trip from his house. Without thinking much of it, he did as she asked. The necklace was in pristine condition, save for some slight discoloration on the metal from typical oxidation. A quick polish would make quick work of that. On his way back home via taxi, Jiang Fei took the necklace out of its box. As he ran it through his fingers, he murmured, "These jewelers are ruthless. Not only have they used their magical chemicals to take off whatever precious metals throughout the cleaning process, they're asking us to pay for the damage." As the necklace slid through his fingers, the mysterious ring clicked with the diamond that was embedded in the necklace. What the F***ck? Jiang Fei was struck dumb. The diamond pendant vanished into a brilliant white light before literally sinking into the mysterious ring. A small mark appeared on his mysterious ring, while the diamond necklace had been stripped of its gem. F***ck. F***cku. Jiang Fei would have admitted himself into any mental asylum, there and then. He knew very well what the ring just did. The only difference back then was it chewing up on virtual equipment. You've been eating up all my equipment, and I let that slide. But now, you're devouring real-life diamonds? Are you F***king kidding me? Finally, Jiang Fei knew why the ring had been such a pain in the ass. It had not been accepting any of his recent offerings, and it had refused to cough up that new set of equipment. This had been its endgame. Jiang Fei's current concern was not on the splendorous expenses awaiting him, but his mother's rage. This was one of his mom's most favorite accessories. Now that the ring had devoured it, he would definitely end up being eaten by his mom. The taxi driver could not care less about his inane-sounding ramblings. A few minutes later, Jiang Fei was left alone at the doorway of his house, clutching the now diamondless necklace in his hand. He had no choice but to slink into the house. "Xiao Fei, what happened to you?" Jiang Fei's face was basically leaking the very essence of depression itself. His mother quickly caught onto it in a single glance. "Your necklace," Jiang Fei mumbled. "What?" Jiang Fei's mother froze up in apprehension. "I lost the diamond pendant." Jiang Fei certainly could not say that his ring had devoured the diamond. He could only lie about losing it. Sigh. "Xiao Fei, that was very careless of you, considering your current age." Jiang Fei's mom frowned. She truly liked the necklace. But her son's recent hard work gave her a moment's pause. "Forget it. I'll wear something else." Jiang Fei's family was not exactly poor. As much as she loved the necklace, Jiang Fei's mom chose to let it go, as the necklace was incomparable to her beloved dearest son. When Jiang Fei returned to his room, staring blankly at the mysterious ring. Although he had managed to fool his mom, where the heck would he obtain more diamonds? The ring had swallowed up a rather sizable diamond, and only had a slight mark on its surface to speak of. Leveling up his ring would be something else. Forget his mother's full collection, they might have to sell the house off. Diamonds were not a rarity. It was the money. As long as Jiang Fei had money, he could easily obtain enough diamonds for the ring to level up. But the simple fact of the matter now was this: Jiang Fei had no money. "Where do I even begin?" Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. At the same time, four faces emerged within his mind. As an ordinary high school student, the ring that enabled him to bring items out from the game set him apart from ordinary people. Now that the ring was simply refusing to spit its contents out, Jiang Fei had been robbed of that advantage. But within the game, these four major guilds might be able to serve him far better. Chapter 53, Grabbing onto cash like a wretched miser. That night, Jiang Fei grabbed a quick bite outside. His parents had gone to attend an evening party, and they would not be back anytime soon. After surfing the internet beneath some heavy eyelids, Jiang Fei returned to his room, ready to log in once again. At 10 p.m. sharp, Jiang Fei entered his dream world. Jiang Fei had a goal now, and it was unlike any other player's. He was no longer as willing to spend time leveling up. Unwilling as he was, he had enough sense to not let the opportunities go to waste. After soloing the normal mode dungeon, he brought the girls along to clear the elite mode dungeon once. This time, things were much simpler as the girls had undergone major equipment upgrades. The two practice swords were now wielded by Rosette Phantom and Rosette Dazzle Dance. Whenever Rosette Phantom swung at the boss, its health points lost several chunks at once. After all, SE was dual-wielding a nasty pair. A blue-grade excellent dagger as her main weapon, and a purple-grade epic one-handed sword as her secondary weapon. Rosette Dazzle Dance had the legendary grade practice sword and was able to give just as much as she could take. Currently, she could handle 3 to 5 elite monsters without breaking a sweat. On top of that all, not even the third boss could harm the current Jiang Fei. The two clerics were able to keep him afloat without any additional aid casually. The drop rate during Jiang Fei's second attempt of the elite mode dungeon was nowhere as good as the previous run. Even his ridiculously high luck had only yielded 1 blue and 1 green from each boss. However, Jiang Fei got what he came for. Those 2 rounds got him to level 20. The girls happily sat on an average bracket of 20 to 21. Jiang Fei took a look at the level ranking of the players within Dawn Break City. Happy Drunk was still leading at level 23. The repeated team wipes in their desperate bid for the first clear in the dungeon had not toppled him off his throne. Billy Boy was tied at 23, but he must have gotten that level later, for he was in the second place. His wife Lady Casanova took the third place, just 1 level behind. Southern Azure Sword, Demon's Grimace and 5 other players filled the remaining spaces for the top 10. Not one of them was beneath level 21. Upon returning to the city, Rosette Rose had the remainder of the guild form several parties and concurrently swept across the normal mode like a typhoon. A few of them were fortunate enough to easily crush the elite mode dungeon under Jiang Fei's lead, but not others were not so lucky. Even the normal mode dungeon proved to be a difficult task for them. Guys, let's make a deal. Anyone interested on the intel on all bosses within the elite mode dungeon? Jiang Fei sent a group message to the 4 major guild masters. Yes. All 4 guild masters replied almost instantly. Although all 4 major guilds had taken down the first boss on their ends, they were still stuck at the second Bearman's boss. On one hand, their tanks simply could not hold on. On the other hand, much of their time was wasted making up for their constantly diminishing levels. If they blatantly ignored the loss of levels from their repeated deaths, their stats would take a nosedive. If only they knew every little detail about the boss. They would not have to pay the heavy price of 20% of experience points as tuition fees. After all, their tanks were not as tough as Jiang Fei, there was very little room for error. One mistake could mean a team wipe. Each skill that the bosses dished out became a death sentence. It was not like they had not asked Jiang Fei before, but Jiang Fei never saw the need for money and had thus ignored them. Him speaking was akin to the opening of the floodgates. Guys, name your offers. In talking about real-life green notes, said Jiang Fei, not knowing what number to put on the tag, having never made such dark dealings before. All 4 guild masters came upon the same conclusion. The real-life Jiang Fei must be in a rather tight position. Oh, what more reason than to grab the opportunity? Previously, whenever the major guilds were busy purchasing equipment, they would pay via materials and in-game currency. But Jiang Fei only brought hammer to anvil whenever he wanted an upgrade to his personal gear. He did not process his thoughts like other crafters. He wanted to venture out like his combatant counterparts, not lock himself in the workshop and have nothing but a blasted furnace as a companion. He rarely sold his wares, and whenever he did, it was only to dispose of the trash. This man clearly never gave a thought about profit. Therefore, Jiang Fei had often declined the 4 major guilds' requests to increase the number of orders. Blacksmiths were just like any other player. While it was true that many of them licked your boots and shat out bricks if you told them to, Jiang Fei was no such person, and it was their misfortune that he simply had to be the game's leading blacksmith. Now that Jiang Fei had unintentionally disclosed his need of real-life cash, the 4 major guilds now had something on him. Money easily led to loose lips. These were the leading players of the game. Money was not an issue for them if they could finance their guilds to such an extent. Gold coins might not be so easily farmed, real cash was something else entirely. Piece of cake for tycoons. If such intel is kept only between the 2 of us, 100,000 renminbi. If it's shared, it'll offer 30,000 renminbi, said Southern Azure Sword. 150,000 renminbi for exclusive, 30,000 renminbi for shared. Lady Casanova snarled. LOL, 500,000 renminbi if exclusive, said Happy Drunk, his characteristic grin on his face as usual. F***CKU, Tycoon. You're destroying the rules of the game. Lady Casanova snapped. They were all filthy rich folks, but they were working in the best interests of their guilds. For a dungeon this early, 100,000 renminbi was already stretching it. But when someone throws those rules out the window, there's no point playing his game any further. Obviously, Happy Drunk wanted the glory of being the second to clear, more than anyone else. After all, Jiang Fei and the Rosette Knighthood may have the first clear, but most players were still convinced that these nobodies had exploited some bug in the game. On the other hand, a well-known face like Happy Drunk and his guild the Aristocrats was a symbol of true strength. The Aristocrats would stand over all the other guilds. For a dungeon's intel, 500,000 renminbi was ridiculous. For the glory, it was not too bad. It would not even weigh much on the other 3 major guild masters, they simply did not want to get involved in this ridiculous bid. Besides, this was Happy Drunk. No price was too steep for him. Screw this low-level dungeon. That's unnecessary. 50,000 renminbi each. Exclusive rights to only the 4 of you. At that point, Jiang Fei cut in. In the short run, Happy Drunk could yield him a huge lump sum, but it was better to retain his neutrality for the long run. After all, he was just by himself. Even with the Rosette Knighthood at his back, these were the big four. He would be no match to their back-alley warfare. Embargoes, assassinations, you name it. My good man, surely you wouldn't reconsider? Happy Drunk's grin faded, just a little. No need. If you guys agree, it's a deal, said Jiang Fei. No problem. Lady Casanova and the other two guildmasters nodded. After all, not only would they offend the other guildmasters, they would never once outbid this drunk tycoon. It was best to take a step back and share the information among all four. Fine. 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 It was 4-1. Happy Drunk had no choice but to nod as well. Chapter 54, Offline PvP. Jiang Fei made a table, inserting the detailed introduction and trigger time for the skills of each boss within the Elite Mode dungeon. He then sent it to the four major guild masters, along with his bank account number. His mom had created this bank account long ago for Jiang Fei's red envelope money. Jiang Fei was not worried at all that the four financiers would repudiate their debts. They would absolutely not tarnish their own reputation by a mere 50,000 renminbi. Besides, he was the best blacksmith in Dawnlight City, even throughout the entire empire. He did not believe that the four major guilds would be willing to reach a deadlock with him due to such a small profit. Usually, a 200,000 renminbi into the pocket was a king's ransom to Jiang Fei that he even did not know where to spend it. But it was different today, as he had a cheating ring that would feast on diamonds. 200,000 renminbi would not even make a budge. Later, Jiang Fei accepted a large order from the four major guilds, helping them to smith equipments in order to earn more money. Due to his uber-high ascended equipment creation rate, the lousy purple-grade shoulder armors that he had produced later was then sold to the four major guilds at a high price as well. Through such a smithing process whole day, Jiang Fei had procured another extra 10,000 gold coins profit, which is worth around 100,000 renminbi in the black market. At 6 a.m. the next day, when Jiang Fei logged out from the game, there was an additional 300,000 renminbi in his bank. Looking at how rich he became, Jiang Fei felt somewhat proud of himself, as his ability to earn money was way incredible compared to his dad. Jiang Fei finished his breakfast hurriedly and left his house. He ran directly towards the marketplace and headed towards the jeweler, and smashed all 300,000 renminbi into purchasing lots of diamonds. He then found a place where there was no one else, and let the mysterious ring devour all the diamonds. However, the next thing that happened drove him into complete madness. Diamonds worth 300,000 renminbi, devoured by the mysterious ring, and yet the progress bar had only increased by 1%. You're now F***king kidding with me, aren't you? Jiang Fei broke out into curses at the mysterious ring. Although Jiang Fei had earned a 300,000 renminbi huge sum in one night, that was due to the inclusion of selling information about the bosses. Even if he did nothing else other than specializing in smithing equipment for the four major guilds, he would have around 100,000 renminbi income. Although it sounded quite a lot. A 3-day effort was only able to increase the mysterious ring's experience points by 1%. It would take almost one whole year for the ring to level up. Could it be that he had to specially work hard for the four major guilds for this one whole year? This was absolutely impossible. Jiang Fei was already fed up by the experience yesterday, as he had been wielding his hammer all day long. His original expectation was to withstand such suffering for 3 to 5 days at most for the ring to level up. However, the answer was actually one whole year. This was completely out of his expectation. F***ck. It's true that one won't turn rich without searching for extra income, horse won't grow fat without extra grasses as supper. Hard labor is truly the worst possible way to earn a living. Jiang Fei spat hard, deciding not to work for the four major guilds like a dumb *SS anymore in future. Brother Fei, how about some fun outside? As it was Sunday, Jiang Fei had no need to go for school. As he was on his way back home, Zhao Feng gave him a phone call. Where to? Asked Jiang Fei. Ha, a nice place. Just come, and you'll know, said Zhao Feng mysteriously. Where to meet? Jiang Fei happened to have nothing to do, as his original intention was to level up the mysterious ring. But it seemed impossible to be achieved within a short period of time. Manda Square, said Zhao Feng. Okay. Jiang Fei agreed. He then hung up the call. Manda Square was the landmark building located in the city center, with a total of 108 floors, having 630 meters height, also known as the Empire State Building in China. As the name had stated, this was also a property under the name of the Octopus Group, which had gathered office work, catering, entertainment and many other functions in one body. Jiang Fei arrived at Manda Square via taxi very soon, where Zhao Feng the little fatty was already waiting for his arrival. Where to? Asked Jiang Fei. Heh. Come, brother Fei, let's go play games, said Zhao Feng, pulling Jiang Fei along towards the underground of Manda Square. There was an electronic entertainment center located on the 4th floor underground, with all kinds of classical and modern gaming facilities. Okay. Jiang Fei was originally a game maniac. His affection towards games was not only limited to online games. Yo! Little fatty, come to give me money again, said a guy who dyed his hair in yellow smilingly towards Zhao Feng the moment he entered the gaming center. Monkey, don't you mess with me. I've brought along reinforcement today. Zhao Feng spoke quite unashamedly as he had Jiang Fei at his back. I knew it! Jiang Fei felt speechless the moment he saw such a stance. As expected, this little fatty had lost to the guy in game. Feeling anxious, Zhao Feng had asked him for help on taking revenge. This was a common experience to Jiang Fei. As Zhao Feng the little fatty's gaming skills were just slightly better than ordinary players. He might be able to bully newbies, but he would be damned when it came to some slightly proficient players. However, Zhao Feng always loved to have a bet with others. Once he lost, he got anxious, and he would ask Jiang Fei to have a comeback on his behalf. Heh. Brother Fei, please help me. I'll invite you for a meal later, my treat. Zhao Feng felt slightly embarrassing, as he was the one who involved Jiang Fei into the business after all. Haha, kid, just a garbage like you, your reinforcement won't be any stronger as well. Huang Mao clamored. That's enough. Cut the crap. How do you want to play? As best brothers, Jiang Fei did not mind having merry laughs or angry curses between him and Zhao Feng. But he would never allow others to humiliate his best brother. Hey, kid! Quite the arrogance you have there, said Huang Mao, as he walked forward wagging his body, with more than 10 subordinates following behind. I'm being arrogant, as I have the capital to be so. Shoot, what to play, said Jiang Fei, as he took a glance at these young people on the opposite. The way they dyed their hairs made them look like traffic light. Aren't you helping this little fatty out? Let's play the current most popular game Dawn Break then, said Huang Mao, pointing to the machine beside. Although Dawn Break would not run during the day, there were some gaming centers that were able to copy your character within the game. Players would then fight against each other on a separate platform. Since the data was just a copy, it would not cause any influence to your game data within Dawn Break. Therefore, many players had chosen to practice their player versus player skills or studying the techniques to utilize their skills during the day at these gaming centers. No way, Zhao Feng immediately wanted to refuse. As in his eyes, Jiang Fei did not own a game account. It's all right. Dawn Break it is. Jiang Fei nodded. Brother Fei, your dad has agreed? Asked Zhao Feng with delight. But then, he immediately frowned. Even if Jiang Fei had a game account, he had begun playing the game few days later than others, which would definitely be leading him to getting the short end of the stick in terms of character level and equipments. It's fine. Don't you worry, said Jiang Fei as he was going to put on the gaming helmet. Best of 3, 5,000 renminbi, said Huang Mao, while stopping Jiang Fei from putting on his gaming helmet. No problem. I'll pay. Zhao Feng the fatty took the initiative to speak. He was extremely confident towards Jiang Fei's talent and gaming aspect. Holish asterisk T. You're playing this big? How much did you actually lose? Jiang Fei frowned, as he did not expect Zhao Feng to play so big. He thought that Zhao Feng had only lost a few hundreds bet against others. Brother Fei, I've lost all my resources. You have to help me. The moment Jiang Fei asked him, Zhao Feng the little fatty immediately showed an aggrieved look. Come on. Jiang Fei nodded towards Huang Mao. He then put on the gaming helmet. Humph. I'm truly lucky today. Little fatty, you're truly my angel of fortune. Huang Mao smiled at Zhao Feng with his bared yellow teeth. Chapter 55, Running off with a pocket full of cash. The moment Jiang Fei shut his eyes, the scene flashed white, and the world of dawn break quickly replaced it. Or rather, its dense forestry. This was an entirely new and odd experience for Jiang Fei, as this was his first time logging in via a gaming pod, not the mysterious ring. Also, a certain fear bit at him. What if his account information was illegal? To his surprise, no flags had been triggered yet. By then, Huang Mao's character had already spawned, standing not far away off. Most prominent was a huge, giant countdown figure before his eyes. It was the doomsday clock for their battle. Curly monkey, race, elf, class, rogue, level, 19, health points, 1,350, attack power, 187, remark, a regular member of the guild, red star. Jiang Fei stole a glance at Huang Mao's character. His level was not low. It was no wonder that Zhao Feng was no match for him. Anyhow, he was only packing white-grade trash. As he was an unknown member of a small guild, he had to be a nobody. Against such an opponent, Jiang Fei could not possibly lose the fight, even with his eyes sewed shut. Jiang Fei's lips slowly curled into a cynical smirk. Stealth. The very moment the countdown ended, Huang Mao entered stealth mode. Although he seemed incomparably arrogant earlier, he intended to fight seriously. Jiang Fei had earned 300,000 renminbi in one night. A street punk like Huang Mao was barely even scraping together 2,000 to 3,000 renminbi a month. To him, 5,000 renminbi was massive. Buzz, the moment Huang Mao vanished. A massive red arrow appeared in Jiang Fei's HUD. Somewhere up ahead, the red arrow pointed downwards, and a translucent blurry figure could be seen right beneath the arrowhead tip. Holish asterisk T. Is this the ring's doing again? As Jiang Fei had never fought anything invisible before, he could not have known better. Completely convinced that he had disappeared off the universe's face, Huang Mao began to scurry around Jiang Fei, keeping a 5-meter distance. That was just textbook rogue behavior. Alright, you can stop running about now. Jiang Fei did not intend to waste another second. Charge! -50. Stun! Triple bash. 300. 635. Critical hit, 628. Critical hit. Jiang Fei had originally intended to follow up with an iron fist. He had not expected 2 out of the 3 triple bashes to produce critical hits. All of 1,300 Huang Mao's health points disappeared. That sudden burst of damage could have only occurred with a combination of Jiang Fei's massive luck and Huang Mao's misfortune. What the F asterisk CK? One moment, Huang Mao was sneaking about, ready to bury her daggers into his prey's back, and the next, he was lying flat on his back. 2 seconds later, the playing field was reset. Not only were both their health points fully recovered, all their skills with a cooldown duration over 3 minutes were also ready. Stealth. As he had been slain without any rhyme or reason, he was far more cautious. Losing again meant a financial crisis. He would be unable to afford any food for the second half of that month. Humph. Jiang Fei snorted. Thanks to the ring, Huang Mao's ratting about became as clear as day. That huge red arrow made it even easier to spot him than an unstealthed thief. As the cooldown duration for charge was 5 minutes, it was not subject to a similar situation. Thus, Jiang Fei was temporarily unable to cast the skill. Huang Mao approached his prey like a cautious cat. He crept towards Jiang Fei's back, inch by inch. He had no idea what the heck had occurred back then, but he was sure to prevent it from happening again. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. 2 more steps, and he was in range. At that moment, Jiang Fei wheeled around. Ice burst. Puff, a cone of icy breath spewed out of his mouth. -608. Frozen. Triple bash. -612. Critical hit, -305. Again, it only took 2 out of the 3 hits before Huang Mao was flat on the ground again. NOO. F asterisk CK F asterisk CK F asterisk King no. What the F asterisk CK? Huang Mao was at a loss of words. What the F asterisk CK was that? 2 instant kills out of nowhere. What the F asterisk CK? So awesome, invincible. What's his F asterisk king class? Insta-kills people to the left and right. Isn't this demonic? Huang Mao's subordinates watched the screen, enthralled. They were all players of Dawn Break as well, but Huang Mao always finished them off like little kids. Now that their idol was falling in single hits twice in a row, they were blown away. Jiang Fei's divine blacksmith's blazing hammer had a far longer handle than common blacksmith hammers, and like its namesake, it blazed quite a bit. He looked nothing like a blacksmith. Let's not forget how he was adorned from head to toe in highly upgraded gear. That's freaking awesome, Brother Fei. As expected from my boss. Xiao Feng was jubilant. Huang Mao's bet that was worth 5,000 renminbi had been automatically transferred into his bank account. Not only had he regained his losses, but he had also made a small profit from this. Let's go, said Jiang Fei, removing the gaming helmet. Okay. The little fatty had won back all the money lost. He did not intend to stay for long. Trying to leave? Not so easy. Huang Mao would not allow Jiang Fei and Xiao Feng to leave. Half a month of his living expenses had been included within the bet. If he let them walk, he would starve for the rest of the month. Boo! At Huang Mao's command, his subordinates quickly ran up and circled around Jiang Fei and Xiao Feng. What do you want? Jiang Fei asked coldly. As he had been unable to retrieve his equipment from the game, he was helpless against more than 10 opponents. Therefore, he glanced around, began searching for an escape route. Humph. You should have tried to get a line on who I am. I'm Curly Monkey, and you guys came to cause trouble at my place, expecting to leave with your legs intact? Curly Monkey was positively agitated now, and he clearly meant business. Brother Fei, what should we do? Xiao Feng's legs immediately turned to jelly. Humph. Leave a 10,000 renminbi fee for apology, and then crawl out of the gaming center. On all fours. Or else, you two won't even be crawling, period. Hope you like ambulance rides. Curly Monkey growled. Well, you can have my asterisk SS. Jiang Fei threw a chair at Curly Monkey, while also planting a boot on a passing punk. He quickly tugged Xiao Feng along and ran outside. Since the beginning, Jiang Fei had planned an escape strategy. After dashing out from the crowd, he pulled Xiao Feng along and sprinted down the route, knocking down more tables and chairs to trip his pursuers up. Catch him! I want those 2 little bastards dead today. One of the chairs had found its mark, knocking Curly Monkey down. He was physically unhurt, but his ego was still bruising. He started barking more orders. Despite pulling Xiao Feng along, Jiang Fei still had the cat spirit boots on. He was running at quite the speed. It took no time before they left those fools behind. Chapter 56, To Live or to Die, F asterisk CK, who the F asterisk CK is messing up my place. Just as Jiang Fei almost made it, another group blocked the exit. Brother Xiong, it's this pair. They've come to mess our place up. Huang Mao caught up to them, catching his breath. The hell? Are you 2 kids tired of being alive? You messed some shit up here. A single figure walked out from the crowd. This guy was 2 meters tall. He wore a classic Chinese shirt but left the top buttons open, baring his chest. He was tall and strong, ugly and ferocious. A palm-sized patch of fur covered his chest, and the tattoos of 2 colorful dragons were wrapped around his arms. This was not a good guy. The chase had already left Jiang Fei trembling with fear. After all, he was just an ordinary high school student. His family was quite well off, but he had never been in such a situation before. Even Jiang Fei's mouth had started to quiver. This was bad. We're not here to ruin your place. This Huang Mao guy lost to us in a bet, and he's not letting us walk out of here. Jiang Fei spoke up. They had been absolutely cornered, and he was not capable of facing up 30 men. Humph. What happened to Thug's honor? After Brother Xiong heard what Jiang Fei said, he strode up and slapped Huang Mao across the face, all while breaking into curses. After all, Jiang Fei and Jiao Feng were clearly schoolkids. Schoolkids did not just waltz into the premises of thugs and tore things up. Brother Xiong, I was wrong, it's on me. Amid the rain of blows, Huang Mao managed to squeeze out some cries of mercy. Can we go now? Asked Jiao Feng tentatively. Humph. It was all this monkey's fault. There, I've beaten him up. Are you satisfied? Asked Brother Xiong. Yes. Of course, Jiao Feng nodded repeatedly, convinced that he had met an upright, honorable punk for once. On the other hand, Jiang Fei began to frown. Okay. That's done, so what should I do with the 2 of you for ruining my place? Said Brother Xiong, pointing at the tables and chairs strewn on the ground. Well, put them back up, cried Jiao Feng, rushing to prop them back up. Bang! Brother Xiong slammed the table, taking Jiao Feng aback. He roared, F***CKU. I asked for a solution, not a joke. You messed my house up, and you think propping them back up solves the problem? Call your parents now. Without 200,000, neither of you are leaving. As expected, Jiang Fei had seen this coming a mile away. Thugs were never this simple. He had only smacked Huang Mao around to deny them any excuses. It was also a show of power. If he could beat the crap out of his own subordinate, he would not hesitate to do far worse to the 2 of them. Hurry up, call your parents, and get them to pay up, said Brother Xiong while cracking his knuckles. I'll call. Jiao Feng had turned as white as a ghost. It was easy to paint instructions on a white canvas. Wait. I'll do it. Jiang Fei quickly interrupted Jiao Feng. He extracted his phone and called a number. I didn't expect to be requesting for your help this soon. Jiang Fei murmured within his heart. Hello? Ah Fei, it took an entire 2 days before you remembered to call your brother. How could you? An indolent voice drawled through the phone. Ha ha ha. Brother, you, am afraid I'll have to bother you with something. Jiang Fei tried to laugh it off. We're brothers. Brothers could never possibly bother each other. Just fire away. Han Tianyu was currently lazing in a hot spring bath, a glass of wine in his hand. Well, someone at Manda Square is holding me up. He's demanding 200,000 renminbi, or we don't get to walk away. Jiang Fei gritted his teeth as he spoke on the phone. What the F***CK? Who F***king dares to kidnap my brother on my own territory? Han Tianyu smashed that beautiful glass on the ground. And now, at the game center located at B4, Jiang Fei shrugged slightly. There were a bunch of malicious-looking gangsters staring at him. This was his last resort. Brother, wait for me. Han Tianyu started dressing up in a hurry. At the same time, he shouted towards the outside of his room, Along, call up your men, come with me. And also, ask Uncle Da to keep in touch with the police. Get them away from Manda Square, yes. Young master. Long replied. All right. Well, be out here soon. After Jiang Fei hung up, he comforted Jiao Feng. Kid, you're something, aren't you? Brother Xiong glanced at Jiang Fei. This was easy money. Jiang Fei smiled wordlessly. As Han Tianyu was already in his quarters at Manda Square. It was no problem bringing a small army from the 100th floor to the 4th floor of the underground basement. The entire process only took about 10 minutes. Bang! The game center's big door was flung open. Arg! The first scream was the beginning of the end. Sharply dressed men in black suits had marched into the fray and were beating everyone up. Within 30 seconds, more than 30 punks lay on the ground helplessly, with Brother Xiong among them. Don't you dare move! Not one of you! Finally, Ah Long spoke up. This was just a classic demonstration of shoot first, ask later. Brother, you all right? At that moment, Han Tianyu finally walked in. I'm fine. My friend here is a little shaken, that's all. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Okay, Han Tianyu gave him a nod of approval. He turned towards the thugs and started barking. Are your dog eyes blind? How dare you kidnap my brother? The entire gaming center fell particularly silent. Not even the slightest whimper could be heard. Everyone had just felt their souls leaving their bodies. Their minds were completely empty. They had been seeking for a living beneath the foundations of Manda Square itself. How could they possibly not know of its prince? Han Tianyu often left Manda Square through his private transport via a helipad on the roof. Those punks would not even get to lay eyes on his shoes. It was truly a case of heaven and earth. Today, it turns out that they have actually kidnapped the brother of this prince. This was just like how a mouse attempted to make friends with a cat. Get rich, or die trying. Manda Group was not some ordinary business group. It was a super consortium that was even involved in arms trade. As an arms dealer, killing people was just like breathing. Brother Xiong and his men were aware of that, and were all terrified to death. Their mouths were gaping wide open, yet not a single sound could be heard. It was already a wonder that they had not literally scared themselves to death yet, let alone beg for mercy. Brother Fei, you two know each other. Finally, Jiang Fei managed to find his tongue. His family was doing rather well, relatively speaking. If he was living in the feudal dynasty, their families were like small cake sellers. They were okay in the sense that they did not need to worry about food and clothing issues, that was it. But what of Han Tianyu? Even if he was not a prince, he would at least be a nobleman's son. They came from different worlds. Ah Fei, it's your call, live or to die. Han Tianyu asked calmly, as if he was talking about 30 cabbages, not 30 humans. Chapter 57, Have you been watching too many wuxia films? Huh? Me, Jiang Fei was dumbfounded by the sudden question. They may communicate like friendly neighbors, but Han Tianyu still hailed from a different world. He could end lives without blinking, and that was too much for Jiang Fei. Han Tianyu viewed life like bacteria. He could deprive others of their lives with a wave of his hand. This was not something that ordinary people could do, including Jiang Fei. He had been born and bred in a peaceful environment during a time not ravaged by war. Thus, Jiang Fei would never see eye to eye with Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu lived at the edge. He often had to make deals under a hail of shots and shells. Young master, please spare our lives. Young master Ah Fei, we swear that we'll never dare to do it again. Please spare our pathetic lives. These punks did not even dare approach Han Tianyu. Instead, they all crawled towards Jiang Fei, knowing very well that their lives depended on Jiang Fei right at that moment. Ah! Let's leave them alive then. Jiang Fei could not bear the sight of looking at these punks. He knew that they were not good people, but they did not deserve such a fate. Besides, they had not even roughed Jiao Feng and himself up yet. Threatening 2 kids did not warrant a death sentence. Ah Fei, you're too generous with mercy, Han Tianyu sighed before continuing, but I gave you my word. It's your call. If you say that they live, live they shall. You guys, listen up. My brother may have spared you, but am not willing to let it slide. From this day, these doors will never open up to the outside world again. It'll cover your necessities. If my brother ever gets bullied, you guys would have to answer. If my brother ever gets hurt, you will pay with your lives. Do I make myself clear? Han Tianyu snapped. Thank you, great young master. Thank you, great young master. Those punks knelt down and cowed out pathetically. They had never been this close to death before. Besides, this might even be a blessing in disguise. They had actually been taken into a massive powerhouse like the Manda Group. From punks who scraped the dirt beneath the heels of society, they were now the bodyguards of a prince's brother. From now on, they would be serving Jiang Fei. Although they did not know Jiang Fei's identity, they were clever enough to know that Jiang Fei was a good friend of the Prince of Manda Group. This was life. In a flash. Great sorrow may turn into great joy. A moment ago, the punks were confronted with possible death. Yet within a blink of an eye, the winds of fate had blown the other direction. They were no longer street punks, but employees of Manda Group. Huh? Brother you, what are you doing? Jiang Fei was at a loss of words. Having fun, Han Tianyu shrugged lazily. They mattered just that little to him. They were like toy soldiers at the corner of his desk. What the heck do I do with them? Was he going to bring a full squadron of thugs to school? However you like. If you hate them, send them off. If it becomes necessary, I don't mind sending people to clean up the trash, said Han Tianyu with a smile, once again frightening the punks to death. Young Master Ah Fei. Save us, young Master Ah Fei. Please let us follow you, young Master Ah Fei. Please spare our lives. If you don't know what to do with us, just imagine that we're loyal dogs at your heels. In the eyes of these punks, Han Tianyu's smile was like the death god's beckoning. At the same time, they had also noticed that Jiang Fei was relatively soft-hearted. It was that soft spot that they were attempting to exploit. Interesting, Han Tianyu whispered. Jiang Fei followed his gaze and saw Brother Xiong and another strong man who looked alike standing beside. Both of them had not knelt down to beg for mercy. Although the two of them seemed to be slightly different from the rest, Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu had only given them a slight glance out of curiosity. Jiang Fei was not remotely interested, whereas Han Tianyu did not give a sh*t about them. Forget it, forget it. You guys continue dawdling in this gaming center. Don't scare everyone away from me, said Jiang Fei, waving at them lazily, for he did not want to be associated with them. After all, Han Tianyu's family was extremely rich. Raising more pigs in their sty was no trouble at all. By the way, Ah Fei, why didn't you come visit me when you came to Manda Square? Although Zhao Feng was standing beside Jiang Fei, he was like an invisible person in Han Tianyu's eyes. This was not because Han Tianyu disdained ordinary people, but the fact that the two of them were from different worlds. If not for how Jiang Fei had saved Han Tianyu's life once, he would remain just as insignificant. I came to play games with my friend, said Jiang Fei with a smile. He did not bother introducing Zhao Feng, for he knew of the rules and boundaries that govern heaven and earth. Oh? You play games too? Asked Han Tianyu, curious. Yup. I recently started playing Dawn Break. Oh? Well, it's a new game, in it and just as new as the game is, haha. Hope to see you in it soon. Han Tianyu grinned and said. Sure. Find me once you've left the beginner's village. My IGN is Verger Glider, said Jiang Fei smilingly. Haha, let's get out of this place first. What a mess. Come to my quarters. Han Tianyu said, taking Jiang Fei's hand. Brother Fei, I have to go first, I've got business to attend to. Zhao Feng knew his place. He cleverly the initiative to excuse himself. Okay. See you tomorrow at school. Jiang Fei did not persuade him to stay either. Oh. By the way. You guys are playing Dawn Break too, aren't you? My brother doesn't need you guys getting in the way of his real life. Back him up in-game. Understood? Han Tianyu had turned around and gave the punks a final order before they left. Yes. 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 Yes, these gangsters did not dare deny anything. Their heads bobbed up and down like no tomorrow. Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu reached the 100th floor of Manda Square and had some small talk. After a while, Jiang Fei left. He had the mysterious ring and the heart of a superhero. But due to the different growing environment since young, he had limited topic to chat with Han Tianyu in common. Although Han Tianyu genuinely treated him as his own brother, they truly had no common ground to lay back on. They literally came from different levels. Just a minute, please. Just when Jiang Fei was about to leave the Manda Square, someone called out. Jiang Fei turned back. It was Brother Xiong from the gaming center and a man who resembled him. Plop, before Jiang Fei could even process the scene, Brother Xiong had forced the other man down. Together, they knelt down together before Jiang Fei. What are you guys doing? Jiang Fei was taken aback. Young Master Ah Fei, my brother and I are unable to repay your kindness for sparing our lives. From now on, we brothers vow on our lives to follow you wherever you go, said Brother Xiong, looking right into Jiang Fei's eyes. What the F***ck? You guys have watched too much wuxia films, haven't you? Jiang Fei was flummoxed. Chapter 58, Are you guys retards? After pulling the two strong men aside and having them explain themselves, only then did Jiang Fei understand the situation. These two guys were brothers. Brother Xiong's full name was Xiong Dazhuang, whereas the other thug was Xiong Erzwang. Not only had they been orphaned early, but they also had another younger sister to care for. This road to a life of back alley dealings and mugging had not been of their choosing. As Xiong Erzwang was a rash person, the pressure of raising the three of them fell on Xiong Dazhuang's shoulders. Fortunately, both brothers were physically gifted. It did not take long for them to rise up the ranks, eventually occupying the gaming center beneath Manda Square. Xiong Dazhuang did not go to school, but he was very fond of listening to stories, especially those that involved the code of brotherhood, such as the Three Musketeers and Three Heroes and Water Margin. He adored the heroes and doughty warriors within the novels. This was why the two brothers had acted out such a scene just as Jiang Fei was about to leave the place. Their lives were indebted to him. Young Master Ah Fei, we brothers do not fear death. But our sister is really still young. We're all that she has. We're unable to repay your kindness for saving our lives today. Therefore, we would follow you to the ends of the earth, Master. Please, leave us in your care, Xiong Dazhuang had made up his mind. That's right. Xiong Erzwang nodded. He was not exactly muddle-headed, but he was not very bright either. He once fell terribly ill in his childhood, but they could not afford a doctor back then. However, he knew that his elder brother would never hurt him. Therefore, he would agree to whatever Xiong Dazhuang said. What the F***ck? Why do I need the two of you for? Returning home with two extra mouths asking for food? How do I even begin explaining it all to my parents? Jiang Fei realized that Xiong Dazhuang was a mule. He had set his heart on becoming Jiang Fei's subordinate, and there was nothing that Jiang Fei could do to stop him. Young master, not just two extra mouths. We still have a younger sister. It was hard to tell if Xiong Erzwang was being witty or just plain dumb. F***ck. You have a younger sister too. Jiang Fei spat as he forgotten about the poor little girl. Yes. My younger sister. Xiong Er nodded earnestly. What the F***ck? In not doing this, Jiang Fei raised his arms up in exasperation and turned away. Xiong Er, keep up. The moment Xiong Dazhuang saw Jiang Fei leaving, he quickly followed. He even made sure that his younger brother followed. F***ck. Why are you guys following me? They're in the... Jiang Fei almost lost his mind as he snarled. Oh yeah, my sister too. I'll get her. Xiong Erzwang turned and ran back. What the F***ck? Have you guys been sent by God, intending to clog up my arteries till I die? Jiang Fei was starting to feel faint. Young Master Ah Fei, no offense. My brother isn't exactly right in the head. He only sees things by its literal meaning, metaphors just fly over his head, Xiong Dazhuang started explaining. Explain your sister's *SS. Jiang Fei roared in rage as the man who ran off reminded him of a certain character from a certain movie about a certain space adventure. Brother? Who's looking for me? Asked a girl with a silvery voice. Sister, this is young Master Jiang Fei, and he was asking for you. Xiong Erzwang was truly efficient. He had returned in a blink of an eye with his sister in tow. Those unaware of the full picture might even assume this to be the kidnapping of a teenage girl. Huh? Who are you? Asked the girl doubtfully, as her brother grabbed her by the shoulders and placed her before Jiang Fei. Oh my lord! You truly have a sister? There and then, Jiang Fei felt like pulling out tufts of hair from his head. Young Master Ah Fei, this is our sister. Her name is Xiong Nini. She's 15 years old. She's about the same age as you, young master. Xiong Dazhuang had even started providing an explanation. Sister, call him young master Ah Fei. From now on, he'll be taking care of our daily meals. Xiong Erzwang was even more enthusiastic. Was he suddenly becoming clever, or did he actually have a sharp memory? He had not neglected to mention that they were going to have free food. Huh? You're going to raise the three of us? Xiong Nini was not afraid of strangers at all. She swiftly ran up to Jiang Fei and started surveying him from left to right. She even pinched Jiang Fei's face a few times with her small hands. Keep your hands off me. These two guys are nuts, that's it. Jiang Fei had roared in rage. Young Master Ah Fei, you can't just nurture my sister alone. The two of us need to eat as well, said Xiong Erzwang. Young Master Ah Fei, the three of us are your servants from now on. It'll be a blessing for my sister if you fancy her. You, taking good care of her is all I ask for. Xiong Dazhuang was completely obsessed with wuxia novels. It only took the slightest gust of wind to send him into a long ramble that went all the way to his younger sister's marriage. Hey! Are you two trying to sell me off? Said Xiong Nini, stomping her foot as she glared at Xiong Dazhuang and Xiong Erzwang. F***ck. Finally, there's one among the three siblings who's normal. Jiang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. But you're pretty cute yourself. If you can defeat me, I may consider becoming your girlfriend. Before Jiang Fei's sigh could even leave his lips, Xiong Nini suddenly rushed up to him and whispered into his ear. Are you guys retards? Jiang Fei felt more than a cluster of nerves blowing up in his skull. Cutie, here I come. Xiong Nini whispered on. What? Jiang Fei blinked. He barely saw a flying fist headed straight for his eyes. F***ck your sister. Where did these psychos come from? Jiang Fei groaned in his heart. But he did not dare lower his guard. He tilted his body to the side and dodged the girl's punch. Then, he stepped out of range. Hee hee, you really know a thing or two. Cutie, I'm starting to like you. Seeing how Jiang Fei managed to dodge her surprise attack, Xiong Nini gave a tinkly laugh. At the same time, she charged forth, clawing at his groin. *N% $. Where did this crazy girl come from? Jiang Fei scrambled back several steps. Fortunately, the cat's spirit boots gave him great speed. He had just saved his marbles. Yes. That's right. That's my sister. Xiong Erzwang had even started cheering for his sister. F***ck. Are you sure that none of you need any medication? Jiang Fei roared in rage. That's not it. I'm not crazy. My brother brought me to the hospital for a test before, Xiong Erzwang had answered earnestly. Hee hee, cutie, don't you run. Xiong Nini caught up to him again. She flung herself at Jiang Fei with bared fangs. F***ck. Come on, drop it already. Jiang Fei truly did not want to strike a girl. Therefore, he continued evading her blows. Not yet. Xiong Nini flung herself at Jiang Fei once again. F***ck. Jiang Fei finally lost his patience. 3 was the limit. Jiang Fei decided to teach this girl a lesson. She needed to know her boundaries. Be obedient and get down. Jiang Fei slanted his body a little. Utilizing his speed and agility, he dashed to her side, lifting a foot up to trip her up. The effects were dramatic. Arg! Xiong Nini screamed as she went down. Oh boy! Jiang Fei sighed. It was true that Xiong Nini was getting a little carried away, but she did not deserve to take such a hard fall. He grabbed hold of her wrist and pulled her back up, saving her from a bad fall. Then, Jiang Fei wrapped his arms around the girl, locking her arms up. He could not risk being taken by surprise yet again. Arg! Xiong Nini tried to flail free, but to no avail. It was impossible for a girl to have greater strength than Jiang Fei. Hey! That's enough. Jiang Fei lowered his head to meet her eyes and gave her a warning. Yup. You're truly awesome. From now on, you're my boyfriend. Without any warning, Xiong Nini stood up on her toes, reached out and kissed Jiang Fei on the face. Chapter 59, The Boyfriend. What do you mean, your boyfriend? Jiang Fei snarled as he shoved the girl away with all his might. Humph. You won the contest of marriage. You hugged me, I kissed you. So, be a man and take responsibility, said Xiong Nini. Be responsible, your sister's ass. Check yourselves in at a hospital now, you wombats. Jiang Fei roared. Apparently, Xiong Nini did not share any resemblances with her brothers. She was delicate and sweet. But, she was bat's hit insane. In what kind of environment was this girl brought up in? That's right. Take responsibility, Xiong Erzwang nodded once again, earnest as ever. Ha ha ha, at that moment, at some corner of the secluded alley, Han Tianyu was already clutching his sides, holding back his laughter. When Jiang Fei stepped out from the building, someone had already informed Han Tianyu about his movement. The three of them proceeded to vanish into a secluded alley. At first, Han Tianyu had assumed that Jiang Fei had been kidnapped by someone once again. He had summoned up his army and departed at light speed. When he finally realized that those three stooges were busy blowing up Jiang Fei's brains, he had remained hidden in the shadows, where he was free to laugh away. At that moment, he finally burst into laughter, no longer able to hold it in. Oh, F***ck. Brother you're a godsend. The moment Jiang Fei saw Han Tianyu, he almost crumbled in relief. Human language was no longer possible for this situation. Ha ha ha, Han Tianyu was not yet done laughing at that moment. Hurry, brother you. Please, save me. Jiang Fei walked towards Han Tianyu, the two strong men and cute-looking girl tagging at his heels like loyal dogs. If you're in real trouble, as a good brother, I'll definitely save you. But aren't you having quite some fun now, said Han Tianyu, before he resumed laughing. How the hell am I having fun? These three idiots don't speak human. Jiang Fei groaned. At this moment, Xiong Nini had already grabbed on Jiang Fei's arm. Jiang Fei was unable to shake her off no matter how he tried. I'm not crazy. My brother had me tested before, Xiong Erzwang mumbled, looking distraught as if upset that people were not actually taking him seriously. Han Tianyu sighed, turning to Xiong Dazhuang and Xiong Erzwang. Hey! You two oafs, Ah Fei is just a school kid. Don't get caught snooping around him. In fact, don't snoop, period. Kindly remain in the gaming center and keep Ah Fei's men in line. I don't see any harm following him about in-game, however, okay. Xiong Dazhuang nodded. He was very much afraid of this Prince of Manda group. After all, he was nothing like Jiang Fei. Not only was he capable of pinching the three of them to death, he would not even blink while doing so. There you go. 2 out of 3 solved. As for this one, Han Tianyu pointed towards Xiong Nini and told Jiang Fei, helping my brother dump a girl is a little tasteless. I'm not sure if I can do that. You do it yourself, what the F***ck, brother you, please don't. Help me out here. If I bring a girl back home, my dad would beat me to death, said Jiang Fei, sulking. Don't worry, brother Ah Fei, I won't cause you trouble. I'm usually with my brothers. Just Drop by and visit me often. As Xiong Nini had already declared Jiang Fei as her boyfriend, she had quickly simmered down. Brother Yu, Jiang Fei looked towards Han Tianyu in desperation. Ah, Han Tianyu shrugged a little, his eyes implying that he was willing to help, but unable to do so. Ah, go to your brothers. I have to go home. We'll meet in-game later. Without a choice, Jiang Fei had to leave the matter dangling. First, to get this crazy girl off his back. Okay. Brother Ah Fei, you have to drop by again, said Xiong Nini, before she finally turned and left begrudgingly. Brother, not bad. Just flutter your eyelashes, and you've won yourself a cutie's heart. Han Tianyu did not forget to pounce on the opportunity. You. Cute, my ass. She's pretty easy on the eyes, if and only if she stays still like a mannequin. Beyond that, she's beyond reproach. Jiang Fei hissed. I think she's quite cute. Han Tianyu repeated. He could not care less about the situation. He was only commenting on what his eyes told him. Take her with you if you like. Jiang Fei turned a blind eye. She doesn't like me. Han Tianyu quickly shook his head. Oh, I'm not doing this. Jiang Fei had run out of energy. He quickly fled from Han Tianyu's gloating laughter, swearing that he would never return to this place ever again. Night had already fallen when Jiang Fei returned home. After a quick bite and a quick read, he settled into bed. Ding! Welcome to dawn break. It was 10 p.m. at night. Jiang Fei made it right on time. He immediately set off to solo the dungeon right away. Now that he was level 20, the flow of experience was significantly lower. One dungeon had only amounted up to a third of his experience bar. F***ck this. Looks like this game isn't a fan of dungeon grinds, Jiang Fei murmured to himself. This did not mean that he could skip elite mode dungeons. After all, elite dungeons had a low probability of yielding recipes. He may not need them, but his guild definitely did. To his surprise, a single elite mode dungeon run had already been enough to get him to level 21. Apparently, the experience points reduction for elite mode dungeons was not as drastic as the normal mode. On the other hand, he did not yet intend to take on the heroic mode dungeon. After all, the girls of the knighthood were not the most skilled players out there. He would have to really beef up their equipment before they could even take it into consideration. Brother Glider, we need 200 breastplates. Brother Glider, we need 150 breastplates and 150 shoulder armors. Jiang Fei was looking for a new location to grind. That was when 4 major guild masters simultaneously sent him messages. Ever since they learned that he needed real-life money, they had not given him a break. No more. I'm done smithing today. Jiang Fei declined decisively. You gotta be kidding. After a whole day of hard labor, the cheating ring ended up to have only increased its progress bar by 1%. Jiang Fei certainly did not have to continue working for the 4 major guilds like a dumb asterisk ass anymore. Huh. But Brother Glider, we can pay you with real money. Southern Azure Sword pressed on. Hey, I don't need money. Jiang Fei shot back with a grin. What? The moment the 4 major guild masters heard Jiang Fei saying that he was not lacking any money, they were dumbfounded. They had managed to crack this tough nut only yesterday, and things were already back to square today? Once again, he would only be smithing on a whim, and money would no longer buy his services. Jiang Fei ignored the requests of the 4 major guilds and directly left town to search for a new grinding location. It did not take long before he received a friend request. Ding! Xiongda has requested to add you as friend. Do you accept? F***ck this shit. Am I being haunted by a F***king poltergeist? Said Jiang Fei, the corners of his lips convulsing. Chapter 60. A disorderly crowd. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Fei accepted the request in the end. After all, Xiongda Zhuang was not only representing himself, but that bunch of punks at the underground gaming center, courtesy of Han Tianyu. Besides, it was true that Jiang Fei was a little short-handed in game. The girls in the knighthood were great fun, but they were no good in an actual fight. Young Master Fei, I've gathered the brothers around. They're waiting for your inspection. Xiong Dazhuang seemed significantly more normal in-game. Okay. Where are you? Jiang Fei intended to size up his new potential army. We're at XXX. Xiong Dazhuang sent him the coordinates. Jiang Fei quickly spotted the disorderly crowd. It was difficult not to. Well, actually, it was a little inappropriate to call them a disorderly crowd. They were street punks, after all, but they knew their stuff in-game. They had the passion. If anything, they were more capable than the girls from the Rosette Knighthood. Of the 30 strong, 15 had exceeded level 20, while the others hovered around the level 18 to 19 mark. At worst, they could be called above average. On the other hand, the Rosette Knighthood ladies, armed to the teeth with Jiang Fei's premium equipment, had barely managed to exceed level 20. Several were lingering around level 18 to 19, while those who truly detested the grind were only around level 14 to 15. Hee hee. Brother Fei, so you have come. The moment Jiang Fei arrived, a cute girl immediately pounced on him. Jiang Fei looked back. Through the mysterious ring, he had access to all other players' information. Mrs. Awesome, Elf, Mage, level 21, health points 1120, magic attack power 184, remark, not affiliated with any group. Despite the characteristically pointy ears and a slender body, Jiang Fei was still able to recognize the crazy girl this morning, Xiong Nini. Get off me, Jiang Fei pleaded, one of his cheeks scrunched up by the creature that had entwined itself around him like a deep-sea creature. Okay. Mrs. Awesome seemed to be exceptionally obedient within the game. She immediately leaped off and stood beside him like a good girl. Hey, this game is pretty good, said Jiang Fei, amazed. These siblings seemed to have been cured of all mental ailments in the game. Instead of running about like herdless sheep, you guys should get a guild going. Xiongda, get one up and running, stat. Jiang Fei turned to Xiong Dazhuang, who was standing right beside him. The two brothers had made no attempts to rename themselves, going by their real-life names in the game. Yes, young master. Xiongda, the wuxia maniac who now saw Jiang Fei as his messiah, immediately set off to fulfill the newfound prophecy. Young Master Fei, Jiang Fei had originally intended to gauge the strength of this group before heading off to grind. He did not expect to be held up this long and this much. Jiang Fei turned to the voice. Curly Monkey, Elf, Rogue, level 19, health points 1350, attack power 187, remark, not affiliated with any group. Isn't that Huang Mao? As far as I remember, he had a guild. Jiang Fei murmured to himself. Little was he aware of Han Tianyu's actions that had taken place behind his back. Everyone involved at the gaming center on that day had all left their respective guilds. Let's not even mention that they were now official recruits of the Manda Group. Even without the mention of Manda Group, they had to at least treat Han Tianyu's words as an imperial edict. Yes, well, I found something, young Master Fei. Curly Monkey grinned sheepishly. Oh? What would that be? Asked Jiang Fei, curious. A solo unknown dungeon. Curly Monkey had replied via private message. What? A solo unknown dungeon? Jiang Fei was surprised. The word solo was not difficult to understand. It meant that participation was limited to only one player, whereas the term unknown dungeon meant that it was a one-time dungeon. It would vanish when cleared. In exchange for that, both the difficulty and rewards were superior to that of an equally leveled hero mode dungeon. Naturally, Curly Monkey was most unwilling to divulge his knowledge of this secret. At the moment, it may be too much for him, but it was only a matter of time before he grew powerful enough to take it on. However, circumstances were different now, as he had to rely on Jiang Fei. Out of the 30 punks, he probably hated Jiang Fei the most. If he had not lost the bet and attempted to stack the deck, he would not have ended up kidnapping Jiang Fei. It was a happy ending to everyone, as not only were they not dead, but they were now working for the very Manda group. However, everyone Xiongda included had been alienating Curly Monkey, whether intentionally or otherwise. They could not tell if Jiang Fei still bore a grudge towards this particular culprit. What if this guy single-handedly writes their death sentences? Curly Monkey had wisely decided to attempt currying favor with Jiang Fei. Even if Jiang Fei did not actively seek his blood, the others would isolate him to death, sooner or later. Working for Manda Group was a dream come true. He was not about to squander that with bad blood. That's right, young Master Fei. And the only person who knows about this unknown dungeon, and it's all yours from now, Curly Monkey decided to place it all on the line for his future. What's the level requirement for this unknown dungeon? Asked Jiang Fei. It's level 15, answered Curly Monkey. Interesting, Jiang Fei nodded. He clearly got the gist. He haltingly accepted the present. All right. Tell me where it is, and you'll be Xiongda's assistant from now on, said Jiang Fei, grinning. Thank you so much, young Master Fei. Being Xiongda's assistant was not Curly Monkey's objective, as there was nothing much about helping lead 30-odd people. Xiongda most definitely did not need an assistant. He had been wary about Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei ever made it clear that he held nothing against the monkey, he would no longer be ostracized. Jiang Fei immediately started moving out to the unknown dungeon. It may be more difficult than a hero mode dungeon, but it was still a solo dungeon. Jiang Fei could most probably handle it on his own. Mrs. Awesome had initially intended to tag along for fun. Now that he was headed for a solo run, she had been left without a choice. Before leaving, she had left Curly Monkey a sharp, merciless glare. If not for him, she would have been able to have fun with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei left the punks behind and headed for the west of Dawnlight City, according to the coordinates given by Curly Monkey. As it was a mining zone, few monsters were there. The problem was that they were relatively tough individuals. On top of that, they only dropped garbage ores. Only profession class players frequented the area. According to Curly Monkey, he had been escorting the profession class players of his original guild and inadvertently came across this beautiful accident. Chapter 61, Exploration through the Unknown Dungeon. What a hide-and-seek champion. It's hidden in such a remote location that not even birds would come. How the heck did Curly Monkey even come across this? Buzz, Jiang Fei put his head right through a stone wall. There was no resistance whatsoever. The surface of the wall warped and then sucked him in. The moment he passed through, the scenery changed. Jiang Fei found himself inside a dark cave. Unlike regular dungeons, unknown dungeons were ruthless. They were not generous enough to provide players with any safe zones. 5 venomous snakes quickly gave him a warm greeting. Skewbald Tiger Snake, Wild Beast, Normal, Level, 15, Health Points, 800, Attack Power, 68, Skill, Toxin Attack, Remark, a seemingly weak species of snake, yet deceptively venomous. A glance told Jiang Fei all he needed to know about these enemies. Curly Monkey had already mentioned them in passing, but Jiang Fei knew nothing more than the fact that he had made 3 solo attempts, only to succumb to overwhelming stacks of the poisoned. Ice Burst! Puff, Jiang Fei huffed and puffed all over the snakes. Minus 632. Minus 1,350. Critical hit, minus 608. Minus 621. One tiger snake instantly went down after being struck by critical damage, while the remaining became encased in solid ice. Iron Fist. Triple Bash. Jiang Fei swung about, finishing off another 2 tiger snakes. Minus 1. Minus 125. Level 1 Venom, sh*T. Although Jiang Fei had taken great care, quickly finishing off the 3 snakes, the last snake had still managed to sink its fangs into his leg. Physical damage was a joke. Jiang Fei's defense had exceeded 500. Even the elite Tigermen were unable to penetrate his defense. However, level 1 venom was nothing to scoff at. 125 poison damage was a lot for Jiang Fei. One should remember that Jiang Fei had upgraded his equipment. The Bearmen elites could only dream of scoring 3 digits on him. By now, Jiang Fei's physical attack was almost 200. Each hit delivered 160 to 170 damage. In addition to his lifesteal and laceration effect, the last snake quickly fell. The experience points obtained from the 3 snakes was higher than the experience points he obtained solo ing the normal mode dungeon. As expected, this unknown dungeon is truly worth the name. However, something bothered Jiang Fei. The venom was stackable. It only stacked up to a maximum of 3, but it posed a very real threat to his life, something that not even lifesteal could mitigate. After Jiang Fei took a knee to recover his health points, he proceeded with utmost caution. Clatter, a soft noise crept into Jiang Fei's ears, freezing him in his tracks. Jiang Fei glanced about but failed to spot anything. He frowned. Clatter, the noise emerged again. This time, he was able to hone in on the source of the noise underground. Bang! Not far ahead, the ground suddenly exploded, and a dry, withered hand stretched out from the ground. Crack! A head and body followed, and not long after, a dry and withered zombie appeared in front of Jiang Fei in the blink of an eye. Woo! With a low growl, the zombie pounced towards Jiang Fei. This zombie did not walk upright but crawled on all fours. It did not move as slowly as Jiang Fei imagined. It was almost on par with the speed of a regular player. It scrambled up to him in no time at all. Corpse-eating zombie, undead, elite, level 16, health points 2,200, attack power 345, skill, open wound, virus infection. Remark, very high movement speed. It can cause bleeding and sickness, dealing sustained damage. At that moment, the zombie raised its dry and withered hands, each finger equipped with 3-inch long claws, and slashed at Jiang Fei. Dong! Jiang Fei raised his shield. It did nothing but serve as some visual fluff. Nevertheless, he at least felt better doing so. Minus 272. Minus 15, laceration, minus 20, illness, ding. You have been infected with plague. Movement speed is reduced by 15%, sh*t. That's not good. Jiang Fei did not expect a lowly level 16 elite monster to pose more of a threat than level 17 to 18 elite monsters in regular dungeons. Fortunately, Jiang Fei was only fighting in single combat. If he got swarmed up by a couple of these, even a super tank like Jiang Fei would be swept away. Ice Burst. Minus 618. Frozen. Triple Bash. Minus 637. Critical Hit, minus 313, minus 297. Iron Fist. Minus 300. Since the zombie was a serious threat, Jiang Fei pulled out all the stops. With a series of skills, and 2 normal hits, returned the undead to Earth. Ding! You have eliminated corpse-eating zombie. Obtain 2,750 experience points, ding! Obtain zombie skeleton, alchemists may put it into use. Jiang Fei shrugged and threw the item into his bag. Apparently, this item would only be used during the refining of poisons. He may not need it, but it was worth a lot. Crack, crack, a zombie popped up to greet him every once in a while. As Jiang Fei was better prepared now, he got through them rather easily. As his experience points tiptoed forward with each kill, a smile slowly grew on his face. Crack! Crack! The ground cracked open once again. It was no longer a corpse-eating zombie. Demonic zombie monk, undead, elite, level 17, health points 2,700, magic attack power 435, skill, forked lightning, remark, demonized zombie, very powerful. It took the appearance of a fat monk in a cassock. However, its bare skin, including its head and hands, had already festered beyond recognition. It was downright revolting. SHRRKKKK. More than 10 meters separated the demonic zombie monk and Jiang Fei. As the monster opened its bloody mouth, a bolt of lightning shot at Jiang Fei. -421. Jiang Fei did not have much to boast about when it came to his magic defense. Not only did the bolt give him a solid blow, but he was also momentarily incapacitated by the electrically charged spasm. F***CK, the spasms would only last but a moment, but Jiang Fei quickly noticed that the demonic zombie monk's mouth buzzing with electricity yet again. He might get electrocuted perpetually. Dash! Jiang Fei did not intend to let the monster have its way. If he ran straight for the monster, he would only be asking for it. He might even lose half his health bar reaching it. -50, stunned. Charge had a 5 minutes long cooldown duration, yet it was surprisingly effective. Iron Fist. -300. After that, Jiang Fei began to deliver normal attacks. -156. -156. -10, laceration, 1 stack, -10, +10, lifesteal. As the demonic zombie monk was a magical type, it was rather fragile. Jiang Fei bowled into it, like a truck. Chapter 62, Demonic Pellet. Woo, the demonic zombie monk stirred back to action and winded up another bolt of lightning. F***CK, your electrical spit. Jiang Fei froze the creature in another block of ice with his breath. Triple bash. Mana burn. -1275. Mana burn, -640. This was the first time Jiang Fei used mana burn. The skill had turned out to be unexpectedly effective. As the skill burned the demonic zombie monk's mana points, 2 lines of number appeared on its head, one in blue, another in red. The blue number that surpassed 1000 was the total mana points deducted, whereas the red number that went over 600 was the total health points damage dealt. As the demonic zombie monk's health points was already below 500, it quickly fell apart. Ding! You have eliminated demonic zombie monk. Obtain 2,750 experience points. Ding! Obtain demonic pellet. Demonic pellet can be used to feed pets or mounts, with a chance to enhance the aptitude and growth of pets or mounts. Holish *T. That's good stuff. Jiang Fei was delighted. Pet system was not yet available. Only hunters and sorceresses were able to summon pets with their class skills. However, as these pets were part of their skill trees, their growth was fixed. Also, hunters and sorceresses did not have to worry if their pets died, as they were able to resummon their pets upon death. But when the players achieved level 30, the pet system and mount system would be available. By then, people with money, authority, or luck could possibly obtain pet eggs, which could then be hatched into their pet pals. However, such pets had limited life force. Every time they died, they would lose life force. Dying too often would lead to a permanent death. These pets had no fixed attributes. They could be good or bad. Like equipment, pets were also categorized into 5 grades: normal, fine, superior, epic, and legendary. Although the demonic pellet was unable to increase the level of pets nor upgrade their quality to a higher grade, like turning a normal pet to a fine pet, it gave them upgrade bonuses. Therefore, these demonic pellets would be worth a lot of money in the future. After such a find, Jiang Fei was filled with excitement and wiped out the zombies along the way. Unfortunately, there were not many demonic zombie monks around. One would only be encountered after killing approximately 7 to 8 corpse-eating zombies. Anyhow, after slashing his way for an hour, Jiang Fei was still able to collect more than 20 demonic pellets. Demonic pellets did not have a particularly drop rate. But thanks to Jiang Fei's cheating mysterious ring, he had ridiculously high luck. Therefore, almost every single demonic zombie monk had dropped demonic pellets. Heh. It's true that people don't get wealthy without extra income. These demonic pellets are more valuable than working my ass off for the 4 major guilds 2 days in a row. Jiang Fei grinned at the demonic pellets in his bag. These demonic pellets could probably be sold for 1,000 gold coins each. Barely past the beginning, and he was already making a fortune. But Jiang Fei's euphoria quickly faded, for the ground soon turned into gravel. Apparently, no more zombies would crawl out, which meant no more demonic pellets. Poof 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 poof, as Jiang Fei walked on, a blaze of fire appeared from both sides of the cave, lighting up the walls of torches, which turned the dark cave as bright as day. Jiang Fei walked along the dimly lit pathway and entered a hall. This hall was magnificent, as if there was another new heaven and earth within the mountain. Moreover, the place was filled with carved beams and painted rafters exquisite and extraordinary. The four walls around the hall were inlaid with 81 luminous pearls, where their colorful brilliance made the entire hall look like a fairyland on earth. Dead center stood an altar, with purple gold flames burning on top. The roaring flame rose up high, as if it was intending to burn through the dome of the hall. At the front of the altar was a glittery and translucent crystal-made coffin. A human figure could vaguely be seen within. What is all this? Jiang Fei murmured to himself. Squeak! The very moment Jiang Fei stepped into the hall, there was a sharp cry, followed by a dark shadow that rammed right onto Jiang Fei. What's this? Jiang Fei subconsciously stepped aside and evaded the dark shadow's attack. At the same time, he got a closer look at its features. William, the Blood-Back Commander, Vampire, Advanced Elite, Level 18, Health Points 13,000, Attack Power 185, Skill, Rapid Haste, Lightning Strike, Lifesteal, Bite, Bite of Madness. Remark: Blood-Back Commander is nothing like ordinary Advanced Elites. He has a pathetic attack power, but is incredibly quick. He is a spellcaster's worst enemy. Squeak! Blood-Back Commander gave another deafening squeak and launched his attacks on Jiang Fei. -1, -1, -1, -1. As the Blood-Back Commander did not hurt much, it was completely unable to penetrate Jiang Fei's defense. But 5 hits per second was absolutely astonishing. No wonder it was called a spellcaster's worst nightmare. Cloth-armored classes would not be as tough as Jiang Fei. In addition to having to deal with a ridiculously fast opponent, their hands would be tied down, and they would be unable to cast a single spell. Oh, too bad for you this time. Jiang Fei could not help but chuckle as the Blood-Back Commander laid down the machine gun slashes on him. Although this Blood-Back Commander was a spellcaster's worst nightmare, Jiang Fei was its worst nightmare. The Blood-Back Commander dealt 1 damage with every hit, while also evading every swing from Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei had a passive skill effect, one additionally granted by his Raider's Breastplate Thornmail. Thornmail: whenever you receive physical damage, you will reflect 5 damage back to the enemy, and inflicts a poison status on the enemy, reducing the enemy's attack speed by 20%. Lasts for 5 seconds. This made the Blood-Back Commander look like a blood bag. The damage over Jiang Fei's head was -1, -1, -1, -1, -1, -1. In return, all the Blood-Back Commander got was -5, -5, -5, -5, -5, -5. As the fight dragged on, Blood-Back Commander grew more desperate, only to lose its health at a heightened intensity. Still, Jiang Fei's eyes had grown into the size of saucepans. Even after having 20% of its attack speed reduced, it was still able to rake its claws across him 5 times per second. Just imagine how blazingly quick that was. Time went by. 5 minutes later, Jiang Fei had lost more than 1,300 health points, whereas the boss itself had suffered more than 6,000 health points from the reflected damage, where it barely had 50% health points left. Jiang Fei was started to get truly annoyed at that point. The boss was actually buzzing all around him like a fly. It was so ridiculously agile that he could not strike it even once. It also moved about so rapidly that not even AoE skills such as Ice Burst could do the trick. The only skill that affected the Blood-Back Commander was Battle Cry. However, slightly over 100 damage was almost negligible, whereas the biggest role of Battle Cry was to reduce physical attack. But this Blood-Back Commander was already a pathetic attacker, to begin with, unable to penetrate Jiang Fei's defense. The reduction changed nothing. The reflected damage was the only thing barely helping him. What the F***ck? There's no end to this, said Jiang Fei helplessly. Chapter 63, Demon Princess. Another 5 minutes passed. The Blood-Bat Commander had slapped itself in the face close to death's door. But suddenly, it released a skill. -500. +500. All of a sudden Jiang Fei lost 500 health points, whereas the Blood-Bat had recovered by 500 health points. Oh, **T. Jiang Fei was shocked. He quickly chugged a potion down his throat. +50, +50, +50. Potions such as this one no longer helped Jiang Fei much, thanks to their relatively meager restoration in the face of his massive health bar of 6,500 points. In this case, it was a great help against this frenzied bloodbat. It was slapping him in the face at a rapid-fire pace, except that it was trying to clobber him to death with a fluffy stick of candy floss. More than 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Fei had downed a few bottles of health points potions, but the Blood-Bat Commander was still desperately attacking Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had come upon an epiphany. This Blood-Bat was utterly unstoppable. Whenever its health points fell below 20%, it immediately cast Lifesteal once, before resuming its attacks. F***ck this **T amount. In the end, Jiang Fei blatantly ignored the Blood-Bat Commander's attacks and continued moving forward, allowing the bat to harmlessly swarm him with its huge, fluttery bat wings. Jiang Fei got closer to the crystal coffin, catching sight of the person buried within. It was an extremely beautiful girl. She had snow-white skin and an exquisite appearance. The crystal coffin had perfectly preserved her beauty. Nobody could tell when the girl breathed her last, but a certainty was that she looked incredibly lifelike. Squeak! Just as Jiang Fei closed in on the coffin, the Blood-Bat Commander grew even increasingly manic, if that was even possible. It grabbed hold of Jiang Fei and sunk its fangs into his shoulder before furiously dragging him away from the coffin. Bite! A debuff appeared on Jiang Fei's head. Bite grips the enemy with its teeth, dealing 50 damage per second, while forcing the enemy away from its position. Jiang Fei immediately started on another bottle of healing potion. Fortunately, the Blood-Bat Commander had given up its high movement speed in exchange for a higher damage output. Finally, Jiang Fei could fight back. Iron Fist. -300. Ice Burst. -615. Frozen. Triple Bash. -638. Critical Hit. -327, -335. A wave of attacks had taken the Blood-Bat Commander's health points to a dangerous low of 10%. Squeak! Even so, the Blood-Bat Commander still clung on as Jiang Fei grounded its flesh up with his hammer. It no longer had any regard for its well-being. That's enough. William, at that moment, a beautiful voice tinkled through the atmosphere. The Blood-Bat Commander immediately let go of Jiang Fei and swiftly gained distance between the both of them. It collapsed beside the crystal coffin and morphed into a humanoid form. He was quite the looker, much like those Western, blonde, long-haired hunks. However, he was clearly wounded, and blood was continuously flowing out from his mouth. He had taken quite the severe beating from Jiang Fei. "Your Highness! You have woken?" William the Blood-Bat Commander said delightfully, going down on one knee and facing the crystal coffin. What the F***ck? Is the princess pretending to be dead? Jiang Fei was taken aback. He did not bother going after a huge bat. The game had appeared to have entered a cutscene. "No, I am not yet ready. But I could not stand by and watch you die." A translucent figure floated out of the crystal coffin. Apart from being a spirit, she looked just like the girl within the coffin itself. There was no other explanation about it. This had to be her soul. Princess Isabel, Ghost, Master, Level 50, 19, Health Points 1,350, Attack Power 0, Skill, Illusion, Captivate, Induce. Remark: the young princess of the demon race. Fresh from a resurrection, she has the power of a level 50 lord. At the moment, she is only level 19 and barely has health points to speak of. Moreover, she is extremely weak and unable to attack. But be warned, do not be deluded by her lies. Am useless. Please allow this servant to take his life, princess, said Bloodback Commander, lowering his head. Forget it. An adventurer coming across this hidden tomb has been the most unprecedented. I did not expect this myself. Isabel shook her head and turned towards Jiang Fei. Adventurer, in the Princess of Swan, a small kingdom located to the north of the empire. Unfortunately, this beauty met an untimely end. Knowing that I would succumb to an ailment, I had prepared my grave here. If you love the money and treasures here, you may take them all back with you. But please, leave me in peace, Isabel said. Ha ha ha. Jiang Fei laughed boisterously. Others might have turned around. After all, no one would expect an NPC to try talking its way out of a fight. But Jiang Fei had been warned by the mysterious ring. She was bluffing. It was time to take action. What is it, adventurer? These treasures are not to your liking? Isabel frowned. Ha! Treasures? Your Highness, keep your illusions to yourself, said Jiang Fei with a broad grin on his face. He had deduced that all the luminous pearls, money and treasures were all fake. If he had truly accepted her request, he would have lugged back an entire sack of broken bricks home. What? How did you know? Isabel's expression suddenly changed when she heard what Jiang Fei said. If she had flesh and blood, she might have broken out in cold sweat. Not like Jiang Fei would actually stick around to fight a fully powered level 50 boss. Haha, a little princess of the demon race. Interesting. Jiang Fei grinned. Who are you? Isabel dropped the pretense. Her face turned gloomy. Back off, kid, the loyal Bloodback Commander immediately staggered in front of his princess. And who's to stop me? You? You barely escaped me with your life. Just give it up. Jiang Fei snorted. Don't you ever think of hurting our princess. I will not back down. The severely wounded hunk spat out another mouthful of blood. It wouldn't take much to end you in your current state, right? Jiang Fei pointed out. Where does this leave us now, adventurer? Kill me, then claim the bounty from the Luminous Vatican? Isabel asked darkly. She may seem calm on the surface, but at that very moment, she never feared death any more intensely. She was utterly useless in a fight, and her one guard already had one foot in the grave. They were at the complete mercy of this adventurer. The only saving grace was his status as a non-member of the Luminous Vatican. Otherwise, he would have killed them without speaking a word. This was her one remaining lifeline. She might just be able to talk her way out of death. Heck, she might even have him aid in her resurrection. Chapter 64, Hidden Race. What? Jiang Fei was impressed. This NPC was quite the intelligent one to be able to hold such a realistic conversation. Ah, I'll see which side grants me more benefits. Jiang Fei was not dumb. Since she had placed something on the table, he did not have to go ham on her with his hammer just yet. Oh, Isabel saw hope. Jiang Fei was strong, for a human at least. She was no match to him as she was now. But Jiang Fei did not seem to be some sort of apologist of the Luminous Vatican. She might be able to talk her way out of this. If you kill me at my current level, the Luminous Vatican would pay you 50 gold coins and an excellent grade weapon. Of course, you'll also gain some experience points for your trouble. Isabel started off. And what if I don't? Asked Jiang Fei. If you don't kill me, Isabel turned silent, carefully gauging Jiang Fei. To risk having the princess of the demon race walk free spoke volumes of this adventurer's ambition. Insulting him with too low an offer might just end her life. You look like you'll do great things in the future, Isabel made her decision. If you aid me in my resurrection, it'll turn you into a powerful member of the demon race, ding. Princess Isabel has released a hidden race quest, Heart Towards Darkness. Do you accept? Hullish *T. Although Jiang Fei had intended to blackmail this little princess of the demon race, he did not expect such an offer. A hidden race quest. There were 36 hidden races throughout the entire game, with the god race and the demon race undoubtedly being the two strongest races amongst all hidden races. Jiang Fei surely did not expect to be caught up in the hidden races. Race! Coincidentally, Jiang Fei had selected the human race at the beginning. If not for his thinking that it was a dream, he would probably be a member of the elf race by now. Even if he had still met this little princess, it would have been impossible to turn into a demon. Jiang Fei was a little dubious. After all, this princess specialized in deception and illusion. He was not even sure if the quest officially appearing could be trusted. Yes. Jiang Fei finally nodded. Hidden race quests only appeared by accident. Only a fool would let such an opportunity slip. Very well then. I need you to find a few items and bring them back to me. We'll talk about your reward after. Jiang Fei had agreed to join the demon race. Now, he was considered as one of her subordinates. However, Princess Isabel was still being very polite. She had no choice, as she had not yet resurrected, and this adventurer could go back on his promise and kill her at any moment. Ding! Quest has been updated. Quest name, Heart Towards Darkness. 1-to-1 materials for the resurrection of the princess. Quest goal, bring back Blood Lingji Mushroom X5, Devil's Fruit X3, Elemental Water X1, Essence of the Earth X1 to Princess Isabel. Quest reward, 1,500,000 experience points. 500 gold coins, Psionic Cape. What the F*** CK? Jiang Fei had no other words. The quest reward was extravagant. 1,500,000 experience points, 500 gold coins, and a cape, even. Capes were the only equipment that players were unable to produce themselves. Other than the ridiculously low drop rate, players could only hope for white-grade capes through general quests. It could be seen that this quest was very, very rewarding. But here came the problem. Out of the 4 required quest items, Jiang Fei had never heard of any of them, not to mention know where to find them. Your Highness, where may I find these items? Having no alternative, Jiang Fei could only ask his quest giver for some pointers. Blood Lingji Mushroom only grows around high-level undeads. The Devil's Fruit can only be found at places where devils loiter. As for the Elemental Water and the Essence of the Earth, the former could possibly be obtained at the Elven Court, but I do not know where to find the latter, said Isabel. What the F*** CK? Should I just kill you right now? Jiang Fei spluttered. Which of these F*** king items am I able to obtain? High-level undeads? Even the Garbage Death Knight is a level 50 leader boss. What the heck do you expect me to do with something like the Skull Dragon? The devil-related item is even more over the top. Their names started with the dash as well, but they had nothing to do with demons. Devils were not inferior to gods and demons, but they lost out on intelligence. Moreover, they were extremely violent. They would not hesitate to tear each other's throats out, not to mention kill the other races. Their lowly Felguards were level 60 advanced elites, and they frequently rode out in packs. As for the item from the Elven Court, are you kidding me? Are you treating those hundreds of thousands of court guards as a bunch of vases who only knew how to goose step? Finally, there was the Essence of the Earth. Even the NPC herself did not know where to find it. Where do I even begin? Adventurer, I know that I'm asking for much, but perhaps this may help you. Isabel noticed Jiang Fei that was about to turn hostile. She hurriedly took out a glittering and translucent crystal ring and handed it to Jiang Fei. Treasure hunting ring, fine, physical attack plus 25, equipped. Whenever there is a treasure within 1,000 meters around you, the ring would glow as an indicator. Equipped. Whenever there is material required for resurrecting the princess within 100 kilometers around you, the ring would guide you towards the direction. Level requirement, 1. Oh, this isn't bad. Jiang Fei was delighted. not expecting the princess of the demon race to be packing such a juicy stuff. It was not a premium item, but it has highly useful treasure hunting ring. This made his quest much easier. Alright. I'll get to it, then. Although Jiang Fei had threatened to kill the princess, he was truly reluctant to do so. It was not due to the little princess' beauty, but the rare opportunity to evolve into a demon race. After all, there were only 36 hidden races throughout the entire game. Besides, this was not a time-limited quest, so Jiang Fei could take his time. Besides, accepting this quest meant that it would no longer be an unknown dungeon, but a special map. NPCs were still able to find and enter the place, but players could no longer pass through the stone wall. This was Jiang Fei's special zone, all for himself. After obtaining the treasure hunting ring, Jiang Fei left the cave. When he came out, those zombies and venomous snakes all now had their name tags turned green. They were no longer hostile target but friendly NPC. He no longer had to fight his way through here. Chapter 65, Drug Casket. Jiang Fei headed straight back to the city. This mining area was not good for grinding whatsoever. After returning to Dawnlight City, Jiang Fei was no longer in a hurry to leave the city. Instead, he began to walk around the stalls near the city entrance. After all, he had obtained a new treasure hunting ring. He had to try and see if there was any treasure worth purchasing from these stalls. After a few rounds, Jiang Fei's treasure hunting ring remained silent. It was to be expected as the players' levels were currently low. They were only able to move around near the main city and their chances of obtaining something worthy was just as low. Even if they did find something, it was unlikely that they would put it up for sale. As Jiang Fei continued walking, a stall suddenly caught his attention. Selling all sorts of low-rank potion. Costly, yet invincible, an eye-appealing shop sign came into Jiang Fei's view. Holish *T. That's not easy, Jiang Fei was surprised. Chemists were also a profession class like blacksmiths, but they cost much more to run. After all, ores came in concentrated clusters on the map. On the other hand, herbs were scattered all over the place and were more valuable than ores. Therefore, chemists had to attach themselves to various major guilds. Without the support of specialized herb collectors, they would be in serious trouble. Jiang Fei never expected to meet a solo chemist. "Hey, brother. What do you have?" asked Jiang Fei. "Small and medium rot, recovery over time, health points and MP recovery potions, and also small instant recovery. We also have small defense potions and small strength potions as well," answered the seller. Jiang Fei ran his eyes over the player, and the mysterious ring started working its magic. Herb box, pure human, chemist, level 10, health points 1,500, attack power 30, remark, not affiliated to any group, beginner chemist tier 3. Wow! Jiang Fei was blown away. Jiang Fei had expected the player to be a pure-blooded human race, as they suited the profession classes best. That way they would receive a 5% increase in experience points and the growth speed of their profession skill proficiency. Pure-blooded humans had a purely regular growth in terms of attributes, but it did not matter to profession class players. However, the 5% growth speed of their profession skill proficiency was a powerful asset. As startled as Jiang Fei was, it was true that this player had actually reached beginner chemist tier 3. One should take note that Jiang Fei was already a divine blacksmith's apprentice, but only had beginner smithing tier 2. The materials for blacksmiths were way cheaper compared to herbs for chemists. Besides, due to being frequently contracted by the 4 major guilds, Jiang Fei did not have to worry about suffering from any shortages. But even so, he had only increased his profession by 1 tier. Thus it could be seen that how difficult it was for profession classes to increase their profession tier. But this chemist right in front of Jiang Fei had actually reached tier 3. He was almost certain that this player must have unlocked a hidden quest or had some special encounter. Unlike him and his cheating ring, this was a truly talented, skilled player. "If you want to buy, just buy something. Why are you staring at me?" I know I'm extremely great looking, but I'm not gay. Her box shuddered and took a step back. Jiang Fei was speechless. Within his heart, he grunted, "In just reading your attributes, is that such a big deal? How the heck do I look gay? What are your prices?" asked Jiang Fei, after regaining his composure. 5 golds and 50 silvers for each group of rot red and blue small recovery potion, 9 golds and 50 silvers for each group of mediums, replied her box. Okay. How about instant recovery potions? Jiang Fei nodded. Compared to small and medium recovery potions that could be purchased from drugstores at 6 gold coins and 10 gold coins respectively, her box's prices were slightly lower. 2 gold coins per small, no medium, proclaimed her box. Since potion-selling NPCs did not sell instant red and blue recovery potions while profession class players often exclusively supported their own guilds, he was the one and only player who was selling instant recovery potions. Jiang Fei could not help but breathe through his teeth. This player might be even more black-hearted than himself. Still, Jiang Fei could understand the price. With his ridiculously high success rates, he had been able to produce a massive amount of equipment. Therefore, he had been selling on the idea of quick returns and small margins, thus not earning much from his flash sales. But her box was a different case. He was impeded by the shitty RNG, random number generator aka chance, that affected every other player. He would be struck with much higher costs. If he went too low, he would be selling at a loss. To ensure that he breaks even at the very least, he had to truly make use of this monopoly. How about these two? Asked Jiang Fei, pointing at the small strength potion and small defense potion. NPCs did not sell these, and everyday chemists could only dream of obtaining their recipes. Chemists were different. Their mentors only taught them the recipes of different rot recovery potion. The others completely depended on one's self-comprehension. It was relatively easy to comprehend instant recovery potions. Without sufficient talent and luck, one would never expect to learn the secrets of buff-type potions. Moreover, bosses dropping such item was extremely low. It was a joke compared to the drop rate of smithing or tailoring recipes. 5 golds per strength potion, 10 golds for defense. Her box boldly declared. That's truly a black-hearted price. Jiang Fei protested. Of course, I'm the only one who produces them. Her box's grin did not diminish. On the contrary, it only grew wider. Fine, I'll take all your medium health points recovery potions, said Jiang Fei, after looking at the 300 plus gold coins in his bag. No problem. Her box was delighted. His items were top-notch, but his current targets were too poor to be his regulars just yet. Those who could afford any of his wares would snag away some rot-type small health points and MP recovery potions. A tycoon like Jiang Fei was extremely hard to come by. For stacks of medium health points potions at a price of 38 gold coins was quite an enormous figure to ordinary players. How about the blues as well? Her box took the opportunity to attempt milking more from this tycoon. No, thanks. Jiang Fei shook his head, as all his skills came from his equipment. He had no need for mana points whatsoever. The only skill that would consume his mana points was mana burn. Besides, mana burn directly emptied his mana bar out. Give me a stack of small instant health points recovery potion as well, said Jiang Fei, after thinking for a bit. As the medium rot health points recovery potions could recover his health points by 100 per tick over a period of 10 seconds, a total of 1,000 health points. It was more than enough against small bosses. However, they would not get him out of an actual emergency. After all, the recovery effect was not stackable. A mere 100 health point recovery would not save you from sudden death. Although the small instant recovery potions could only recover 500 health points, it all came instantly, which could swiftly take one out of an emergency. 2 exchanges were made. Jiang Fei had spent almost 100 gold coins for 5 stacks of potions. Even so, he was very interested in the 2 buff-type potions as well. They might not exactly help him much in-game. But what if he brought them into reality? Chapter 66, Leeching Experience Points. Give me 2 bottles for each of them as well, said Jiang Fei, pointing at the 2 buffing types. He was dying to see how they performed in real life. Sure thing, her box had not expected Jiang Fei to be so rich. 3-digit deals without even blinking. Let's friend up. It'll be convenient for the 2 of us. Jiang Fei did not intend to let such a proficient chemist pass. No problem. The name's her box. Her box gladly replied. Having secured such an affluent customer, he had also secured his income. Okay. I'll contact you whenever necessary. Jiang Fei added her box to his buddy list and headed outside the city to grind. Jiang Fei placed 4 buffing potions, 2 small instant health points recovery potions, and 5 small raw health points recovery potions, the blue slots of the mysterious ring. After earning the 300,000 renminbi from the deal, he had performed some experimenting of his own. He soon found that the mysterious ring was not stopping him from retrieving everything, but it had limited the item level. Jiang Fei was unable to retrieve equipment that enhanced a player's combat power or high-leveled items. For items with lower levels such as potions and toys were no problem. If he planned to retrieve items of higher levels, he had to first increase the level of the mysterious ring. After Jiang Fei exited the city, he ran towards where players above level 20 did their grinding. Although the 4 major guilds had laid claim over the plot of land, he most probably had the standing to grind beside them. As expected, the moment Jiang Fei approached the area, someone came to drive him away. I'm sorry, but the aristocrats has made book this area. Please change to another place. A hunter class of the elf race ran over. Although he was rather polite, there was the unmistakable pressure from his tone. Verger glider. I'm just going to grind here. Go ask Happy Drunk if I'm allowed to do so, said Jiang Fei with a smile on his face. The elf hunter was slightly dumbfounded. The name sounded vaguely familiar, yet he was unable to call it to mind. This person seemed to be acquainted with the vice master of his guild, so he had to have some standing. Without any further delay, he sent Happy Drunk a message. What? He wants to grind? Happy Drunk was slightly dumbfounded. He had already treated Jiang Fei as a genuine blacksmith, through and through. Even if he had a hidden class as he claimed, he was still a profession class player. He should just be focusing on his anvil. Why the F***ck is he grinding for? Exactly. Vice Guildmaster, do I need to drive him away? Asked the elf hunter. Nope. Bring him to me, said Happy Drunk, after some slight consideration. He happened to be grinding himself not far off. Although he had obtained the details about the bosses from Jiang Fei, his tank was still not tough enough. He had gotten some quality gear from Jiang Fei, but they were nothing like the Kingdom Treasure grade items that occupied each of Jiang Fei's slots. After taking down the second Bearman's boss, the third boss had turned them into mush. Thus, the 4 major guilds had put the dungeon on hold. All of them instead started racing for sheer levels. They decided to pursue the average level of 22. Jiang Fei seemed to be leveling very fast as he had been solo ing the normal mode dungeon on a daily basis while leading the girls of the knighthood through elite mode dungeons. As the 4 major guilds had failed to clear the dungeon would only be reset for them once per week. Try as they might, they would never find a more efficient spot than Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was quickly escorted before Happy Drunk. Although Happy Drunk was only the vice guild master of the aristocrats, he was actually the #1 power personage within the guild. As he was not interested in managing the guild himself, he had hired a professional HR veteran to act as his guild master. Happy Drunk's grinding spot was most certainly the hot spot. Not only were the monsters spawning rapidly, but they were also numerous. It was most probably the best non-dungeon spot. Yo, brother Glider. I heard that you actually want to grind? Happy Drunk asked with curiosity. Haha, you can imagine it. How boring it is for me to swing my hammer all day long. Jiang Fei replied with a grin. May I know what level are you currently at, brother Glider? Although Jiang Fei was already level 21, he had not yet entered the top 10 positions on the level ranking list. Also, he was not the clandestine, intelligence agency type of leader. He had absolutely no clue. Oh, boy. I'm a nobody when it comes to you, brother Happy Drunk. You're the #1 player on the Dawnlight City level ranking list. But at some point, I have exceeded level 20, said Jiang Fei smilingly. What? Happy Drunk was taken aback. All level 20 players were the front-lining elites from various major guilds. What the heck was Jiang Fei doing with them? Happy Drunk stared at him with renewed eyes. The profession class players among these major guilds were all level 10. They would not be brought by their guilds to grind only until the middle-late stage of the game. Even then, the only purpose of getting them more health points was to prevent them from getting instantly assassinated. Ding! Happy Drunk has invited you to join his party. Jiang Fei received a system notification. Apparently, Happy Drunk was not convinced. He had to see his level in person. Jiang Fei nodded. Hullish *T. When Jiang Fei entered the party, Happy Drunk completely lost his cool. He had already considered level 20 to be ridiculously incredible. He had not expected to see a figure of 21. Even the 8th player on the level ranking list was level 21. All he had was slightly more experience points than Jiang Fei. This guy is truly insane. Happy Drunk was utterly mind*kid. Brother Glider, since you're here, let's just grind together, Happy Drunk invited Jiang Fei. After all, he was the one who had sent the party invitation. It would be poor taste to kick him out of the party after verifying his level with his own eyes. All right then. Jiang Fei nodded. It was always nice to party up with a walking cannon. He may be able to take a solid beating, but his attack was very general. While he could dish out some decent damage in single bursts, his skills were all hampered down by long cooldowns. It was no good in a general grind. Now, he had just partied up with the game's most capable team. As they went on, Jiang Fei came to a realization. Although he was a hidden class just like Happy Drunk, they were completely different entities. After all, he was still a profession class, while Happy Drunk was the purebred combatant. Whenever Happy Drunk drew his chromatic grade-long bow, death came flying. One monster fell after every 3 to 5 arrows. He had not even cast a single skill. By the time Jiang Fei successfully killed a mob, Happy Drunk had already downed 3 to 4 enemies. In this way, Jiang Fei was leeching experience points off this party. Chapter 67, Leader Boss. Jiang Fei had level training with Happy Drunk's party for the whole afternoon. Although the experience points was not increasing as fast as within the dungeon, it was quite an impressive amount as well. Until evening, Jiang Fei had filled almost 2/3 of his experience bar. Jiang Fei glanced at the level ranking list, noticing that the top 10 players had all basically achieved level 22. However, both Happy Drunk and Billy Boy were still level 23. It seemed that the experience points needed for further level up was gradually astonishing as well. Ding! As the total number of Tikkar bandits killed in this area has reached 10,000. The chief bandits is coming for revenge, a small-scale announcement appeared again. This was already the 5th announcement Jiang Fei and the rest heard this afternoon. Basically, every 2,000 mobs Jiang Fei and the party killed, a chief bandit would appear. However, these chiefs were all Easter egg bosses, which Jiang Fei and the rest were able to take down these rare elites even by solo, not to mention a 15 members party with a perfect class combination and full equipment. How dare you! Taking such liberties to slaughter my men! A voice shouted from far to near. Jiang Fei looked back and saw a warhorse dashing down from a hillside far away. On the horse, there sat a strong man. Oh, Liba the Killmonger, humanoid, leader, level 25, health points 45,000, attack power 785, skill, charge, heavy slash, swipe, sunder, war stomp, mark of death, soul reaper. Remark, an extremely powerful wild boss. It is suggested to organize a 25 members party or a 40 members party to challenge it. After taking down the boss, there is a probability to obtain a territory order. *T. Everyone, be careful. This is a leader boss. Jiang Fei was taken aback once he read through the boss information. This was a big boss which was way stronger compared to the third boss within Elite Mode Dungeon. What? A look of joy appeared on Happy Drunk's face when he heard that, as higher level boss meant better loots. To major guilds like them, it did not matter whether how strong the wild boss was, as they were able to heap the boss to death with the number of players. Even if their attacks would not penetrate the boss defense, even if every hit could only deal 1 damage, with 10,000 players attacking at once, there would also be 10,000 damage dealt in 1 turn. Brother Happy Drunk, call your people. It's probably impossible to defeat the boss just by the few of us here, said Jiang Fei. Okay, Happy Drunk immediately began to arrange his men to rush for reinforcement. After all, this was the very first leader boss he had heard about, as they had been mainly killing rare elites such as Easter egg bosses in the wild. They had never truly encountered such a challenge. Actually, Happy Drunk did not know that the bosses which came out for revenge were mostly rare elites. There was only a 1% probability that a high-level boss would appear. It was due to Jiang Fei with his super high luck. Or else, they would not be able to meet a leader boss even if they had killed 100,000 mobs. After the leader boss had been spawned, it had only dashed down the hill and stayed at a spot without searching for vengeance against Jiang Fei and the rest. This had given Happy Drunk time to gather his men. But with the coming of his men one bunch after another, Happy Drunk frowned when he looked towards Jiang Fei. This was the very first leader boss that appeared around Dawnlight City. Without Jiang Fei being there, everything that dropped from the boss would definitely belong to the aristocrats. But Jiang Fei was not a member of his guild. If he joined in the battle, it was unavoidable for him to take a share of the profit. Therefore, Happy Drunk felt somewhat fed up. If it was some ordinary player, Happy Drunk would definitely drive him away, even if it was Lady Casanova. He would definitely not allow a single outsider to lay a finger on this boss. But Jiang Fei was a different case, as he was the strongest blacksmith throughout the entire Dawnlight City, even a hidden class. If he offended Jiang Fei, he would lose not just merely the benefit of a boss. You guys have fun. I'm out. Jiang Fei knew his own place very clearly and left the party. He then walked a distance away towards the back, indicating that he had no intention in laying his finger onto the boss. How can I take this alone? How about this? If the boss has dropped a recipe for smithing or jewelry crafting, he'll give it to you, Brother Glider. As long as you provide some to us after producing equipments with the recipe, said Happy Drunk, pretending to be generous. Actually, even if Jiang Fei was not there, they would have to ask for Jiang Fei's help once they obtained a good recipe. In the past, it was not that the 4 major guilds had not obtained any recipe. After all, each major guild had tens of thousands of members. Even if the wild treasure chests were less, they would still be able to obtain a few recipes. But unfortunately, after their profession class players had learned the recipe, there was simply a great discrepancy between the outcome and their expectations. The success rate for green grade recipes was not even 10%, whereas there was not even 5% for blue grade recipes. The materials wasted were gone, yet not even one equipment with upgrade bonus could be seen, not to mention godly equipment with skills. Therefore, the 4 major guilds had basically reached in consensus. If it was a recipe for tailoring or leather making, they had no choice but to give it to the profession class players within their guilds. But if it was a recipe for smithing or jewel meister, it was better to give it to Jiang Fei. As for those blacksmith within their guilds, go get some white grade recipes for your tier training. Thanks a lot for that. Jiang Fei nodded. He then found a hillside and sat, while watching Happy Drunk leading his men to kill the boss. Second brother, third brother, cover the position. Healers, don't mess up your healings. Let's try the boss skills first. Happy Drunk had completed the recombination of the parties. He then took the lead to dash forward. Although it was not a problem to fight with 10,000 players against a wild boss, it had to depend on the boss genre as well. If the boss was a giant size, they were certainly able to surround the boss with more than 10,000 players to kill it. But for a humanoid boss like this, once the number of players exceeded 100, the long-range classes behind were unable to attack the boss even if they surrounded it. Piece of sh*ts. You're going to pay for this. Just when two warriors from the aristocrats got close to a 15 meters distance from Oliba the boss, it urged its horse and dashed forward. Bang! The boss skill charge instantly stunned a warrior player, following by the boss normal attack with its saber. Minus 782. That's not bad. The damage is bearable. Healers, follow up. Happy Drunk had slightly grasped the situation according to the damage. Heavy slash. Minus 4,587. Critical hit, ding. Your teammate Master Wei has fallen. What the F***ck? Second brother. Happy Drunk was greatly surprised. Master Wei was Happy Drunk's cousin in reality. His family was also a strong stockholder of the Haotian group. Within the game, he was even the main tank of the aristocrats. Since he had been instantly killed as well, who else could withstand the boss attack? This is truly delicious. After Oliba had killed Master Wei, a white light flew out from Master Wei's body and merged into the boss' mouth. A moment ago, the boss had lost 1% of its health points during the fight. But now, the boss was instantly recovered to full health points. This was even because the boss had not dropped much health points. As for how much health points the boss was able to recover after killing a person, it was still hard to judge. Third brother, cover the position. Second brother, corpse run. Happy Drunk gave out his command decisively. Big brother, am unable to release my soul for 5 minutes, replied Master Wei. Apparently, not only the boss was able to recover health points after killing a person, but it could also prevent players from resurrecting through corpse run. Either there was a healer who had mastered the skill resurrection to resurrect you back to life, or you would have to stay dead for 5 minutes before you could resurrect. Alas! Happy Drunk sighed. Where could he find a healer who had mastered resurrection at the current level? It seemed that the main tank was unavailable within the short period. Chapter 68, Sitting atop a mountain to watch tigers wrestling, swipe. Minus 2,210. Minus 2,317. Minus 3,875. Critical hit, minus 2,350. Minus 2,154. Since the main tank had fallen, the boss immediately switched targets and began to attack Dolores Cannon, the sub-tank who was the next in line on the aggro table. This had caused the boss to wheel around and face him. The melee classes who were supposed to be at the back of the boss were now facing it. The boss happened to cast Swipe at that moment. Apart from Dolores Cannon, who lost half his health points, everyone else was wiped out. Ding! Your teammate XXX has fallen, ding. Your teammate XXX has fallen, ding. Your teammate XXX has fallen, ding. Your teammate XXX has fallen. Within a blink of an eye, 5 out of Happy Drunk's 30-member party had fallen. They did not even have their main tank. That was 1/6 of its members. Healers, focus on third brother's health points. Happy Drunk was starting to learn that this would not end well. Reinforcements were no good. Their main tank had been taken out of action. No one else could last against the boss. Every death resulted in the boss recovering some of its health. Packing on more numbers would be futile. Happy Drunk only intended to gather more information on the boss. When Master Wei finally resurrects, he could get serious. Haha, Jiang Fei was enjoying himself from afar. Aren't you guys not bringing me along to have fun? Knock yourselves out, then. The more you send, the more would fall. Unlike dungeons where players would only lose 20% of his experience points, wild bosses were different. These wild bosses literally robbed players of entire levels. Upon death, they would instantly lose a level. They may be able to retrieve their property, but whenever players were above level 20, the experience points would be massive. Even Happy Drunk would be nursing a heartache. Heavy slash. Minus 2,850. Ding! Your teammate Dolores Cannon has fallen. Before the healers were able to save the half-dead sub-tank, he was put down by a follow-up heavy slash from the boss. What the F*** CK? Happy Drunk almost dropped his bow and sat his ass on the grass right then. How does one continue without a tank? Everyone, get out of here. Minimize our losses, shouted Happy Drunk, as he wheeled around and started running. Although wild bosses were powerful, they were different from dungeon bosses. A dungeon boss would chase you to death. If your entire team has fallen, you had to flee from the dungeon. No matter what. Unlike dungeon bosses, as long as you ran out of a certain range, the wild boss would stop chasing, and you might just flee with your life. Ranged classes might just get out of range, but the melee fighters were not as fortunate. Warrior or rogue, they all fell like flies. When the dust settled, a total of 9 members from the aristocrats had fallen in battle. They managed to retrieve their equipment, but they had all lost a level. Hee, brother Glider, hope you had a good laugh, Happy Drunk said sheepishly as he initiated damage control. He had intended to flex a little before Jiang Fei. If anything, the boss had flexed in front of them all. It's okay. Carry on. I saw that you guys are cooperating pretty well out there, Jiang Fei said with a grin. At a glance, he had figured out that Happy Drunk and his men would never be able to take down the boss, even if they fought for 3 days. If the tank was unable to withstand the boss attacks, the DPS units would have a handful to deal with. Besides, this boss recovered health points from killing a person, which made swarming an entirely ineffective strategy. Without a tank, the boss would be killing everyone to the left and right, so rapidly that he would perpetually have full health. Alright, once more, onto the fray. After rearranging his teams, Happy Drunk strode out with renewed vigor. Out of the full party of 40 members, there were no melee players, apart from 5 tanks. It was a firing squad. Only a major, huge guild had the luxury of cherry-picking its party members like so. Jiang Fei and his little knighthood could barely even gather enough level 20 players for a solid fight, let alone cherry-pick their compositions. Charge, finally, Master Wei brought along the remaining 5 sub-tanks and dashed forward. Just because a boss had gotten lucky with a critical hit, it could not possibly be this lucky again. Charge! Minus 754. Healers, follow up. Keep second brother at full health points, shouted Happy Drunk. He had gone all out this time. There was a group of an entire 30 healers who were especially responsible for the tank's health points. He was not going to lose his tank in another stupid accident again. Kill! The damage output group followed up, spamming their arrows and magic bolts onto the boss. That's interesting, said Jiang Fei as he sat cross-legged on the mountain with a wide grin. The healing was overkill, but at least Master Wei's health points remained full at all times. He may be no Jiang Fei, but he at least had 4,800 health points. He could very well be considered one of the very best tanks throughout Dawnlight City. Heavy slash. Minus 2,678. The boss may have taken 2/3 of Master Wei's health points with one skill, but his health points was fully recovered in the blink of an eye, due to the massive healing. Keep it up. We can do this. A smile appeared on Happy Drunk's face. Under normal circumstances, a leader boss should be challenged by a party of 40 members. Although it might be unsportsmanlike to actually send 2 parties on a boss, who cares, right? They were there only to slay that thing and obtain the spoils. Cowards. Hiding behind the backs of your comrades? By the time Oliba's health points dropped to 90%, he gave a great roar and placed his horse-slaying broadsword on his back. After straightening up from the back of his warhorse, he fired an arrows towards the ranged attackers. Minus 2,726. Ding! Your teammate XXX has fallen. As a mage fell, a white light escaped her corpse and went into Oliba's mouth. After hours of struggling before removing 10% of the boss health points, a single arrow had half undid their labors. What the F*** CK? Happy Drunk roared. He had not expected the boss to pull something like this off. The loss of a single mage was not the point, but a boss recovering 5% of its massive health points was a problem. This boss was extremely high defense. Even with his rainbow-grade weapon and hidden class, Happy Drunk was struggling to get anywhere close to the 3-digit mark. Ah. So that must be the mark for death, I suppose? Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. Although the mysterious ring could provide him the names of the boss skills, it did not tell him the details. Now that he had Happy Drunk and gang flying a kite for him, he was enjoying the first-row seats of a lecture. Jiang Fei was certain that the entire guild would not stand a chance against this boss. He had already experienced the skill, War Stomp, many times over. Tanks would get blown down like no tomorrow. Master Wei did not stand a chance. Chapter 69, Territory Order. After that initial mark for death, the boss would repeat it every 30 seconds. Needless to say, a ranged attacker fell each time. It did not take long before Happy Drunk bellowed for more reinforcements. Fortunately, this was where the aristocrats did their grinding. Within 2 minutes, more than 200 new members of the aristocrats had rushed to besiege the boss. However, these players were relatively lower in levels. They were earning more misses than single-digit damage. Demons! Give me strength! When the boss finally lost half his health points, he roared to the sky. His horse suddenly made a wild bound. It's coming! Jiang Fei straightened up. Boom! Oliba touched down. A shockwave of cloud, dust, and death flew across him. Minus 3,312. Minus 3,214. Minus 7,841. Critical hit, minus 2,982. Minus 3,315. Minus 3,104. Ding! Your teammate XXX has been slain. That single war stomp had struck all 6 tanks, including Master Wei. They stood no chance. One of the unlucky ones even got a critical hit and instantly kissed the ground. The boss health shot up by another 5%. But the boss was not finished just yet. According to the system, the boss would immediately trigger Sunder right after War Stomp. It was cold-blooded and ruthless. It completely ignored the remaining health points of the opponent and brought death upon them based on the current percentage of their health. As long as the players were 5 meters away from the boss would ignore the defense of players who had their health below 40% and directly kill them. War Stomp fell upon the midst of the players. The boss proceeded to continue attacking the players as if his normal attacks had not been interrupted by the slightest. Apparently, skill cooldowns had nothing to do with normal attack intervals. Even with more than 30 healers behind, those 2 attacks came down at the same time, giving them no chance whatsoever. All 5 remaining tanks lay dead. Master Wei could not possibly retain 40% of his health points after taking 3,000 damage. Damn it, Happy Drunk barely stopped himself from snapping his bow in 2. Just a moment ago, they had almost left the boss half dead. He was already preparing to separate his victory. It had all changed with a single leap. All tanks were dead, and the boss health was back to 80%. Run! Happy Drunk swiveled around. He was the first to flee. There was no point continuing this. The tanks were dead, and the ranged attackers were sitting ducks. The boss could basically overheal himself at this point. War Stomp and Sunder used simultaneously. I'm starting to like this guy. Jiang Fei nibbled on a straw, letting it hang between his lips like an old farmer. Charge! With nobody left to hold the boss in place, it went on a rampage. Players fell to the left and right. Occasionally, he would send an arrow flying with his mark for death. Jiang Fei's eyebrows went up his hairline. My, what an efficient killer. On the other hand, Happy Drunk was dying. Not because the boss was firing at him. He was dying of a broken heart. He was fleet-footed and had outran everyone else, but more than 20 of his members now lay dead. What's more, these were all the elites in the guild. Master Wei and the other tanks had died twice and already lost 2 levels. Now, their levels had fallen to 19, and they had no boss kill to compensate for it. If they attempted the elite mode dungeon now, their competitors would leave them in the dust. What a lose-lose situation. Big brother, are we still going to fight? Master Wei asked. What fight are you talking about? Oh, you mean this massacre? Are you even able to tank it? Happy Drunk had completely lost his cool. This leader boss was simply too overpowered. If you did not have a level 25 tank with a full set of blue equipment, just do the right thing and walk away. Sigh, Master Weislips turned down. At level 21, he had been instantly killed. Now, he was 2 levels lower. What chance did he have? Forget it! Let's go level up. Happy Drunk forcefully threw his head back, as if he was trying to throw away his bad luck. You guys gave up? Jiang Fei asked, with a smile on his face. Hee, at least you got to laugh, brother Fei. This boss is way too powerful, we can't defeat it, Happy Drunk said, embarrassed. After all, he had just chased Jiang Fei away just now, afraid that Jiang Fei would steal his loot. It had only resulted in massive losses on his end. He was so embarrassed that he could die. Don't give up so quickly. How about this, I'll defeat this boss for you guys, and we'll split the drops 50-50. What say you? Jiang Fei said, smiling. Hee, brother Fei, you must be kidding, Happy Drunk shook his head. What a joke. So what if by the off chance, which he did not believe for a single moment, that Jiang Fei could tank this boss? Even if that was the case, Happy Drunk had no cause to cooperate with Jiang Fei. This boss was in his territory. They could always try again in 2 to 3 days. This boss drops the territory order. Jiang Fei finally dropped the bomb. Again, the mysterious ring had saved the day. It enabled guilds to build their own castles. Building your own castle and having your own territory was not just a symbol of honor. It had very real effects. Castles could reel in taxes, and territories provided resources. These were very real benefits. The sooner a guild had its own territory, the more advantageous it was. If the other guilds could not keep up, they would be left far behind by the guilds with territories. Are you for real? Happy Drunk grabbed at Jiang Fei's arm excitedly and asked. Of course. Jiang Fei nodded. The ring had only mentioned that there was a chance of dropping it, but Jiang Fei had ridiculously high luck after all. Brother Fei, if the boss really drops the territory order, you can have everything else. We only want the territory order. And if it doesn't drop, we'll give you 1/10 of everything. What do you think? Happy Drunk said after some consideration. The items dropped by a leader boss were almost priceless, but territory orders made national treasure look like poop. Happy Drunk may be a rare item junkie, but even he would drop them in a heartbeat if presented with a territory order. Of course, if it did not appear Jiang Fei's 50-50 proposal was unacceptable. Deal! Jiang Fei joyfully agreed. With his high luck, the territory order would most definitely drop. There were no 2 ways about it. Since Happy Drunk was willing to give him everything but that, Jiang Fei readily accepted it. Chapter 70, Head of the Battle, shall we get started? How do we go about it? Happy Drunk urged. He was more anxious than ever. This boss was on the territory of the aristocrats, but it did not mean that the other 3 major guilds could not force their way in. A territory order was proper cause for a server-wide guild war. Happy Drunk hoped to bring the boss down and then return to the city before the other 3 major guilds arrive. If he misses out on this, he might just bawl his eyes out. Sure. You've got enough healers all right. Just make sure they keep me alive. I'll be the sole tank. Ranged attackers should just go full ham. If anyone gets taken down, ignore them. Just do your part. Jiang Fei fluidly revealed his plan. Just like that? Happy Drunk was in doubt. How hard could a boss fight be? Jiang Fei gave him a look. All right. Whatever you say. After all, Jiang Fei had frontlined the elite mode dungeons 2 days ago. Happy Drunk had no choice but to give him the benefit of the doubt as time was running short. When the 3 major guilds arrive, that would be a lifetime too late. Get me 50 of the highest level ranged attackers. They'll be the main DPS. Healer team, look out for Fei's health points. The rest of you, surround the boss. Everyone else, stay away. I don't need you giving him free health points. Form a perimeter outside and kill anyone who tries to intrude. Happy Drunk was really putting all of his eggs in one basket. For this territory order, he was willing to wage a war on all fronts against the other elite guilds. Whenever you guys are ready. Jiang Fei glanced back and said, Sure. When Happy Drunk nodded, the healer team already got in position. I'm going. Jiang Fei did not wait for the boss to charge at him. He slammed into the boss without any warning. However, Olibo was nothing like those elite monsters in the dungeons. A leader boss was an actual, genuine boss. Immobilizing skills like stun would be no good. Another little peasant, apparently, the boss considered him another insect. The big knife in his hand viciously flew downwards. Jiang Fei lifted his shield and met the attack. However, it only worked in PvP mode. Against a monster, it only served to visually please the player and the onlookers. The unadulterated damage would still come flying in. Minus 521. Okay, Jiang Fei looked at the damage and gave a nod of approval. His defense was way higher than Master Weiss. Let's not forget that he had incredible equipment on top of his overpowered growth rate. Battle Cry. Minus 100, the skill did not do much, but it could vastly reduce the boss attack power. It also roped in some aggro to boot. This was the butter to Jiang Fei bread tank. Ice Burst. Minus 587. The boss defense was sky high. Moreover, as a boss, it was also immune to Ice Burst's freezing effect. Bash. Minus 267. Minus 262. Minus 281. Without the freezing effect, the first bash would not necessarily be a critical blow. However, he already had a head start in terms of damage dealt. His aggro was holding strong. Heavy Slash. Minus 2,243. The boss was no slouch. Jiang Fei may be as tough as a turtle, but he still took more than 2,000 damage. However, with more than 30 healers backing him up, his health points were instantly refilled. What the F***CK? What is this kid made of? Happy Drunk blinked in shock. Master Wei was the main tank of the aristocrats. His guildmates were already certain that he was extremely strong. Well, the sky had no limits. Now, Jiang Fei was there, and he had just shoved the bar up. Well, even if he's made of adamantium, would he survive the boss' upcoming 2-skill combo? Happy Drunk still had his doubts. After all, the back-to-back combination of Warstomp plus Sunder was downright ridiculous. As time went by, the boss activated Mark for Death. Every 30 seconds, it would kill one player on the rear line. At the same time, it would recover 5% of its health. However, the aristocrats was a massive guild. Losing 1 or 2 men would barely faze them. Moreover, more people meant a higher damage output. The boss would still fall, eventually. It did not take long before they once again reached the 50 perfect mark. Jiang Fei narrowed his eyes and prepared for the daunting task ahead. Demon! Give me strength! Oh, Liba roared. He leaped into the air. Claret Aegis. Jiang Fei immediately activated the skill attached to the ring. Claret Aegis, instantly increase your defense so that you only take 50% of the damage for the next 3 attacks. 5-minute cooldown. After Jiang Fei activated the skill, a purple-red hard light humongous shield appeared in front of him. Boom, the boss landed. Minus 1432. Heavy slash. Minus 1254. Sunder. Minus 1867. Surprise, surprise. It was not supposed to end at 2 blows. It was 3 consecutive blows. Wei Xiaoyi never lasted long enough for everyone to see the third blow. Jiang Fei may have been stunned, but he had activated Claret Aegis and lived to tell the tale, none worse the wear. He still had about 2,000 health points left. *CK that shit. It was meant to be 3 hits, and he actually survived. When he saw the boss 3 consecutive blows, Happy Drunk had squeezed his eyes shut in dismay. He had thought that it was over. He never expected Jiang Fei's purple-red shield to be that effective. Jiang Fei still had 1/3 of his hit points to boast. Healers, heal up. It was a completely unnecessary and redundant order. The healers were already scrambling to keep the tank in the running. Almost 1 second after the boss completed its 3 consecutive blows, Jiang Fei's health points were already back to full. That burst of exertion seemed to have exhausted the boss. For a period of time, he seemed to be slower and weaker. Apart from swipe and heavy slash, there were almost no other tricks. However, the ranged format marked for death was still continually taking lives. Even so, the aristocrats had the numbers to spare. Replacing a new member every 30 seconds was no sweat, as the boss health points gradually neared the 10th percentile. He visibly grew desperate. First, the boss shot 3 consecutive arrows with his bow, killing 3 ranged attackers. That was 15% of its health points. The volley was followed by another skybound leap. Goddamn shit! Jiang Fei was startled. His Claret Aegis had not yet cooled down. It was the boss' desperate, frantic bid for survival. This is going to hurt! Armored Bulwark. Jiang Fei could only brace and pray for the best. Armored Bulwark, once activated, absorbs physical damage equal to 20% of your total health points. Lasts for 10 seconds, 5-minute cooldown. Chapter 71, The Bloodbath Caused by One Order, Boom, minus 1724. 1296 absorbed, War Stomp went right through Jiang Fei's armored bulwark. Heavy Slash. Minus 2056, Sunder. Minus 2892. The 3 consecutive blows of the boss came, one after another, and even Jiang Fei's confidence faltered. He dejectedly stared at his remaining health points. 108 out of 6,400, 108 was a pinch of salt in the ocean. This pinch was now the only thing keeping him standing. He actually survived. Happy Drunk could not believe his eyes. When he saw that Jiang Fei failing to summon his purple-red shield this time, his heart had sunk. Powerful abilities demanded for long cooldowns. Jiang Fei may have defense and health points that far surpassed his best tank, but the boss was ridiculous. Healers! Heal up! At this time, no one had to remind them anymore. The healer team was spamming their skills like crazy as if they had gone mad. Jiang Fei was once again saved. Due to the effect of War Stomp, Jiang Fei was still stunned. However, the boss had emptied out its tank. It was a valiant effort, and it had almost taken out Jiang Fei, but that's the end of the road. Leader! The enemy is here. Someone saw Billy Boy leading the Magic Thieves. Happy Drunk's greatest fears had been realized. *CK. *CK, as suave and courteous as Happy Drunk is, he started cursing out in the most boorish of manners. His guild was crawling with spies. There is just no other way for word to spread that swiftly. The 3 major guilds were most definitely not here to back him up. Most of all, Billy Boy was there, and that madman wanted nothing more than to bathe in the blood of his fallen enemies. Try to hold them back. Prevent people from the 3 major guilds from coming in at all costs. I just need 2 minutes. With the boss near death, Happy Drunk decided to make the gamble. He did not know how Jiang Fei knew so much about this boss. But Jiang Fei's prior intel had always been solid. If there was a chance for the territory order, he would take it. He would not even hesitate to cross swords with the 3 other guilds. But if nothing comes out of this boss, his efforts would have been all for naught. Happy Drunk was either going to make or break this. Yes, sir. His members placed their full faith in him. They thoughtlessly obeyed his every command. Demons, will make all of you pay the price. Within a minute, the boss was finally dead. Ding! You have eliminated the leader boss Oliba the Killmonger and gained 125,000 experience points. Ding! You eliminated the bandit leader for the Empire and gained 2,000 reputation points. Ah Fei! Loot the body! As Jiang Fei was the closest to the body of the boss, Happy Drunk quickly removed the looting restrictions. He had bigger things to worry about. The 3 major guilds was just the beginning. He could only put his blind faith in Jiang Fei to honor the agreement. As long as he got the territory order, everything else was fine. Okay. Jiang Fei quickly looted the body of the boss. A golden light flashed. A legend appeared in Jiang Fei's hands. It was the territory order. Quickly, take the territory order and get out of here. Leave the others to me. Jiang Fei threw the territory order to the oncoming Happy Drunk. Okay. Happy Drunk knew better than to get hung up over the other items. He did not even have time to express his joy at getting the territory order. He swiftly tore a return scroll to shreds, just as the 3 guilds broke through and reached the area. As the white light spirited Happy Drunk away, Jiang Fei shoved the other items into his backpack. By the time he looked up, a mind-blowing scene greeted him. Tens of thousands of players were fighting. This was something that Jiang Fei has never experienced before, even though he had played many games before. He was also a little popular, but only among pub players. 1. Pub players knew better than to get caught up in a massive conflict between major guilds. They would flee to a safe spot and mind their own business. This was Jiang Fei's first time ever getting this close to a battle of this scale, much less be in the middle of it all. Capturing the most attention was the Bonnie and Clyde pair, Lady Casanova and Billy Boy. She was more than 2 meters tall, and she was swinging a mace that was even taller than she was. Her level was high, her equipment powerful, and her healers numerous. She swung about without a care in the world, looking like a meat grinder that carved a path through the crowd. Billy Boy was not that deadly a fighter when confronted alone. His strength lay in his intellect and tactics. Anyhow, Jiang Fei clearly saw him being escorted by a massive squad. They moved in organized formation, cutting through everything they saw. This was no battle. This was a severe case of the strong bullying the weak. Compared to the dazzling Bonnie and Clyde pair, Demon's Grimace and Southern Azure Sword appeared almost pedestrian-like. More often than not, they were merely backing up the Magic-Thieves. It was a sad, sad roll where there was nothing left for them to loot. 10 minutes later, no trace of the aristocrats was left. They had been utterly massacred. Fortunately, the higher-ups of the 3 major guilds had already ordered their people to lay off Jiang Fei, or he would have been stampeded into sludge already. Jiang Fei knew his place. Powerful as he was, he could not stand against 10 players at once, let alone entertain the pipe dream of fighting off 100 men. He was only alive because they permitted it. The leaders of the 3 major guilds also had their own considerations. First of all, Jiang Fei had no use for the territory order. He could not possibly be holding it. So, if they killed him, they would only get some spoils from the boss. However, killing Jiang Fei was equivalent to the 3 major guilds sending the strongest blacksmith in Dawnlight City right to the doorstep of the aristocrats. His neutrality was in everyone's best interests. No one was allowed to hurt Jiang Fei. Spies of the aristocrats had been placed into the 3 major guilds. They had planned to attack Jiang Fei to frame the 3 major guilds, but they were all discovered by their companions just in time and were killed on the spot. And that's how the eye of the hurricane flew past Jiang Fei without touching a hair on his head. Chapter 72, Jazz Dance Doll, Hee hee, Brother Ah Fei, we meet again. After cleaning the battlefield up, the leaders of the 4 major guilds gathered around Jiang Fei. By then, the boss body had already disappeared, so nobody but Jiang Fei could tell if the boss had dropped any territory orders in the end. Ha ha ha, you're all beasts in combat. Jiang Fei managed a smile. He had not yet completely snapped out of the awe-inspiring large-scale grand battle. Hee hee, these trifling skills are not worth mentioning, Billy Boy laughed. Looks like you really did a number on the aristocrats. Jiang Fei sighed. At least 20,000 players lay dead. Their equipment lay discarded and scattered around them. Only God knew what had spilled out of their backpacks. The higher-ups of the aristocrats may have escaped through the use of a return scroll, but compensating for tens of thousands of average equipment would still put a dent in a tycoon like Happy Drunk. Most of it is rubbish, only some greens to note. Southern Azure Sword shook his head. Neither he nor Demon's Grimace had managed to loot much. What little they got were mediocre at best, and it did not please them. However, the Bonnie and Clyde pair of magic thieves had already claimed most of it, and it was not something they intended to get involved with. Jointly attacking the aristocrats had ironically ruined the chance of an alliance between the trio. If the aristocrats obtained the territory order, Dawnlight City would be under the ruling of 2 major powers. This did not completely take them out of the running, but life would no longer be as pleasant. If Happy Drunk had not managed to get the territory order, the first guild to be destroyed would be the aristocrats. But the biggest losers would be Demon's Grimace and himself. They would be reduced into subsidiary branches of magic thieves, or they would be recruited and inducted into their ranks altogether. However, even if that happened, Southern Azure Sword and Demon's Grimace could do nothing about it. If they allowed Happy Drunk to freely develop his territory after getting the territory order, the remaining 3 guilds, magic thieves included, would all fall within Happy Drunk's domain, sooner or later. The only way they could get out of this was to get lucky and obtain territory orders of their own. Otherwise, they would be bound to fall thrall to either the aristocrats or magic thieves. Little brother, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. Just tell me straight up, did Happy Drunk get the territory order? Lady Casanova demanded. Yes, he did. Jiang Fei bluntly replied. Phew, when they heard the news, Southern Azure Sword and Demon's Grimace could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Happy Drunk had obtained the territory order, it only meant that they stood at the right side. Now, they could stand with magic thieves against the aristocrats. This was the best alternative. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to them digging a pit then jumping into it. The magic thieves would eventually swallow them whole. Yeah. Southern Azure Sword and Demon's Grimace were relieved, but Lady Casanova and Billy Boy had their brows furrowed together. If Happy Drunk had not managed to get the territory order, Billy Boy would not hesitate to delay the development of his guild. Then, while the 3 major guilds got lost in conflict and bad blood, he would take advantage and utterly decimate the aristocrats. The remnants of Southern Azure Sword and Demon's Grimace would end up as fresh meat on his chopping board, to be sliced and diced any way he wanted. Now, that beautiful prospect would remain as it was a prospect. Not only could he not cut down Southern Azure Sword and Demon's Grimace, but he had also been forced to join forces with them as equals. Otherwise, the aristocrats would fester and consume them like a nuke. Why don't we just march into the city and kill him? Lady Casanova asked, frowning. That won't do. Although Billy Boy was belligerent, he still had a semblance of rational thought. At their current level, the NPC guards in the city would butcher them alive. If things got out of hand, they might even have served some jail time. So what, just watch them grow like Jack's beanstalk? Lady Casanova pouted dejectedly. We really need to give this more thought. Billy Boy shook his head. Brother Afei, we have some business to attend to, so don't you mind us. If you get anything good in the future, remember to think about me. After all, Lady Casanova and Billy Boy were lovers. The face of Billy Boy could tell anyone that something was up, but they could not quite put their finger on it. Oh please, don't let me hold you up. Jiang Fei nodded. The battle earlier on had sent him into a trance. He did not even have any time to see what treasures the boss had dropped. The last thing he needed now was to be distracted by affairs that did not concern him. One glance was enough to send him into shock. No wonder that Oliba was a leader boss. Including the territory order that Happy Drunk had claimed, the boss had dropped a total of 6 items. Demon Aegis, Offhand, Shield, Quality, Epic, Physical Defense plus 105, Magic Defense plus 90, Blocking Chance plus 10, Vitality plus 20, Equip, 5% chance to withstand a physical attack facing the front of the shield. Equip, grants the skill Demon's Harborage. Lifts the shield and reflects an incoming ranged magic attack. Skill lasts for 3 seconds, 5-minute cooldown. Required level, 20. The first thing that caught his eye was an epic tier level 20 shield. It came at the right time, as it allowed Jiang Fei to replace his level 15 blue shield. This epic shield only had 3 lines of additional attributes and was not really rare, but it added 20 vitality and a 5% chance of completely nullifying physical damage. Moreover, the additional skill of the shield was a great player killer. Mages would not know what hit them. It was common practice for mages to attempt building distance between the two of you before sending a massive fireball flying your way. Imagine lifting up your tiny shield and sending it right back at them. How fun would that be? He put the shield on before moving on to the other items. Thief's Secret Letter, Quest Item, Quality, Average, Use, Trigger a Quest. The second item was a letter. After Jiang Fei accepted the quest, he was directed to hand the letter over to the city guard commander of Dawnlight City. It was probably a quest that involved some rewards involving the leader boss. Jazz Dance Doll, Toy, Quality, Excellent, Use, Showcase your best dance moves. Interesting, Jiang Fei could not help but click it. Suddenly, his body started swaying uncontrollably. Jiang Fei, the inept, clumsy kid with a retarded motor control system, had instantly turned into a professional jazz dancer. Unfortunately, he was in the wilderness, and no one was there to admire his wild dance moves. Damn, how do you stop this thing? After dancing for more than 2 minutes, Jiang Fei started panicking. He subconsciously clicked on the jazz dance doll again. His character immediately pirouetted and bowed to an imaginary crowd before him. That was the finale. This is fun. Jiang Fei was interested. This was a toy, not a piece of equipment. It did nothing to increase a player's combat effectiveness. Even so, it was still classified under the excellent quality. If it had been a low quality, it would be great. He could have brought it into the real world. Chapter 73, Treasure Map. After throwing the jazz dance doll into the blue slots of the ring, Jiang Fei continued to look at the items dropped by the boss. Stolen jewelry, etc., quality, gray, remarks. Many merchants in Dawnlight City purchased this jewelry at a price of 100 gold coins. Nothing much could be said about this. This was junk to players, but NPC shops bought them at a fair price. Bandit's Treasure Map, quality, good, use, reveals the location of the bandit's treasures. Required level, 25, Interesting. When Jiang Fei saw the last item, he smiled. This boss had dropped lots of items. But nothing was as useful as the Territory Order and Epic Shield. The Territory Order had most probably taken up the bulk of the value that the boss had to offer. That was what Jiang Fei had thought before coming across this treasure map. The so-called treasure map gave him directions to an unknown dungeon. As long as players were strong enough, they could take what they wanted. However, this treasure map required the player to be level 25 before it could be used. Currently, Jiang Fei was only level 21. However, he was about to level up. He would probably level up after he handed the secret letter to the city guard commander. But this still left him with 3 levels to deal with. After carefully stowing away the treasure map, Jiang Fei tore a return scroll up and rushed to where the city guards were stationed. Once he delivered the letter, his level increased to 22 as expected. He even got 50 gold coins as a reward. After he sold the gray quality jewelry to the shop, Jiang Fei had already earned a total of 150 gold coins for the day. This may be insignificant to Jiang Fei, but it was already more than the weekly income of an average, small guild. Jiang Fei gazed at his attributes. After leveling up and swapping out his shield, his health points had exceeded 7,000. Player, Verger Glider, level 22, class, Divine Blacksmith, Apprentice, experience points, 12, 475/1, 125,000, health points, 7, 360/7, 360, mana points, 420/420, physical attack power, 90 plus 115, physical defense, 251 plus 320, magic defense, 84 plus 120. Jiang Fei's health points and defense had shot up, as his overall combat effectiveness did. Compared to other players of the same level who only had health points of about 5,000 and a defense value of about 400, Jiang Fei was arguably Donlai City's strongest tank at the moment. Moreover, he most likely left the next runner-up far behind in the dust. When he was done with everything, he glanced at the time and realized that it was time to go offline soon. Compared to yesterday, Jiang Fei had a blast. First, he cleared an unknown dungeon. What happened next was him killing a leader boss. Finally, he got to witness a large-scale player battle of 100,000 people. This is the kind of game I want. Squatting in the city forging equipment with a hammer? That's nonsense, Jiang Fei said to himself. At 6 in the morning, Jiang Fei returned to reality. The weekend had passed, and today, it was once again the dreaded Monday blues. Jiang Fei got up to find that his mother had already prepared a nutritious breakfast. After that, he once again trudged to school. A car flew past Jiang Fei. It was pretty fast, but nothing like the drag racing maniac from the other day. Sigh. Who could have thought that I ended up saving the young master of the Manda group? Jiang Fei shook his head and smiled. Fate was a fickle thing. If he did not have a bottle of health points potion in his pocket at that time, the trillionaire young master could not have bribed his way out of death. Life was just so fragile, even kings fell like flies if the circumstances presented themselves. Brother Fei, how did you get to know Han Tianyu? Little fatty Zhao Feng scurried over. It was basically impossible for plebeians like them to be associated with those demigods. Didn't I save a guy who got into a car accident back then? Well, it was him. Jiang Fei told his childhood friend everything. No wonder. Zhao Feng nodded. It instantly cleared up the mystery and fog in his head. After his curiosity was satiated, Zhao Feng quickly dropped the topic. After all, he was still from a completely different world. But now, he had to know more about Jiang Fei's game character in Dawn Break. Brother Fei, what level are you now? Zhao Feng asked. 22. Jiang Fei replied. Damn! 22? Zhao Feng asked incredulously. What's wrong? Jiang Fei wondered. Brother Fei, be my sugar daddy. Zhao Feng suddenly threw himself on the other guy's body. King hell. Goddamn fatso, are you trying to crush me to death? Jiang Fei felt as if he had been buried alive by an avalanche of meat. Hee, my mistake. My mistake. Zhao Feng smiled, embarrassed. Originally, he had only wanted to tap Jiang Fei's shoulder, but he had tripped over the table and frogs splashed Jiang Fei. What do you mean by mistake? Just get your ass off. I'm turning into flatbread here. Jiang Fei struggled to push Zhao Feng off. Brother Fei, please say that you'll help me, Zhao Feng said with a bitter face. He had worked really hard on grinding for the past few days, but he was only level 19 at the moment. Sure, just add me at night, it'll bring you into an elite dungeon for one round, and you'll be able to reach level 20. Jiang Fei nodded. Damn! Brother Fei, you can bring me into an elite dungeon? Zhao Feng opened his eyes wide and asked. Is it that difficult? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Swap the word with the it. Even the 4 major guilds in Dawnlight City are stuck on the 3rd boss. The only people that can clear the dungeon is that clan with Verger Glider and his harem. Jiang Fei said started off earnestly, but quickly interrupted himself. Wait! Brother Fei, you're Verger Glider, aren't you? This was because Jiang Fei always picked the name Wind Shadow in all his games. It was understandable that he would fail to link Jiang Fei to Verger Glider. Hee hee. Jiang Fei laughed, nodding. Brother Fei, get me into your clan. You have so many girls in your clan, you can't have them all by yourself. Jiang Fei suddenly demanded. Back off, that's not my clan. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he went on to say, but I can get you in a decent guild where all the members are above level 19. Jiang Fei had figured out that Big Brother Bear and the others would have already finished forming a guild, as per his instructions. Having Jiang Fei supervise these punks was an added bonus. Are there any girls there? Jiang Fei asked. There are, I guess. When Jiang Fei thought of that crazy girl, the corners of his mouth twitched. Deal! Brother Fei, I love you to death, Jiang Fei said, and he looked like he was about to jump onto Jiang Fei again. Oh no, UF** King don't. Goddamn homo, if you come over again, I'll spit on you. Jiang Fei raised a finger in warning. He did not want to risk having his ribs crushed. The morning class passed by rather quickly. In the afternoon, the class queen, Sun Mingming, purposefully strode towards Jiang Fei once again. Chapter 74, Young Master's Bodyguards. Jiang Fei, our school is having a get-together with another school this Saturday. Everyone from our class is going, so there are no excuses for you. Sun Mingming prodded Jiang Fei upright. He was slumped over his desk, taking a nap as usual. Don't you student council guys have some actual work? Jiang Fei complained. Cut the crap. Just be there. Sun Mingming snapped. She had already announced this on the podium after school. However, a shut-in like Jiang Fei would have automatically switched off his hearing at the convenient moment. But the mighty class queen knew better and had not left this stone unturned. Okay then. Jiang Fei shrugged. Since the class representative had personally hunted him down, he could not pretend not hearing it any longer. Anyway, he had no plans that weekend. Humph. At least you're sensible. If I don't see you there, the mighty class queen waved a small fist at him. Afternoon classes were boring as usual. However, the high school students who were about to face the college entrance examinations still had to persevere and cram a bunch of useless information into their brains. Information that only proved relevant to the college entrance examinations. After going through a whole difficult day of class which lasted until night, Jiang Fei went home and had his dinner. Then, he quickly finished his homework and prepared to log into the game. At exactly 10 o'clock at night, a flash of white light once again sent Jiang Fei into the game world. Ding! Meaty Juggernaut wants to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Hey! Stupid fatty, can't you change your name for once? Jiang Fei was already tired of this same old, unoriginal name. Hee hee, Brother Fei, admit it. It's badass, at least it's much better than Verger Glider. Jiang Fei laughed and said. Bah, shut it. Come to XXX, XXX. I'm waiting. Jiang Fei snapped. It'll be right there. As they were all in the city, it should not take too long. Big Brother Bear, how's the clan? While Jiang Fei waited for Jiang Fei, he sent a message to Big Brother Bear. Young Master, it's all done. Should I add you? Big Brother Bear asked. No, I already have a clan. By the way, what did you call it? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Although the girls of Rosette Knighthood did not play games very often, they treated him well. Rosette Rose shared most of the goodies with him, while also allowing him to act as leader. Even though he no longer needed any funds from external forces, it was still inappropriate to just slip away. It's called Young Master's Bodyguards. Big Brother Bear said proudly. Damn, how did you even come up with such a stupid name? Jiang Fei's smile vanished. This big brother bear was way too loyal for his own good. If you are not satisfied with the name, young master, should I re-register? Big brother bear said immediately after sensing Jiang Fei tensing up. Forget it, don't bother, this will do. Jiang Fei shook his head. Sure, is there anything you need, young master? Big brother bear asked. I'll look for you guys in a bit. For now, give me your coordinates and stay put. Jiang Fei said. Yes, sir. Big brother bear complied, while also sending out a call to arms. The master needs to inspect his men. Brother Fei, I'm here. Almost after that, a rotund figure appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Damn, what's with that class of yours? Jiang Fei asked, his eyes wide open. There was nothing special about the fatty's equipment. It was just a set of white equipment, but the weapon in his hand was way too bizarre. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like the banners that fortune tellers constantly held aloft in their hands. Hee hee, it's a rare class feng shui master. Zhao Feng said proudly. What does it do? Jiang Fei asked curiously. It's a support type rare class. It's not like it's a unique class, but the quest is a backbreaker, Zhao Feng explained. Don't you need to transfer twice before becoming a rare class? Jiang Fei wondered. I completed a hidden quest, and the quest reward was this class. I was originally a cleric, before I took a banner in the hand, Zhao Feng said. So, what can your class do? Jiang Fei, leading Zhao Feng to walk towards the rendezvous point. Other than heal, I can cast a variety of buffs. I've got buffs that increase your attack, buffs that increase your defense, buffs that increase your attack speed, and buffs that increase your movement speed. I've got buffs that help you regenerate mana. Sometime in the future, I'll get my hands on an ultimate that allows me to reduce the cooldown of other people's skills. Zhao Feng said proudly. F***CK. That's pretty strong. Jiang Fei was also shocked. Not really. At that moment, the little fatty Zhao Feng was feeling so smug that if he did not have ears, the corners of his mouth would have reached the back of his head. Young master. You're here. When Jiang Fei got to where Big Brother Bear and the others were at, the group of punks were already lined up, waiting to greet him. Hee hee, Brother Jiang Fei, did you miss me, or did you miss me? Mrs. Awesome immediately ran towards Jiang Fei, before taking his arm into her embrace. Please behave and be quiet. After Jiang Fei spent a great deal of effort freeing his arm, he turned to Big Brother Bear and panted. This is my friend, add him into the clan. Next time, when I'm not around, just contact him if anything comes up. Yes, sir. Big Brother Bear asked no questions. He immediately added Zhao Feng. Although Jiang Fei had obviously sent someone to supervise them, Big Brother Bear had been too severely poisoned by wuxia novels that he was as loyal as a dog. He genuinely had no qualms about adding this stranger to their ranks. Since Big Brother Bear had said nothing, his cronies dared not utter a single sound. As it was, they were already quite content with the fact that they would be able to at least get something from the Manda group. Haha. Meaty Juggernaut, little fatty, you're funny. The moment Zhao Feng joined the clan, Mrs. Awesome burst into laughter. Hee hee, what do you think? Domineering, right? The little fatty was not bothered by the laughter. On the contrary, he actually started acting cool. Big Brother Bear, pick some of your men. I'm taking you guys to the elite dungeon. Before Jiang Fei got here, he had already said hello to Rosette Rose and passed his blue shield to Rosette Dazzle Dance. This way, the girls no longer needed him to fight their way to the second boss of the elite mode dungeon, even if they failed to clear it entirely. Rosette Dazzle Dance also happened to wield a legendary one-handed sword in her other hand, and it turned her very mighty indeed. I want to go! As soon as Jiang Fei's voice fell, Mrs. Awesome was the first one to squeak. Soon, a party of 10 people was formed. Jiang Fei led the team, followed by Zhao Feng, Big Brother Bear and his 2 siblings, and 5 other people, including Huang Mao. As Jiang Fei's defense at this time had gone far beyond the elite dungeon's defense requirements, he had only asked for one healer. After entering the dungeon, Jiang Fei finally got to see Zhao Feng, the Feng Shui master, in action. Zhao Feng's attack power was pretty average. It was a little better than clerics, but most certainly could not be considered an actual DPS. However, his banners had raised the entire party's damage output by at least 30%. Moreover, these punks were pretty useless in the real world, but they were rather capable gamers. Even the silly second brother bear could morph into a bear and was proficient in whatever role he filled, whether it was killing monsters or filling in to save someone else. This bunch was far more capable than the Rosette Knighted girls. Mrs. Awesome's performance was also beyond Jiang Fei's expectations. As soon as they entered the dungeon, Mrs. Awesome went crazy. While yelling out like a mad woman, she flung fireball after fireball at her enemies. It was a little too much noise, but her damage output was sky high. Interesting. Jiang Fei smiled. Unexpectedly, these punks were more useful than he had thought. Chapter 75, The Class Queen's Request. Compared to his run with the ladies of Rosette Knighthood, these punks were breezing through the dungeon. First, Jiang Fei put Zhao Feng through a few equipment upgrades. After that, he got his rotund friend and several other punks to level 20. However, as Jiang Fei was already level 22, he barely got any experience points from the elite dungeon. Ding! The Aristocrats has officially received approval and now owns the first guild territory in Dawnlight City, Ding. The proposed location to build the Fortress of the Aristocrats has been approved. The construction period is now initiated. For the next 30 days, other players cannot launch an attack on players from the Aristocrats. When they stepped out of the dungeon, Jiang Fei and the others were bombarded by a string of announcements. Ho ho, Happy Drunk doesn't loiter about. Jiang Fei laughed. Although Happy Drunk had obtained the city building token yesterday, it was not enough to start building a city. You still had to pay a deposit of 50,000 gold coins. It was daylight robbery. Even a tycoon like Happy Drunk was not happy about it. After all, the game had only been launched a few days ago. At the moment, players were still earning and trading in the silver coin bracket. The game had everyone acting like misers. They could not be blamed, for every single coin had their blood, sweat, and tears on it. Although Happy Drunk was a tycoon, money in the real world did not exactly convert immediately into in-game gold coins. Even if he attempted to brute force it with real money, it would have been way too heavy. In the end, all the members of the Aristocrats had to contribute. Some members handed over 30 silver coins, others gave 20 silver coins. Fortunately, these super guilds were all massive. Sheer money and fortune may not cut it, but sheer numbers did. The elite members of the Aristocrats were in a better position. After all, they were all legally contracted employees. Happy Drunk was in charge of their salaries. They donated without even being asked. It was still a small mystery as to why the grassroots had contributed just as willingly. It did not take much investigating. Billy Boy was simply one cruel son of a bitch. Yesterday, Billy Boy had spent all day raiding the Aristocrats, together with the two other major guilds Arcosio's Sanctuary and Omnisword. After that, he did not stop there. He had sent hunting parties out to pick off the Aristocrats' players. Finally, even the most confident of the Aristocrats' members did not even dare to leave town. They were forced to find refuge in the city, relying on the protection of the NPC guards. In just one day, the Aristocrats' average level dropped by a whopping 1.7 levels, their members killed by a total of more than 50,000 times. They had almost been stripped naked. If not for the city building token that gave these people unlimited hope, there might not be anything left of the Aristocrats. Finally, the Aristocrats turned to their final option: pool their sources and accelerate the construction of their city. There, they could finally relax. As long as they did not actively attack members of other guilds, they were invincible. And they could not be forced into player-killing mode by other players. Finally, they could resume regular activities. In Happy Drunk's relief, the three other guilds found proper cause to worry instead. No one had expected such a protective system to actually envelop these players. Now, the plan of wanting to stifle the aristocrats was no longer feasible. They were left with two remaining options. Option 1, get their own city-building token. Option 2, form an alliance between the three guilds and stem the tide of the aristocrats. Ha ha ha. Brother Fei, I was too busy yesterday. I haven't had time to thank you yet. Soon, a voice message from Happy Drunk arrived. He sounded awfully chipper, as if he was lounging in a bathtub. We both got what we wanted, Jiang Fei smiled. He did not need to guess. Happy Drunk was here to attempt recruiting him. The aristocrats had survived the storm. Even Happy Drunk had been uncertain of himself. But it would be smooth sailing from now. He had a grace period of an entire month, and it was plenty enough for him to hunker down and fortify his position. The aristocrats was bound to be the absolute hegemon of Dawnlight City. He intended to use his elevated status to keep the public blacksmith to himself now. Brother Fei, what do you think? The aristocrats is bound to rule over everything else. Want to join the winning team? Sure enough, Happy Drunk extended him the olive branch. Ho ho, I'm sure you can tell, but I have little interest in forging equipment, so forget it. Jiang Fei shook his head. Was this guy joking? If he joined a guild, would he still have any freedom? Jiang Fei was not willing to hammer stuff in the city all day long. Ho ho, Brother Fei, you don't have to give me an answer now. You can take your time and think about it. The doors of the aristocrats will always be open for you. Happy Drunk was unperturbed. Well, see, Jiang Fei was not keen on prolonging the exchange. With a few more words, he cut off the communication with Happy Drunk. Big Bear, find them a suitable grinding spot and keep them safe. After cutting off the communication with Happy Drunk, Jiang Fei turned and said to Big Bear. Okay. Young master, don't you worry about us. Nobody's losing levels today. Big Bear thumped his heart with a closed fist. Brother Fei, the class queen asked me if you play games. How should I answer? Zhao Feng suddenly sent a private message to Jiang Fei. Sun Mingming? She's playing Dawn Break? Jiang Fei asked. Yeah. Many from our class are playing. Zhao Feng replied. This was because Dawn Break did not affect one's schedule in the slightest. If anything, the game promised a smooth, uninterrupted sleep. So, other than Jiang Fei's old-fashioned father, many parents were more than willing to get their kids into the game. Oh well, just tell her. Jiang Fei shrugged. There was no need to hide the fact that he played games anymore. Ding! Cutie Pie wants to add you as a friend, do you accept? Not long after, Jiang Fei received a friend request. Except, as Jiang Fei accepted the friend request, one of his eyes twitched. The class queen was somewhat audacious. She was 100% uncute and violent, yet there she was, using such an in-game name. I might just send in a note to the Consumers Association and report about your fraudulent activities. Hey, are you Jiang Fei? Sun Mingming's crisp voice rang through the chat. What can I do for you, almighty class representative? Jiang Fei asked. I heard that you're really good at games, is that true? Sun Mingming asked. Am I right? Jiang Fei nodded. Then come help us clear an unknown dungeon. Sun Mingming ordered. What level? What party limit? Level 15. 10 people, SSS. Jiang Fei sucked in a breath. Although it was just a level 15 unknown dungeon, a 10-man limit sounded like trouble. This might be even tougher than a heroic dungeon. Let's meet up and talk. I need to look at your party configuration. If it makes the cut, we can set off right away. Jiang Fei thought for a moment before speaking. He did not want to make any promises at the moment. Unknown dungeons were not instance dungeons. If he died, he would lose his levels. Sure. We're at the east gate of Dawnlight City, come over. Sun Mingming replied. Fatty, let's go look at how things are on the class queen's side. As soon as Jiang Fei called for Jiao Feng, he was ready to leave. I want to go too. Mrs. Awesome instantly stopped whatever she was doing. She just wanted to go along with Jiang Fei. Chapter 76, Party Forming Crisis. After shaking off Mrs. Awesome, Jiang Fei and Jiao Feng arrived at the east gate of Dawnlight City. When the two of them arrived, a team was already waiting for them. You're Jiang Fei? A pretty and cute elven bandit asked. Yeah. Jiang Fei nodded. Wow! Jiang Fei, your equipment seems pretty good. This elven bandit had to be Sun Mingming. Just call me Ah Fei in the game. Jiang Fei was not used to being called by his real name in the game. Sure. Ah Fei, what position do you play? Sun Mingming asked. Tank. Jiang Fei pointed at the shield slung over his back and said. The demon barrier was a piece of art compared to the bland, generic iron shield. A ferocious demon head was embossed on the shield. The demon's eyes were flashing with fire. Epic quality equipment did not just have better attributes. They also looked far better. That's great! Our tank happens to have something on and can't be online today. Sun Mingming said cheerily. If only she knew that her tank had blatantly lied to them. He was not busy. Are you kidding me? It's the middle of the night. He just did not want to die yet again. Having lost 2 levels, he decisively gave up on the unknown dungeon. At the moment, Jiang Fei read through Sun Mingming's attributes. Cutie Pie, Elf, Bandit, level 18, health points 1,320, attack power 182, remarks, no affiliated to any group. Then, he looked at the people standing behind Sun Mingming. These people were generally between the levels of 17 and 19. Having died to this ruthless dungeon several times over, their levels had dropped significantly. Low levels aside, their equipment was utter garbage. Most of their equipment was white, with only 1 or 2 greens standing out from the entire group. This was typical of a pub party. We can try, but I promise to bring this fatty inside to give him some good EXP. One of you has to leave. Jiang Fei looked at Sun Mingming and the others. There were 9 of them, so there was only room for one. After all, he was the one doing the favor, so he had the right to ask of this. Sun Mingming became hesitant all of a sudden. After all, these people were all her friends, and it was not cool to kick any one of them out. Mingming, who is this jerk? We don't even know if he's strong, and he's already acting like he's hot stuff. Who are you to decide that any of us has to leave? Don't you know who discovered this dungeon? A human hunter behind Sun Mingming said. Azure Rock Prince, pure-blooded human, hunter, level 19, health points 1,345, attack power 173, remarks, member of the Blood Shadow Guild. Jiang Fei spared him a glance but ignored him almost immediately. After all, he was only here for his classmate, Sun Mingming. He did not even need this unknown dungeon. Class representative, I'm sure that you already know this. Your current party configuration doesn't stand a chance. Both your healers are knights. They can only give some subpar healing. Your party does not have any buffers, and your DPS is inadequate. At least Fatty here could boost the entire party's DPS by 30%. If I'm not wanted here, forget it, just act like this conversation never occurred. Jiang Fei turned to Sun Mingming. He's also that good? Sun Mingming asked, her eyes wide open. She would have never known that the little fatty Jiao Feng would be this good in the game. Of course. I'm a rare class. Jiao Feng said proudly. What? Everyone was shocked. They were either individual players or members of small guilds. They knew that it was not as difficult to change into a rare class when compared to a hidden class, but the class transfer quest was not something that ordinary people could accomplish. Any player who held a rare class had to be skilled. The weak links in your party are the human hunter and that devil sorceress. At their current levels, they just can't contribute to the party. If one of them gives up their spot, it'll help you. Otherwise, you'll have to find someone else. Jiang Fei went straight to the point. Sun Mingming had been placed between a rock and a hard place. Jiang Fei's equipment alone spoke volumes of his power. If she missed out on this top-tier tank, she might as well have given up on the dungeon entirely. To make matters worse, they were not the only party that knew about this dungeon. It was a race. This was why they had been reckless enough to try the dungeon out, resulting in the loss of 2 levels. Why should I leave? If you don't have my consent, I'm not doing it. Either way, I won't leave. Azure Rock Prince snapped. However, as soon as he said that, he regretted it. Wasn't it clear that he firmly wanted the devil sorceress in the party to leave? Fine. I'll leave. At that moment, a cold female voice broke through the atmosphere. Jiang Fei turned to its source. It was the devil sorceress. Miss Succubus, elf, sorceress, level 18, health points 1105, magic attack power 195, remarks, demon faction. Relies mainly on the devil during combat. Individually lacking in DPS. No guild or clan. This sorceress was very beautiful. She had a scorching hot body. Even that loose magic robe could not hide her attractive figure. However, her gloomy temperament gave people the chills. Verger Glider, it really is no wonder that you cleared a normal dungeon solo and while also being the first to clear the elite dungeon. You're really ostentatious and extravagant. I'll remember you. Miss Succubus slowly walked towards Jiang Fei, lowering her voice into something that bordered on an intimate whisper. Then, she took her leave. Ding! Miss Succubus has left your party. At the same time, the rest of Sun Mingming's party members received a system prompt. How does she know my in-game name? Jiang Fei was left wondering. Well, someone left, albeit on a horrendous note. Happy now? Azure Rock Prince pouted. This guy was a typical young master loser. He was not even strong, but he would hit on any girl to the left and right. He regarded both Sun Mingming and Miss Succubus as his property. He was already not pleased to see that Sun Mingming and Jiang Fei were that close. Now, this other dude had led him to a Freudian slip, offending Miss Succubus and having her walk out of his life. Now, Azure Rock Prince was more displeased than ever. Nah, I'll only be happy if I don't have to deal with your shit. You leaving too? Jiang Fei was only here for Sun Mingming. What reason did he have to treat her party just as nicely? Heh! This gentleman has no reason to leave. I'm staying, and I'll annoy you to death. Azure Rock Prince said smugly. Everyone around gave him looks of disdain. As confrontational as he was earlier on, he was still speaking up for the party for the sake of the original party members. Now, he was being totally shameless. Class representative, bring us in. Jiang Fei ignored the clown. Quarreling with such a person was complete self-abasement. Chapter 77, Regrouping, First Things First. If smithing recipes or jewelry recipes drop, I call dibs, Jiang Fei spoke up again. Why the hell should we say yes to that? Azure Rock Prince was the first to deliver the rebuttal. Everyone knew that recipes were extremely valuable, even more so than equipment. Give me leadership. Everyone has to do as I say. If I catch anyone deliberately messing around, you're out. Jiang Fei pointedly ignored Azure Rock Prince and continued talking. Jiang Fei, Sun Mingming tugged at Jiang Fei's arm. She felt that his requests were a little too much. If you're down for that, I'm in. If not, I'm out. Jiang Fei firmly stated. His personality was like so. He would specify the terms clearly and sternly at first. After that was out of the way, he would be courteous. He preferred to make things clear beforehand so that complications would not arise after that. Ming, Miss Succubus has sold information about the location of the dungeon to Arcosio's sanctuary. Suddenly, one of the party members spoke up. What? Everyone was startled. No one had expected the Miss Succubus who left unhappily to be so cold-hearted and betray them to a major guild. Originally, Sun Mingming had planned to leave Miss Succubus some of the drops if they really managed to clear the dungeon. She never expected Miss Succubus to be so ruthless. Apparently, she did not plan to remain in their small party any longer. What now? Sun Mingming turned around and asked her party members. Just go along with it, it's still better than nothing, was the final decision. Jiang Fei was their one shot at this. If they remained indecisive, they would not have any decisions to make altogether. Fine. I'll let this pass. If you're this audacious again, I won't let you off. Sun Mingming waved her small fist at Jiang Fei. Hee, Jiang Fei scratched his head sheepishly. In his thoughts, he said, if you weren't my classmate, I wouldn't have come here at all, okay? Soon, Sun Mingming added Jiang Fei and Zhao Feng into the party. Then, she passed the party leadership to Jiang Fei. Holy *T, over 7,000 health points? Are you kidding me? Sun Mingming's party members went crazy. Even if the 3 party members with the highest health points added their health points together, they would still not add up to Jiang Fei's. What a pro! Mingming, where did you find such a god? All of a sudden, they were already looking at Jiang Fei in admiration. All right. Let's lay down some rules. Everyone has to make sure that they have more than 2 bottles of medium red potions with them. Healers need to be carrying at least 1 stack of small blue potions. After Jiang Fei received the party leader status, he ignored the chirps of awe and started talking. What? We still have to buy potions? Many faces were instantly crestfallen. After all, potions were not cheap. A bottle of medium red potion cost more than 30 silver coins, and 2 bottles of that were almost half of these people's wealth. Although blue potions were cheap, a stack of small blue potions would nearly cost a gold coin. Those 2 knights would be bankrupt. Please, just take a look at your equipment level. An unknown dungeon is equivalent to a heroic dungeon of the same level, maybe even tougher. As it is now, you guys should be attempting normal dungeons. You guys can't even clear elite dungeons, and you're trying to enter an unknown dungeon without bringing any potions. Are you guys on a suicide mission? Jiang Fei said testily. Mingming, should we just not go? One of the knights said reluctantly. He was not ready to part with his cash. If you're getting cold feet, just stay out. I can always call for backup. Jiang Fei said with a sneer. It was best if these people did not go. Bringing Sun Mingming was enough, she was there to guide him to the dungeon. He could always summon Big Bear and Gang, or the Rosette Ladies. Regardless of who he called, they were far stronger than these people. It's true, we're too weak for this. Mingming, I think we'll pass on this. Originally, everyone had been focused on the precious treasures the dungeon could offer. Jiang Fei had just given them a reality check. Previously, their tank had been falling like a stack of dimes. It had never occurred to them that they were too weak a party, as a whole. Jiang Fei made them see otherwise. They were not the type to venture into elite dungeons. This dungeon was arguably tougher than a heroic dungeon. Wouldn't that be equivalent to suicide? Well, okay then. If I get some good drops, it'll compensate you guys. Sun Mingming's heart sank as these members she knew filed out, one after another. What compensation? You guys should learn from Miss Succubus. Sell the location of the unknown dungeon to other major guilds. That would be more than enough. Jiang Fei laughed. Is that actually appropriate? Although they would not be able to enter the unknown dungeon together, they still played the game together. These people were torn between loyalty and self-interest. Are you seriously getting torn up over ethics in a game? It would make no difference to my odds anyway. Rest assured, just do a good job selling it. Those earnings would be yours to keep. Jiang Fei strongly suggested. Jiang Fei was truly unbothered by the fact that Miss Succubus had sold them out. After all, the 4 major guilds have not yet been able to clear an elite dungeon. So even if they knew of the secret location, the most they could do was send a few people to scout the area. Elite players never needlessly risked losing levels. So go ahead, pile up on the dungeon. Nobody was going to snatch this from Jiang Fei anytime soon. Yeah, just do what you want, Sun Mingming eventually nodded. All right, we'll be on our way. When everyone heard that, they immediately went to look for a buyer with jubilance. After all, this could potentially draw in the big bucks. On top of that, they had earned the consent of their friend. Yo! You're not leaving? Jiang Fei looked back and realized that Azure Rock Prince had not left with the others. He was still in the party. Why should I go? I'm joining you. So what? Are you going to kick me for no reason? Azure Rock Prince looked at Sun Mingming and said. He did not want to leave. He had already stepped on the toes of the beautiful Miss Succubus. Now, he could only pursue the cute Sun Mingming. Jiang Fei's presence left him with a sour taste in his mouth, so he absolutely refused to let Jiang Fei play the game alone with Sun Mingming. Moreover, Azure Rock Prince knew that Jiang Fei risked defending Sun Mingming if he gave him the boot for no reason. At the end of the day, he could still sell the location of the unknown dungeon. It was a win-win situation. Do whatever you want, Jiang Fei pursed his lips together. There was no point arguing with a retard like him. The party's current configuration was like so: Jiang Fei the tank, Zhao Feng the damage support, Sun Mingming the bandit, and a hunter who was no better than paperweight. Jiang Fei decided that he still needed 2 healers, a sub-tank, and 3 ranged attackers. He started scrolling through the list of punks, but quickly stopped when he caught sight of the clingy Mrs. Awesome's IGN, goosebumps springing up his back. He quickly turned to the Rosette Knighthood. Leader, send a few people to help me clear an unknown dungeon. Jiang Fei sent a message to Rosette Rose. What classes do you need? Rosette Rose replied almost instantly. 2 healers, 1 sub-tank, 3 ranged attackers. Jiang Fei said. No problem. Where are you? Rosette Rose sounded more and more enthusiastic by the second. East Gate. Jiang Fei sent his coordinates over. We'll be right there. Rosette Rose immediately cut off the call, as if she had immediately sprinted off. Chapter 78, Asakuna Ruins. Within 10 minutes, 6 beautiful figures appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Wow, little fatty Zhao Feng was dazzled. Although he knew that Jiang Fei was in a clan full of beautiful girls, he never expected them to look this good. Jiang Fei glanced back to check on his male teammates. Zhao Feng had a noticeable flush to his cheeks, but he looked fine enough. On the other hand, young Master Azure Rock was visibly drooling. After all, Sun Mingming was only around 15 or 16 years old. She was young and lively, but she was not yet fully developed. Rosette Rose and the others were different. Let's not forget about Rosette Fox, who had exquisitely perfect curves. Her boobs were practically spilling out of her top. Young Master Azure Rock's soul had almost been sucked into a vacuum. Hey cutie, we're here. Rosette Rose happily skipped up to Jiang Fei. Hey handsome, and here I was wondering why you don't bring us to dungeons anymore. Turns out, you're playing the game together with this little cutie. Rosette Fox walked towards Jiang Fei, her steps ever so gracefully elegant. Her swaying feminine figure showcased the ultimate allure of women. While Jiang Fei felt a slight tingle inside, Zhao Feng and Azure Rock Princes were fighting to keep their eyeballs from falling out. Grand Aunt, what are you trying to do? Jiang Fei scoffed. Bleh. Who cares about you? Rosette Fox rolled her eyes, then turned to Sun Mingming and asked, This little sister is so beautiful, how should I address you? My name is Cutie Pie. But big sister, you're the real beauty. Sun Mingming smiled at Rosette Fox. You're so pretty, and you have such a cute name. It's no wonder that you've reeled in our Xiao Fei's soul. Rosette Fox grinned. It's not like that. And just classmates with Ah Fei, Sun Mingming's face suddenly turned red. Fox, don't create trouble. Don't we already have enough girls in the clan for you to tease? At this time, Rosette Rose also came over. Just party up already, we need to leave now. Jiang Fei did not want to get caught up in these girls' nonsensical talk. These girls would say anything. A party of 10 people was quickly formed. In addition to the original 4, the sub-tank Rosette Dazzledance, the 2 healers, Cleric Rosette Meow Meow and Knight Rosette Rose, the 2 sorceresses Rosette Fox and Rosette Narcissus, and the hunter Rosette Bubbles had joined their ranks. Ming Ming, lead the way. As the girls from his clan were around, Jiang Fei did not feel like calling Sun Ming Ming class representative. 1. See. I knew something was going on. Little brother Ah Fei, explain yourself now. You address her so intimately you fancy her, don't you? Rosette Fox would never let any opportunity to tease Jiang Fei slide. It's not like that, my real name is Sun Ming Ming. Sun Ming Ming quickly rushed to explain herself. Hee hee, you have such a cute name. I bet you're the school queen. Rosette Fox clung onto Sun Ming Ming, and the two of them quickly began chatting like they were best friends. All this while, Azure Rock Prince grew increasingly dejected. If looks could kill, Jiang Fei would have already been dismembered. His heart had never been filled with so much envy and hate. F***ck him. Why? Why is this kid surrounded by beauties? Why is Sun Ming Ming so close to him? Why is he the party leader? Why does he have better equipment than me? Azure Rock Prince starting churning up his internal furnace. The moment they passed the east gate, the party advanced swiftly. Soon, they had moved away from the current main leveling area and into a jungle. It looked just like any other forest-like terrain in the game. If anything, it was brimming with herbs. Unfortunately, several major guilds had already laid claim to most of the area. Their herbalists spent all day foraging there, escorted by their personal protection parties. A little further in, they came into a clearing. There was a small lake, and a small island sat in the center of the lake. It's on that island. Sun Ming Ming said. Let's go. Jiang Fei nodded. The game provided no water transportation as of yet, but players could swim by default. However, they swam like land tortoises in water with a highly limited lung capacity. As the lake was not really big, all of them quickly got through the water and reached the central island. At the entrance, Jiang Fei took his time to read what information the mysterious ring could give him. Asakuna Ruins, 10 men unknown dungeon, level 15, remarks, this was originally the temple of the ancient demon Asakuna, but has been long abandoned. Although the power of the demon has subsided, danger still lurks within. Let's go! Jiang Fei took the first step into the Asakuna ruins. As soon as he stepped into the secret, a film passed through Jiang Fei's vision and the scenery drastically changed. They were now indoors and underground, like the basement of a palace or the interior of a temple. Oh, so creepy! Rosette Meow Meow puckered her lips, muttering. Obviously, such an eerie atmosphere was a little daunting to the ladies. It's quiet. Way too quiet, Rosette Rose frowned. Among the girls, she was considered to be one of the bravest. Everyone, be careful, bats tend to ambush us here, and they deal lots of damage. Sun Ming Ming had been here twice. It was no surprise that she knew this much. Everyone, follow me. Dazzledance, back me up. Jiang Fei marched in, clanging his shield. Squeak, 2 steps, and an entire colony of black bats rushed down from the ceiling. Ice burst! Jiang Fei sent a gust of cold air spewing out of his mouth. Against a group of small enemies like these, Ice Burst was particularly effective. Crack, -725, -731, -708. One blast of cold air, and all of the bats were frozen. They lost half of their health points while dropping to the ground like miniatures. Jiang Fei took the opportunity to learn what he could about these pesky creatures. Cave bat, wild animal, normal, level 19, health points 1250, attack power 112, remarks, small-sized, agile monster. No threat by themselves, but they generally appear in groups. Light armor classes can easily burn to death. Get on them! Jiang Fei shouted at the damaged classes behind him. Half of their health was already gone. No matter what, he already held the majority aggro. In the blink of an eye, the monsters were all dead. After all, this was a party who was the first to clear an elite dungeon. These monsters were nothing to them. Wow! You guys are amazing. Sun Mingming was surprised. Even Azure Rock Prince could not deny the surprise in his heart. After all, the previous party had barely scraped through this encounter. How did they even clear the bats like it was nothing? Chapter 79, The Trickster Rears Its Ugly Head. In no time at all, they had reached the end of the passage. Directly before Jiang Fei and the others was an archway. Beyond the archway was a vast hall. Two huge monsters stood on the left and right side of the arch. Guardian Golem, Puppet, Elite, Level, 19, Health Points, 3,500, Attack Power, 450, Skills, Smash, Stomp. Remarks, stone statues that have been subjected to black magic. Extremely high combat effectiveness. Hunters, do you know how to split the monsters up? As Jiang Fei was standing before the entire party, they could only see his back. No one could see the smirk on his face. Nope. Rosette Bubbles was quick to answer. These girls were very, very casual players. Demanding for such a technical performance from them was too much. What about you? Jiang Fei turned back and looked at Azure Rock Prince. Me? Azure Rock Prince was startled. He was just about to say that he did not know how to do it as well, but he realized that all 7 girls were now looking at him. This experience of being the center of attention, surrounded by so many beautiful ladies at the same time, was quite something, and his ego was stoked. At the same time, the 2 words "I don't" seemed to have gotten stuck in his throat. He could not bring himself to say those words. "I do." In the end, Azure Rock Prince clenched his teeth and said he would rather die than diminish himself in front of so many beautiful ladies. That's great then, you'll be in charge of luring the monsters. These 2 look pretty strong. Jiang Fei laughed. Although I know how to split them, I'm not very skilled at it. If I fail, Azure Rock Prince clearly knew himself well. He also knew that he did not know how to split monsters at all. So, he gave a preemptive excuse for certain failure that would happen in a short moment. This was also to ensure that Jiang Fei and the others were prepared enough to save him in time. Don't worry. Jiang Fei turned away, hiding his grin. This kid had been a needle in his side for a while now. Jiang Fei was not a magnanimous person. He believed in the principle of an eye for an eye. This time, he was deliberately hoping to send Azure Rock Prince to his death. Although these 2 door guards looked huge, they were not much stronger than the bear men in the elite dungeon. Even the sub-tank Rosette Dazzle Dance would be able to handle both of the monsters at once, and much less was needed to be said about Jiang Fei. "I'll make a move then," Azure Rock Prince nodded. He had never been more uncertain of himself. Previously, their party had fallen here. Their tank had immediately gone down, quickly followed by the eradication of their entire party. He really believed that this pair could only be taken on, one at a time. Whoosh, Azure Rock Prince carefully let an arrow loose. However, the 2 monsters were standing too closely to each other. Even if he had a decent grasp of splitting monsters, it would have been impossible to split them up. Roar, the 2 guardian golems let out deep growls. At the same time, they lifted their huge, 1-meter-long legs and stomped towards Azure Rock Prince. "Save me," Azure Rock Prince shouted while rapidly backpedaling. F***CK. Don't you have any hunter ethics? If you fail to split the monsters up, then you should die alone. Don't drag your party members into it. Jiang Fei yelled back and gave Rosette Dazzle Dance a look. The 2 tanks retreated at the same time. F***CKU. When Azure Rock Prince saw the others retreating, his heart sank. He was already down to level 19. If he died again, not even an entire day's grind could fix that. Boom, boom, -572, smash, -525, stomp, the 2 gatekeeper monsters took turns flattening Azure Rock Prince. All of a sudden, he was low on health points. Ah Fei, are we not going to save him? After all, Sun Mingming had known Azure Rock Prince for a while. She could not bear to just let him die off like that. Leader, heal him up. Dazzle Dance, guard the healer. Jiang Fei gave Rosette Rose a look. He did not want Rosette Meow Meow to put her all into healing, afraid that the naive and innocent girl would get it wrong. Okay, now, who is Rosette Rose? She was a natural businesswoman, and an extremely quick-witted one on top of that. No one was savvier than her. Jiang Fei's eyes told her all that she needed to know. Almost immediately she had sent out a healing wave. Less than half a second later, Azure Rock Prince's health points rose up not by much, only a little more than 100. Dash! At the same time, Jiang Fei had already dashed out and stunned one of the monsters. However, as Jiang Fei was incapable of using taunt, the other monsters still came towards Azure Rock Prince. Minus 428. Ding! Your party member Azure Rock Prince has been killed. Azure Rock Prince already had less than 200 health points left. Even though the healer had thrown him a lifeline, he was utterly crushed. With its current target dead, the Guardian Golem went straight to Rosette Rose. However, Rosette Dazzle Dance saw it coming a mile away and had used taunt, which diverted the monster's aggro. I told you to buy potions. Why wouldn't you listen? Jiang Fei did not forget to rub the salt in. These two monsters had turned Azure Rock Prince into mincemeat, but they were hardly doing any damage to Jiang Fei and Rosette Dazzle Dance. They only dealt a little over 100 damage to Jiang Fei and less than 200 damage to Rosette Dazzle Dance. Any healer could take care of that in her sleep. Hey, don't fall asleep just yet. Respawn and regroup with us when you can. None of our healers have resurrection, anyways. Jiang Fei said to Azure Rock Prince. Verger Glider. F*CKU. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Azure Rock Prince began scolding Jiang Fei in the party chat. Hey! To be fair, I've never been to this unknown dungeon before. How was I supposed to know that these two big monsters were that weak? They looked pretty strong. Moreover, I consulted you about this and only gave you the green light when you claimed to know how to split the monsters yourself. UF** headed up, don't you start pointing fingers now. Jiang Fei sneered. It was an accident, don't quarrel guys. Sun Mingming was in a difficult position. Both of them were her friends. Although Jiang Fei's intentions were questionable, everything he said made sense. He was not a prophet, so it was impossible for him to know everything. If Azure Rock Prince had not tried to flex and claim that he knew how to split monsters, he would not have died. Moreover, she had known Azure Rock for a longer time, but Jiang Fei was still her classmate in the real world. Subconsciously, Sun Mingming would still favor Jiang Fei. Also, Azure Rock Prince was getting on her nerves. Fine, Azure Rock Prince could be admired for his persistence. Even after what had happened, he did not leave the party. Instead, he started running back towards the dungeon. The two monsters quickly fell, presenting Jiang Fei and gang to the big hall. As soon as they entered the hall, Jiang Fei and others caught sight of several groups of small monsters. These monsters were in groups of 5 or 6. While some were cleaning the hall, others were busy on the test bench. Far away, a high-level monster which looked like a lecturer was currently conducting a lesson for the smaller monsters. Wow! There are so many little critters scurrying about. Rosette Meow Meow said. Yeah. Although Sun Mingming had already entered the dungeon twice, this was her first time reaching so far. Damn! It's bustling in here. Jiang Fei was startled. He looked at the map to better his bearings. At that moment, the map showed Demon's Lecture Hall. Azure Rock Prince, the level 18 hunter, returned. Jiang Fei laughed to himself. Still not leaving, kid? How does level 17 sound to you? Chapter 80, Set up, Hunters, draw them in. Even if you can't split monsters up, you can at least lure a whole group at once, right? Jiang Fei turned back, pointedly staring at Azure Rock Prince. Then, without even waiting for Azure Rock Prince's answer, he added, "If you can't do that either, it'll have Bubbles do it. I know." "I know!" Rosette Bubbles squeaked excitedly. These ladies were sharper than their gaming skills let out. Even the silly Rosette Meow Meow could tell that Jiang Fei was deliberately giving Azure Rock Prince a hard time, much less the eccentric Rosette Bubbles. The girls became Azure Rock Prince's most enthusiastic bullies. They cornered him, forcing him to listen to his ego. Azure Rock Prince was not stupid. He knew very well that Jiang Fei did not have any good intentions. However, he did not want to seem like a wimp in front of so many beautiful ladies. In the end, he could only suck it up and bite off more than he could chew. "I'll do it," Azure Rock Prince said. "Are you certain?" Jiang Fei relentlessly pressed him. These monsters were truly scattered. Even a warrior would be able to lure them, not to mention a hunter. "Humph." Azure Rock Prince snorted and started walking into the hall, not noticing the smile on Jiang Fei's face. "Hey! Naughty boy, are you trying to set him up again?" Azure Rock Prince did not see it, but Sun Mingming had noticed it. "How am I supposed to do that?" Jiang Fei shrugged. He would never own up to that. Thump! Just as they were talking, Jiang Fei and the others heard a muffled sound. Ah, a scream and then a flying hunter. Azure Rock Prince had stepped on a landmine. The damage was not particularly high, but the landmine sent him flying towards to a group of faraway monsters. Ow! The shout drew all the monsters to his location. F***CKKKK. Save me! Azure Rock Prince yelled, backpedaling rapidly. F***CKU. Don't run, just die. Are you planning to drag us into dying together with you? Jiang Fei shouted as he gestured for everyone else to step back. Although Azure Rock Prince had only lured one group of monsters, he and Jiang Fei and the others were still separated by 3 or 4 groups of monsters. If he lured all of them in, that would be trouble. Do we save him? Sun Mingming was hesitant for once. After all, there were too many monsters in their way. How can we save him? Lure all 4 groups of monsters at the same time? Do you think him God? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Sun Mingming counted the total number of monsters in the 4 groups. There were 20 to 30 of them. It was impossible. The entire group might die saving that one man. This obviously could not be done. She may be willing to make that sacrifice, but to ask of that from a group of strangers? Verdure Glider. F***CKU, you set me up again. As Azure Rock Prince roared his final words, the monsters skewered him into a pincushion. Come back here on your own, Jiang Fei shouted lazily after his vanishing corpse before turning to Sun Mingming. Floor seems to be rigged with traps. You go check it out, be careful. Indeed, Jiang Fei had expected Azure Rock Prince would be blown up by a landmine. The mysterious ring had marked all the traps with big red arrows. However, Jiang Fei did not have the means of removing them. So, he still had to order Sun Mingming, the only bandit, to remove the landmines. Of course, this did not mean that he could not send Azure Rock Prince to his death before having Sun Mingming clear the traps. Traps were one of the primary tools of a survival hunter job twice reborn. Survival hunter pets were not as strong as the pets of beastmasters. On the other hand, survival hunters did not have marksman's raw damage, but high-tier survival hunters were capable of raising hell. In valleys, a high-tier survival hunter was enough to block a powerful army. These were tactical guerrilla fighters. Traps became invisible upon placement. Get close enough to them, and you would trigger them. As bandits had high detection and identification senses, they could spot these traps, as long as they proceeded with utmost caution. Moreover, they also had the skills to remove these traps. Therefore, bandits were the first choice when it came to eliminating traps. Of course, they could always have a tank steamroll over the landmines. At that moment, Sun Mingming advanced like she was stepping on glass. She had successfully dismantled the trap so far. However, Dismantling traps was far more arduous than sprinkling them on the ground. This was also why hunters who specialized in traps could keep an entire army of bandits at bay. Ming Ming, try going to the left, you haven't checked that area, Jiang Fei gave orders from time to time. After all, he had the mysterious ring helping him. After Sun Ming Ming cleared all the traps, Azure Rock Prince finally returned. Azure Rock Prince was now level 17 and hated Jiang Fei to the core. Although he could not prove it, he was certain that Jiang Fei had set him up to this. Bubbles, you go this time. I really can't trust a certain someone. Jiang Fei threw another jab at Azure Rock Prince. Of course, that was impossible. There was no way that Azure Rock Prince could go again. Although he was already here, he did not even have a bow in his hands. His equipment were all scattered on the ground, beyond reach. Verdure glider. You're really pushing it, Azure Rock Prince glared at Jiang Fei. He turned to the beautiful ladies around him with a softer gaze. Some were not only looking at him with pity, but also whispered to themselves while pointing and laughing at him. The humiliation and anger were at risk of giving him a premature heart attack. Dazzle Dance, pick 3 of your favorites and bedazzle them, I'll handle the other 4. Jiang Fei and Rosette Dazzle Dance immediately got to work. These monsters struck them like children attempting to blow houses down. Jiang Fei could have handled them all by himself. However, Rosette Dazzle Dance wielded a gold weapon. She was a more efficient killer than him. Healers, get to work, attackers, back Dazzle Dance first, Rosette Dazzle Dance led the monsters to the party. The firing squad initiated their first volley. Soon, waves of monsters were cleared, and Azure Rock Prince finally managed to retrieve his equipment. Bubbles, bring in another wave. Jiang Fei commanded. Okay. Rosette Bubbles lured another wave of monsters back really quickly. Dazzle Dance, take control. Jiang Fei and Rosette Dazzle Dance grabbed hold of the mass aggro. Go to hell, you fools. At that moment, Azure Rock Prince suddenly exploded with anger. He started firing at random, luring in multiple groups at once. Eventually, the entire map had swarmed up to them. Clearly, he wanted to bring the entire party down. Even if I die, I've only got jump to lose. I want to see you guys struggle to retrieve your beautiful rares. Azure Rock Prince grinned smugly, as if the gloom that had befell upon him after 2 deaths had been wiped away with a new dawn. Chapter 81, Weathered the Storm. Ah Fei, this doesn't look good. Rosette Rose was the first to catch on to his mad frenzy. Azure Rock Prince, what exactly are you trying to do? Sun Ming Ming demanded. Haha. Are you all in on this? This is payback. Azure Rock Prince cackled like a madman. Ha! Jiang Fei snorted. He was slightly surprised, but this was still within acceptable margins. Ding! Azure Rock Prince has been expelled from the party. Fox, Narcissus, Bubbles, kill him now. Jiang Fei shouted loudly. First, they had to prevent him from causing more trouble. Okay. The 3 girls had complete faith in Jiang Fei. They quickly cut the little brat into ribbons. Dazzle Dance, protect the healers. As Jiang Fei spoke, he used dash and met the oncoming monsters. Battle cry. -100, -100, -100. Battle cry's area of effect was a full 8 meters. Almost the whole screen was filled with damage figures. The damage was not particularly high, but Battle Cry generated a lot of aggro. 3 or 4 waves of monsters clamored around Jiang Fei. Occasionally, Rosette Dazzle Dance would intercept and kill 1 or 2 of them. Leader, keep healing. Meow meow, whenever Dazzle Dance looks to be in the clear, heal me as well. Jiang Fei said, between mouthfuls of a medium health points potion. -30, -28, -34, -29. These monsters were rather weak, but it was the volume that might get Jiang Fei into trouble. 20 to 30 of them surrounded Jiang Fei. Each tick, Jiang Fei's health points would plummet by more than 1,000. At this early stage of the game, healers, even knights who were specialized in single-target healing, could barely manage half of that. Cloud Art, Air Shield. As Jiang Fei's health points spilled out like a ruptured pipeline, Zhao Feng finally played his card. Air Shield, all physical damage received is reduced by 10%. A buff immediately appeared on Jiang Fei's head. It was not a really useful ability. After all, it did not reduce the damage by percentages. Against a boss, 10% damage was barely discernible. In this particular scenario, it was a godsend. Almost immediately, the damage Jiang Fei received had been reduced by a third. With Rosette Rose and Rosette Meow Meow working in tandem with his potions, his health points were finally stabilized. It did not take long before Rosette Dazzle Dance cleaned up her end. With everyone able to heal him now, it was impossible for him to fall. Fire Art, Flame Imbue. Assured of the tank's survival, Zhao Feng withdrew his Cloud Art and released his Fire Art. This time, a buff appeared on the heads of all the ranged players. Flame Imbue, your spells or arrows will have a splash effect, dealing 30% of your total damage to all enemies around your target. Amazing! Rosette Narcissus exclaimed. Originally, her fireball skill could only hit a single target and deal 200 or 300 damage. Now, several monsters next to her targets would also suffer around 100 damage. In the blink of an eye, a single target spell had transformed into an area of effect skill. Hee hee, little fatty, I couldn't tell at all. You're pretty strong. Rosette Fox gave Zhao Feng a coquettish look, almost sapping the little fatty's soul away. Now, that's what I call a rare class. Rosette Rose also spoke up. Well, other than heal, there isn't anything that I can't do in terms of support. The little fatty was really smug at that moment. There was nothing special about him, he was not even good looking. Girls had never fawned over him like so. Now, he could not help but feel smug. With Zhao Feng helping him, the single target attacks of the ranged attackers dealt area of effect damage, so they made much faster progress. Since we're lacking one, call Phantom over. Jiang Fei said. Currently, Rosette Phantom had to be their hardest hitter, period. Sure. I'll let her know. Carry on, guys. Rosette Rose nodded. Ho ho, this kid isn't bad at all. He actually had a green level 15 bow. After looting the monsters, Jiang Fei went over to Azure Rock Prince's corpse. Ah Fei, are we not going to return his equipment? Sun Mingming asked hesitantly. After all, she knew Azure Rock Prince, and this might just burn the bridge for good. Are you kidding? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Bubbles, it's yours. Jiang Fei stripped Azure Rock Prince naked and gave the weapon to Rosette Bubbles. The white equipment would be salvaged in the furnace. Sun Mingming sighed. After all, Azure Rock Prince did cross the line. If everyone had fallen, their rare equipment would have been stuck here, tightly guarded by several small monsters. Retrieving them would be less than likely. Although Sun Mingming could not see the attributes and equipment tiers of these beautiful girls from Rosette Knighthood, she could tell that they were all fully equipped with rare equipment just by looking at their aesthetics and their damage output. Her full set of white equipment was not even worth mentioning. Okay, Phantom, catch up if you can. We're moving on for now. After Jiang Fei added Rosette Phantom to the party, he pushed forth. After clearing a few waves of small monsters once again, Jiang Fei and the others met their first powerful opponent. Demon Lecturer, Spectre, Advanced Elite, Level 20, Health Points 11,000, Magic Attack Power 565, Skills, Shadow Bolt, Binding Thorns, Soul Temptation. Remarks: the lecturer responsible for spreading the teachings of the demons. Able to control players' minds for a short time. Pious Zealot, Spectre, Elite, Level 20, Health Points 6,800, Physical Attack Power 485, Skills, Fortified Defense, Deadly Loyalty. Remarks: faithful believer of the demon, has high defense. As long as the demon lecturer lives, the believers would vehemently cling on to life. Strong! Jiang Fei was taken aback. It could not be helped. Why are we waiting? Sun Mingming asked. I changed my mind. We'll have to wait for Phantom. It'll be a hard fight against these two monsters. This is as good as a boss fight. Jiang Fei shook his head and said, Oh! Sun Mingming nodded. She had been gradually convinced of Jiang Fei's capabilities. 20 minutes later, Rosette Phantom finally managed to get into the dungeon and meet up with Jiang Fei and the others. Wow! First thing I meet in this dingy cave is an advanced elite boss. Rosette Phantom was shocked. They were already meeting an advanced elite boss this soon. Just how powerful would the final boss be? Ignore those believers, just focus fire on the lecturer. It'll keep them all occupied. This lecturer might mess players up. Think it's some mind control thing. Dazzle Dance, just get your taunt ready. Taunt whoever who gets controlled. If you think he's downright possessing me, taunt the believer. Leader, focus on healing me. Meow meow, keep everyone else safe. Jiang Fei quickly assigned the tasks. Chapter 82, Mind Control, am going. Jiang Fei shouted as he started the battle against the demon lecturer with a dash. Battle cry. Ice burst. After 2 consecutive area of effect skills, Jiang Fei managed to grab hold of both monsters' attention. Then, he started bashing the demon lecturer into oblivion. Bash. Iron Fist. Mana Burn. Jiang Fei deliberately burned up all his available skills. Had he saved his skills up only to end up getting controlled by the demon lecturer, he might end up wiping his party single-handedly. Jiang Fei would use his skills the moment they became available. This way, the lecturer would not gain much from taking over his body. Rosette Dazzle Dance did the same. Other than taunt, she kept her other skills and perpetual cooldown. In the entire party, she and Jiang Fei were the non-healer with the lowest attack powers. So, they would not end up killing everyone by accident. Dazzle Dance, keep an eye on Phantom. It won't be too much trouble if the others get possessed. Phantom hits like a nuke. Jiang Fei panted between his blows. The two monsters had average attack power. The believer dealt physical attacks that never surpassed 200 damage to Jiang Fei. The lecturer that dealt magic attacks could go up to 600 damage, but it needed time to cast each of its spells. So, the interval between attacks was quite long, and there was enough time for the two healers to keep up. The difficulty of these two monsters depended on whoever who gets controlled. As Rosette Phantom had extremely powerful weapons, a blue dagger and a purple epic sword, her attack power was off the charts. If she got controlled, she would wipe the party out. I'm gonna bring a little boy into play. Rosette Fox chuckled and activated a skill with her staff. Suddenly, a flesh golem was summoned. With a few hits, the flesh golem managed to pull the aggro of the believer away from Jiang Fei. That lessened the burden on Jiang Fei by a fair bit. With a strong damage dealer like Rosette Phantom, paired with the support of the little fatty Zhao Feng, the damage output of Jiang Fei's party was most impressive. In the blink of an eye, the boss health points had dropped to 80%. Your hands. My will, the hoarse voice of the demon lecturer crackled, and a red light entered Zhao Feng's body. F***CK. I no longer have control. Zhao Feng shouted. Dazzle Dance, get him. Jiang Fei cried. Zhao Feng's already round body had expanded even further. He was now over 2 meters tall, and his whole body was flashing blood red. He stopped casting spells altogether and brandished his staff like a club. He ran at a terrifying speed towards Rosette Meow Meow, who was beside him. Ah, the sudden charge startled Rosette Meow Meow. However, just in the nick of time, Rosette Dazzle Dance had saved the day with taunt. Bzzz. A red light flashed across Zhao Feng's body. Damn! Even monsters can get your buffs? Jiang Fei was shocked by the monster's sudden increase in attack power. Zhao Feng had been providing them with amazing buffs. Now that he had joined the opposition, his character had started buffing up the monsters. The influence that a good support had over a party had never been clearer. Meow Meow, make sure that Dazzle Dance stays alive. Dazzle Dance, go easy on him. Don't end up killing him instead, Jiang Fei was worried. He had to keep repeating himself, even if it sounded like a broken recorder. She may be a defensive warrior, but she still wielded a legendary tier one-handed sword. Her damage was no joke. As these two monsters were not exactly bosses despite being as powerful as the final bosses of normal dungeons, they were not that difficult to handle. After all, they were still minions. That randomized mind control could mess a party up, but it was easy to counter. Soon, Xiao Feng regained control over himself. Rosette Meow Meow healed him up, and the whole party was back to square. After that, the lecturer did not pull out any new tricks. That mind control was the only thing from this one-trick pony. The next mind controls did not select the tank or the dangerous Rosette Phantom. The party breezed with relative ease to victory. Of course, this was only possible due to Jiang Fei's strength. He was so heavily armored that attacks were glancing off him. Secondly, the Rosette ladies were packing some serious firepower. The bandit Rosette Phantom alone was equivalent to 2 attackers, and the legendary sword-wielding tank Rosette Dazzle Dance was basically an armored DPS. Any other team would have been decimated by these powerful monsters. Although they were not very skilled as players, how technical could an encounter with these elite monsters be? All you had to do was to pile drive on it. It was even easier for ranged attackers. They only had to stay in a spot and attack. If someone ever fell under the enemy's control, the sub-tank would have their back. It was just another session of target practice. When the demon lecturer fell, nothing much could be said about remaining believers. As Jiang Fei had known that they would refuse to die as long as their lecturer lived, he had ignored them entirely. If this was an average party, they would have most definitely taken on the minion first. The minion seemed to be made of cotton. Whatever the lecturer took, the believer would take twice the damage. The party would be baited into killing the believers, only to realize that they were unkillable. It would drive any pub party into a panic spree. The monsters dealt rather powerful blows. Healers would run out of mana points, and they would never last long enough to attempt going after the lecturer instead. The mysterious ring had just given them a ridiculous shortcut. After the entire hall was wiped out, the party started venturing about. Behind the podium, Jiang Fei and the others discovered a treasure chest. "Ah Fei, that should be the reward, right?" Rosette Rose asked. She had subconsciously regarded Jiang Fei as the de facto leader. "I think so," Jiang Fei was uncertain about it. After all, this chest had been there even before they cleared the hall. Maybe it was a stage reward, maybe it was just an ordinary treasure chest. "Cutie, open it!" Rosette Meow Meow urged. Everyone in Rosette Knighthood knew that Jiang Fei had ridiculously high luck. So, when it came to opening treasure chests or touching corpses, it was always up to Jiang Fei. "Okay." Jiang Fei nodded and opened the ugly treasure chest's lid. Shing! A blue light flashed. Aura Stonehammer, one-handed hammer, quality, excellent, physical attack plus 15, magic attack plus 70, vitality, plus 5, intelligence, plus 10, equip, increase your healing effects by 10%. Level requirement, 20, leader, it's yours. Jiang Fei directly threw the one-handed hammer to Rosette Rose. Only knights that heals use these healing-type hammers. Even clerics preferred staffs that suited them more. "Okay." Rosette Rose asked no questions. She directly equipped this blue weapon. Her mana points and healing power instantly shot up. Chapter 83, Hatchery, that was all the treasure chest contained. Jiang Fei was a little disappointed. "Well, let's move on," Jiang Fei said, walking towards the back of the podium. A closed stone door awaited them. The switch that opened it had been designed to send players pulling tufts off hair from their scalps. However, Jiang Fei had the mysterious ring cheekily sitting around a finger. A huge red arrow was pointing him towards a rather remote corner of the map. As long as Jiang Fei was not blind as a bat, it would have stood out to him like a tree log in his eye. Kata, after Jiang Fei pulled the lever, the heavy stone door grinded open. Bzzz, the stone door had only opened a little, but Jiang Fei's treasure-hunting ring already lit up. Moreover, a yellow arrow was pointing directly to the back of the stone door. Damn! Awesome! Jiang Fei was surprised. The glow of the ring indicated that there was a treasure behind the stone door, and the yellow arrow guide might just give him something to revive the demon princess. As the stone door slowly opened, a new stage was slowly revealed to the party. It was also a huge hall, but unlike the previous one, this hall was full of alien-like, giant eggs. These eggs all stood over a foot, and they were densely placed on the ground. Between each egg was only an extremely narrow path. Moreover, these eggs did not look as harmless as the chicken eggs that people usually had at home. Their green eggshells were covered with dark spots and slime oozed down their sides. Disgusting! Although there seemed to be no detectable stench, the girls behind Jiang Fei still pinched their noses. Hatchery's egg, health points, 100, remarks, these eggs are susceptible to ranged attacks. Getting too close and hitting them might cause premature hatching. Remarks 2, attacking the eggs might attract the incubator chambermaid. Jiang Fei looked at the eggs. These were spawn points, nothing else. Thanks to the ring, Jiang Fei now knew better than to trigger them. He panned his gaze over the map. Up ahead were several huge monsters in the distance, tending to these eggs. Incubator chambermaid, mutant, advanced elite, level 20, health points, 15,000, attack power, 345, skills, poison spray, rapid hatching, catalysis. Ranged attackers, hit the eggs. After a little thought, Jiang Fei decided to clean up the eggs on the ground first. Otherwise, if they step on the eggs and monsters crawl out, it would be troublesome. Okay, although ranged attackers such as Rosette Fox and the others seemed unwilling, they still obeyed Jiang Fei's command. After all, it was much better to get rid of these disgusting eggs than to risk walking between them. With the little fatty Xiao Feng included, Jiang Fei's party had a total of 4 ranged attackers. Thanks to Xiao Feng's buff, all 4 of their skills became area of effect cannons. These eggs were not particularly tough, so they quickly cleared the vicinity. Hey! What are you guys doing? It did not take long before the incubator chambermaids roared furiously at them. Dong 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 dong, 4 huge monsters, each standing over 2 meters, ran towards them, careful not to touch the eggs on their way. Ill pull 3, Dazzle Dance gets 1. Kill Dazzle Dance's 1 first. Jiang Fei assigned the party on the go. Okay. Everyone agreed. They hurried into position. Ice burst. Jiang Fei started off with a blast of cold air. He froze all 4 advanced elites and used Battle Cry to start earning the aggro. Bash! By the time Jiang Fei started swinging, the 4 chambermaids had broken loose. Taunt! At that moment, Rosette Dazzle Dance had claimed one of the chambermaids to be her own. They may be advanced elites, but it was more of a position than a designation of actual power. They dealt a little over 100 damage to Jiang Fei. Even Rosette Dazzle Dance could easily handle them. However, they were ridiculously tough. Dazzle Dance, try to get her to turn around. It'll be great if the party gets to poke her rear, Jiang Fei said. As he knew that this monster was capable of spewing poison, he had to indirectly take the necessary precautions. All right. Right after Rosette Dazzle Dance finished adjusting the chambermaid's position, it spewed out a cone of poisonous gas. Puff, the entire area was dyed green. Rosette Dazzle Dance's health points began to sharply decline. This poison is pretty deadly. 400 damage per tick over 10 seconds. Rosette Dazzle Dance immediately started reporting. Meow meow, just buff me with regeneration. Focus on healing Dazzle Dance. The monsters on Jiang Fei's end were still relatively healthy, so the poison breath had not yet been triggered. All Jiang Fei was receiving now was some minor physical damage. On top of the cleric's regeneration, a medium health points potion, paired with the cleric's continuous health point regeneration skill, he could handle it. This one's dying. After a minute, Rosette Dazzledance called out. Good! Take another one. Jiang Fei nodded. Ow! A scream soon announced the death of an incubator chambermaid. Not good. These intruders are too strong. Awaken the young guns, the remaining incubator chambermaids screeched at each other and quickly reached a consensus. They immediately turned around, ignoring Jiang Fei, and rushed towards the eggs. Even Rosette Dazzledance's taunt could not stop them. Crack, crack, under their urging, the disgusting eggs began to crack, and many puppy-sized, disgusting creatures spilled out of the eggs. These things looked like naked raccoon dogs that had been skinned. Their fuchsia-colored flesh was fully exposed and their blood vessels were clearly visible. All these monsters had claws and fangs that were more than an inch long. It was not going to be an easy fight. Mutant hatchling, mutant, normal, level, 20, health points, 1,500, attack power, 200, remarks, newly hatched variants. Alone, they are relatively weak, but they would never act in a group smaller than 10. F***CK. Jiang Fei furiously spat. He thought fast. Dazzledance, protect the healers. Leader and Meow Meow, focus on healing me. Fatty, activate fire element, ranged attackers, try to gun them down. Melees, engage the chambermaids, if you get poisoned, drink your potions. Jiang Fei opened his mouth wide. Ice burst. Battle cry. With 2 consecutive skills, Jiang Fei drew all the hatchling towards himself. If he allowed these monsters to swarm up to the ranged attackers, the battle was basically over. -10, -8, -11, -7. Dozens of little digits appeared on top of Jiang Fei's head. At the same time, a large -5 appeared on the heads of this group. Ranged attackers. Get the little ones off me, Jiang Fei roared. He was not only pulling the aggro of a large group of monsters, the 3 advanced elites were still slapping away. Rosette Phantom and Sun Mingming worked together with Jiang Fei to finish off the chambermaid. Xiao Feng's fire element buff allowed the 4 ranged attackers to bombard the small monsters. Occasionally, they would let a hatchling slip. However, Rosette Dazzledance would take care of them with relative ease. As intense as it was quite easy to find a tempo to this. Chapter 84, Evolving Mutant. As the battle continued, Jiang Fei realized his mistake. He did not expect the poison spray of these chambermaids to be independent of their health points. Instead, they were triggered on a completely random basis. The previous poison spray had been entirely coincidental. Also, Jiang Fei's great luck had prevented the other chambermaids from releasing their poison clouds. Tanking 3 advanced elites and around 50 or 60 small monsters was already a tall order for the healers. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the 3 chambermaids started spitting poison, one after another. Ming Ming! Phantom! Step back, as the area of effect of poison spray was huge, the 2 bandits were also poisoned. Jiang Fei had to get them out of danger, fast. Sun Mingming and Rosette Phantom quickly slid back while drinking potions. Healers, focus on me! Jiang Fei shouted. The 3 stacks of poison were really doing a number on his health points. Fatty, can't you do anything about this poison? Jiang Fei asked. Xiao Feng shook his head. You need to be level 25 before you can learn detoxification. F***CK, Jiang Fei glanced at his health points. It was almost falling to 30%. Dazzledance. Try to take 2 of this big things off me. Jiang Fei was finally out of options. As his armored bulwark sprung to life, Rosette Dazzledance struggled over to join him. F***CK. Am I really gonna die here? No way am I dying for the first time here. Jiang Fei spat. The 2 healers were already giving it their all, but his health points seemed determined to empty themselves out. Jiang Fei glanced at his health bar. He was down to his last 15%. However, just when he was about to die, a golden light surrounded his body. Ding! Congratulations, player Verger Glider, for reaching level 23. All attributes +1. Gain 5 undistributed attribute points. Holy shit. The F*CK just happened? Jiang Fei was overjoyed. What a time to level up. Minions in unknown dungeons always gave tons of experience. With so many of them here, everyone had walked into a waterfall of experience points. Jiang Fei had not noticed it, but his party members had all taken their turns at leveling up. The level up had fully restored his health points and removed the poison. Suddenly, Jiang Fei's shoulders felt considerably lighter. As the two bandits had temporarily withdrawn from the battle, the two big oafs had started taking much less damage. However, the small minions were still being wiped out, thanks to the Jiao Feng-fueled AoE attacks from the ranged classes. However, the three chambermaids were still doubling back to hatch new eggs every once in a while. No matter what, they could not seem to stem the flow of those pesky nuisances. Come back when you can, bandits. Jiang Fei had also realized that the small monsters could never be eliminated entirely. They had to kill the chambermaids. There was no other way. Okay. I'm going all out. Rosette Phantom nodded and pounced on the chambermaids. Although Rosette Dazzledance had a legendary sword in her hand, her damage was only equivalent to an average damage class. After all, she was still inherently a tank. Moreover, the legendary one-handed sword's attributes were also more inclined towards defense. However, Rosette Phantom was different. The epic sword in her hand was the best weapon there is. Her damage was amazingly high, and she was also a bandit, a class that was already specialized on offense. Each slash would take chunks off their health points. Less than a minute later, another incubator chambermaid fell. Grow up! Grow up! Let the intruders see just how powerful you are. After the second chambermaid died, the remaining two immediately activated a new skill. A red light radiated from the two chambermaids. As soon as they touched the mutant hatchlings, those monsters started transforming. In the blink of an eye, these puppy-sized mutant hatchlings grew into the size of a lion. Evolving mutant, elite, level, 20, health points, 2,400, attack power, 380, remarks, the second form of the mutant, their combat effectiveness has been greatly enhanced. Battle cry. Jiang Fei was afraid that the aggro of these monsters would reset after evolving, so he drew them in for good measure. Damn! Their health points have doubled. Somewhere behind, Zhao Feng shouted. Don't fret it, just give them your best. It was not like Jiang Fei had given up on his plan to focus fire on the chambermaids. But those chambermaids were so good at doing their jobs that the little minions could not be ignored. They had to at least break even, or he would die a stupid death. The four ranged attackers were struggling against these tougher variants, but with one less chambermaid now, the party was more or less breaking even. Although Jiang Fei was taking some heavy punishment, his potions and the two healers were enough to stabilize him, as long as the chambermaids did not spit poison at him again. Puff, good times did not last long. The chambermaids did just that. F*CK. It's no wonder that this makes heroic dungeons look like a daycare center. Jiang Fei's face fell, as his health points did. Ah Fei! We can't keep you alive. What now? Rosette Rose asked anxiously. To her, Jiang Fei was the backbone of the party. As long as Jiang Fei told her not to worry, she would be assured. Fatty, change to Cloud Arts. Ranged attackers, just get back on the chambermaid. Jiang Fei said in desperation. Okay. Zhao Feng quickly responded. Cloud Art, Air Shield. A buff that reduced damage received by 10% appeared above Jiang Fei's head. The damage of these elite small monsters dropped from around 17 or 18 to 7 and 8. That did it! Rosette Rose chirped happily. It was impossible to keep Jiang Fei at full health points, they could at least keep him out of trouble. Come on, guys. Jiang Fei knew that this fragile balance was only short-lived. If the two chambermaids hatched new batch, it would be over. As the rangers no longer had splash effects to their attacks, the hatchlings would not fall as frequently. In desperation, Jiang Fei had ordered the ranged attackers to attempt gunning down the incubator chambermaids. Come on! It's just a race. We gotta kill off one chambermaid before they hatch more eggs. Jiang Fei rallied them. 10 seconds later, the two chambermaids made for the eggs again. Oh no, you don't. Get them. Dazzle Dance, you too. I'm not going to take another wave of this. Jiang Fei bellowed. Ow! Finally, Jiang Fei and the others managed to kill the third incubator chambermaid. As they had interrupted the hatching process, only half of a wave came at them. Dazzle Dance. Go play with them. Jiang Fei's battle cry was on a cooldown, so his hands were tied. Alright. Rosette Dazzle Dance used Intimidate. It was not exactly an aggro-pulling skill, but no one else had touched the monsters, so they all rushed to her side. Okay, I've got something. Jiang Fei shouted. He rushed over to Rosette Dazzle Dance and released a mouthful of cold breath towards that direction. Chapter 85, Certain Death. With Ice Burst, Jiang Fei froze the newly hatched bunch. He had only needed Rosette Dazzle Dance's help in drawing all the little critters to them, as he could not reach them all himself. If this bunch of more than 20 small monsters surrounded Rosette Dazzle Dance, this female tank would definitely die. Ice Burst was not exactly a battle cry when it came to drawing in crowds. It only took the form of a conical shape in front of its caster. Anyway, with Rosette Dazzle Dance drawing them all in, Jiang Fei's job became much simpler. Ice Burst dealt more than 700 damage to the monsters. One skill had torn all the monsters from Rosette Dazzle Dance to Jiang Fei. Upon thawing, they immediately rushed towards Jiang Fei. Get the chambermaid. Jiang Fei could not be any less bothered about the critters. Instead, he targeted the remaining chambermaid. All of you will pay for this. Wake up, kids, it is time to awaken. The last chambermaid gave a final croak before she expired. Squeak, the moment she fell, all the mutated hatchlings let out horrifying screeches. They stopped attacking the players and actually turned against each other. Bite! Devour! The evolving mutants were sinking claws and fangs into each other in a frenzy. Flesh was ripped apart with teeth and quickly tossed into their stomachs. More and more monsters slid into the stomachs of their siblings in pieces. All that was left were some disembodied, residual limbs strewn in a pool of blood. Jiang Fei and the others were now knee-deep in a thick layer of plasma. My God! That is just messed up. Rosette Meow Meow groaned. Exactly. Sun Ming Ming nodded. The girls of Rosette Knighthood were cringing as one. It was a most distasteful sight. SSS. Roar, the strongest of the evolving mutants rose to its feet, standing among body parts. That doesn't look good. Watch out, people. Jiang Fei felt a chill running up his spine. Roar, with a roar, the final evolving mutant quickly recovered from its wounds, and its lion-sized body rapidly swelled in size. In the blink of an eye, it became a 3-meter-tall behemoth. Shing! 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 The behemoth stretched, fully extending its claws. They were now a foot long each and shimmered in the cold, blue light. If one did not tremble in fear at that, nothing else could possibly frighten them. Drip! Drop! Saliva constantly dripped down the behemoth's bloody mouth. Whenever it made contact with the ground, the surface sizzled and burned away. Evolved Mutant, Advanced Elite, Level 20, Health Points 22,000, Attack Power 925, Skills, Laceration, Corrosion, Howl, Claw, Super Smash. Remarks: Enhanced Advanced Elite, Special Monster. Combat effectiveness is far better than any other advanced elite monster of the same level, extremely dangerous. Be careful, this monster's quite powerful. Jiang Fei shouted as he edged his way between the team and the beast. Roar! The evolved mutant did not give Jiang Fei and the others time to prepare one bit. It bowled towards them without hesitating. Thump! The behemoth's claws sunk into Jiang Fei's body, minus 885. Minus 50, laceration, inflicts a bleeding effect which causes 50 damage per second. Holy F asterisk CK. This shit is powerful. One hit was enough to startle Jiang Fei into drinking another medium recovery potion. Ow! The behemoth lunged again. Minus 827. Minus 125, corrosion deals 125 damage per second while reducing defense by 20%. Already, Jiang Fei had 2 debuffs hanging above his head. Moreover, his defense had been reduced, and his health points was pouring out. Ah Fei! Do something! You want last. Rosette Rose called out. I'm out of ideas. Let's just try to kill it before it kills me. Jiang Fei could not come up with anything. Other than using Battle Cry to slightly reduce the damage of the evolved mutant, he could only count on his party members. Fatty, if you have any more surprises, now is a good time. Jiang Fei turned to Xiao Feng. I can't protect you, brother. My air shield is only at a basic level, but I can do something about our DPS. Xiao Feng shouted back. Fire Art, Scorch. Scorch imbues the attacks of your teammates that are within the range of 10 meters from you with 20% extra fire damage. That's pretty sweet. Jiang Fei was once again impressed. This skill was built for bosses. The whole party's attack power had increased by 20%. Healers, keep up the good work. Attackers, go all out. We're in a sprint to the finish. Jiang Fei could only desperately hope for the best. As the battle continued, both sides started incurring more damage. Although Jiang Fei had healers supporting him, he was on the losing end. When the evolved mutant had 50% of its health points left, Jiang Fei was only left with 20% of his health points. Squeak! At that moment, the evolved mutant let out a shrill screech. Oh no! Ah Fei! We've got silent. Rosette Rose shouted anxiously. It's over! Jiang Fei's heart sank. Skills were on lockdown. This meant that the sorceress could not attack, and the healers could not heal. At this crucial moment, Jiang Fei could not afford to live without healing for even a second. After the evolved mutant silenced all the mages with Howl, it immediately got to work. Super Smash! Jiang Fei answered. Claret Aegis. Armored Bulwark. Without any healing from his party, this was all he could do. Minus 1121, absorbed, minus 221, 215 absorbed, minus 437, 3 blows later, the healers were finally back in the battle. Jiang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. However, this did not solve the crisis. Jiang Fei's health points were still slowly being hacked away. No matter how you looked at it, he would fall before the evolved mutant. Dazzle Dance, take over when I die. Jiang Fei knew that he was not going to survive this. Jiang Fei's health points closed in on the bottom. His party sensed the urgency and attacked like no tomorrow. Jiang Fei chugged an instant recovery potion down to buy some time. Each recovery potion cost 2 gold coins, expensive even for Jiang Fei. It hurt his pockets, but it was better than losing an entire level. With 1 recovery potion, he had recovered more than 500 health points while gaining immunity to the next attack of the boss. He was safe for now. Squeak, as the saying goes, when it rains, it pours. The evolved mutant used Howl again and silenced all the mages. Once again, Jiang Fei had to make do without healers. Dazzle Dance, get ready to take over. This is it for me. Jiang Fei was out of options. He could only wait for certain death. Chapter 86, Evolution Blood, Boom, Super Smash. Dong, immune. Jiang Fei was surprised. He had not expected to be immune to anything that this evolved mutant threw. It took him a moment to realize that the special effect attached to his demon aegis had been triggered. It was a 5% chance of ignoring a physical attack. Well, it would be great to have this 5% chance trigger again, for the boss was about to launch another attack. And the healers were yet to be free of the silence. -882. -895. What remained of Jiang Fei's health points vanished. It's over! Jiang Fei squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the dreaded pop-up. Ding! A golden light flashed. A golden mace appeared on Jiang Fei's head. It took the form that replicated the blazing hammer in his hand. At the same time, Jiang Fei did not just survive, but had huge, green numbers hovering over the top of his head. Plus 3,820. Jiang Fei's health points popped right back up to 50%. It was because the special effect on the Divine Blacksmith's blazing hammer, when struck with a fatal blow, you refuse to accept death and recover 50% of your health points. 30 minutes cooldown. Damn! I totally forgot about this. Jiang Fei breathed through his teeth. As his character was so ridiculously powerful, he had never been this close to death before. He had actually forgotten about this evolving chromatic weapon's special effect. Finally, the silence was over. Rosette Rose and Rosette Meow Meow immediately healed more of Jiang Fei's health points. Let's do this! Jiang Fei shouted. Ora! Sub-tank Rosette Dazzle Dance had joined in on the DPS. The two healers aside, everyone else was giving it everything they got. Their skills were on perpetual cooldown. To hell with mana conservation. Even the damage classes were chugging down blue potions. Ow! Finally, the evolved mutant was killed, just before Jiang Fei ran out of health points again. Treasure chest. Treasure chest. Rosette Meow Meow cheered. I don't see any. Jiang Fei looked around. How could that be? All that work for nothing? The girls were unhappy. After spending so much time and effort, the game had given them nothing in return. How awful! Wait! I see something. Rosette Rose suddenly said. What did it drop? Jiang Fei asked. Evolution Blood, Potion, Quality, Excellent, Use, permanently increases personal attributes and all base attribute points +1, damn. Good stuff. Jiang Fei said with great joy. How many of it are there? Zhao Feng asked. 10 bottles. Rosette Rose said. Great! 1 bottle per person. Jiang Fei nodded and started distributing the bottles around. Of course, one could chug down all 10 bottles to himself, but everyone had played a crucial part in the battle. As a leader, it was highly important to be fair. After drinking the evolution blood, all of Jiang Fei's attributes have increased by 1. It was equivalent to an entire level up. Everyone would level up, sooner or later. However, there were not many opportunities to get additional attribute points such as this. Even if the dungeon had nothing more to offer, it was more than worthwhile. After resting for 20 minutes and recovering their health points and mana points, Jiang Fei and the others continued to move forward. What that awaited before them was yet another hatchery. Awesome! Instead of protesting, the party was overjoyed. Another hatchery did not only mean another evolution blood for each of them, it was also a treasure trove of experience points. One had to know that monsters in unknown dungeons already gave tons of experience points to begin with. This particular instance had them strewing towards them almost endlessly. Even though Jiang Fei just leveled up not long ago, that battle in the hatchery had managed to fill up his experience points bar quite a bit again. Players like Sun Mingming and Zhao Feng who were of lower levels had already leveled up twice. Hee hee, it would be nice if there were 100 of such hatcheries. Rosette Bubbles laughed. Stop dreaming. That'd be too good to be true. Let's enjoy it while it lasts. Rosette Rose said. Let's wait for a bit before we start fighting again. I have to wait for the special effect on my weapon to cool down. Jiang Fei spoke up. Without his special effect which made him immune to death, he would really be no match for the final enemy, the evolved mutant. As they had already gone through it once, they were now experienced. So, Jiang Fei and the others cleared this hatchery with a lot more ease. Although Jiang Fei's death immunity special effect had been triggered once again, the situation was still under control and they still managed to clear up the second hatchery smoothly. After each person received a evolution blood, Jiang Fei looked at the time. They have been inside this unknown dungeon for a while now, and they had to go offline soon. If they started another battle, they might never finish. Let's take a break for now, and then log out. We'll continue with this tomorrow. Jiang Fei said to everyone. Sure. Everyone nodded. Wow! Ah Fei, you're on the rankings. Sun Mingming suddenly said. Eh? Jiang Fei was startled. Brother Fei, you're on the level rankings. You're ranked 3rd. Xiao Feng had nodded in agreement. Is it? Jiang Fei and the others were so busy fighting monsters that nobody was paying any attention to the rankings. Now that they were looking at the level rankings, Happy Drunk was still first at level 24. Billy Boy was level 23 at second, followed by Jiang Fei who matched him. As they cleared up another hatchery, Jiang Fei's experience points bar had already exceeded 2/3. If so, Billy Boy had to be close to leveling up. After Jiang Fei, names like Southern Azure Sword and Demon's Grimace were also on the rankings, but they were still level 22. Placed below these two were several girls from Rosette Knighthood. Haha. In there too, me too, wow wow. We've all become top players. Other than the more mature Rosette Rose, the other girls were extremely excited. They only played the game for fun, knowing full well that they were terrible players. The last thing they had expected was to get on the level rankings. Naturally, this was a pleasant surprise. At that moment, Jiang Fei discovered that his friend list had been flashing for a long time. Brother Ah Fei, are you attempting that unknown dungeon? Little brother, have you gone to attempt that Asakuna ruins together with your all-girl army? After checking briefly, all the messages he received all contained such contents. Obviously, people from the 4 major guilds have noticed the changes on the level rankings. The levels of Jiang Fei and the Rosette girls had suddenly soared. There was only one possible reason for that. At that moment, the people from the 4 major guilds were assaulted by feelings of regret. They had spent quite a bit of money buying information about this unknown dungeon, but none of them had dared attempt it. After all, they could not even clear an elite dungeon themselves. What reason was there to skip 2 difficulty levels and attempt something so tough? Chapter 87, Campus Hijacking? As the messages from people of the 4 major guilds had been sent some time ago, Jiang Fei simply set them aside. After agreeing with everyone on when to come online tomorrow, Jiang Fei returned to the real world at 6 in the morning. It was a Tuesday and the first class of the morning was the dreaded mathematics class. The moment the mathematics teacher started his lesson, Jiang Fei was instantly convinced that the bald, middle-aged man had to be a visitor from Cybertron 1. As Jiang Fei lost more and more brain cells, a vibration coming from the pocket of his pants stirred him. He sneakily pulled out his phone from his pocket. Han Tianyu was calling. Oh, my brother. I'm in class now, and since Uncle Cybertron is droning away, should I even pick this up? What if he blares away at me? Jiang Fei complained in his mind and declined the call. Han Tianyu could not possibly be seeking his help. That man just wanted to goof about. BZZ, Jiang Fei's phone started to vibrate again. F***CK. Damn you, brother. Are you really trying to kill me? Jiang Fei declined the call again, afraid that the mathematics teacher in front of him would notice. BZZ, this time, without even waiting for Jiang Fei to decline the call, the mathematics teacher started picking on him. Jiang Fei, you seem very busy indeed. One call after another. Do you have more things to handle than the Prime Minister? The mathematics teacher had sardonically jibed. No. Jiang Fei shook his head helplessly. Switch it off. Or it goes flying out the window, the bald mathematics teacher snarled. Okay. Okay. Jiang Fei quickly removed the batteries from his phone. Remember, all of you here are students. All you have to do is study hard, don't waste your time doing pointless things. Humph. Let's carry on. Seeing that Jiang Fei had removed the batteries, the mathematics teacher did not dwell on the matter too long and began to continue the lesson. About 15 minutes passed. BZZ 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 BZZ, who is it this time? When the mathematics teacher turned his head, the veins on his forehead were throbbing. BZZ 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 BZZ, the sound grew louder and louder. Teacher! That's not a phone, helicopter. A classmate seated by the window shouted while pointing outside. What? The mathematics teacher was shocked. Even if you had a helicopter, this was the school grounds? Jiang Fei lifted his head lazily. A group of men in black flew into the school campus on board an armed helicopter. It began to descend on the school field. Even before the helicopter landed, 2 meters from the ground, the door opened, and 4 brawny men in suits jumped down. They landed with military tumbles. When they got up, they hunkered down and quickly ran towards the school building. Only after they had entered the school building did the helicopter land. Thump, in barely quarter a minute, the door to Jiang Fei's class was violently flung open and the 4 brawny men busted in. You guys! What do you want? Seeing this, the bald mathematics teacher was so terrified that his knees almost gave out. Terrorists! Aaron? Jiang Fei recognized all 4 men. They were the bodyguards of Han Tianyu. Young Master Ah Fei. Please come with us now. The moment Aaron saw Jiang Fei, he immediately rushed to Jiang Fei, then pulled him and ran. What's up? Jiang Fei frowned and asked. There's no time to explain. Young Master is on the helicopter. He'll let you in on the details. They were closing in on the doorway. No! You can't take Jiang Fei away. Sun Mingming had thrown herself across the classroom door and raised her fists in a combat stance. Grand Aunt, I'm fine, they won't hurt me. Just move away, the class queen would be the death of him. Even though she knew a little bit of Krav Maga, too, she probably could get away bullying another classmate, but 4 trained bodyguards? These guys killed people for a living. Although Jiang Fei was very touched that Sun Mingming had dared to put her life on the line to protect her classmate, she was completely being a mantis trying to stop a chariot. 3. You really know them? Sun Mingming wondered. Miss, please get out of the way, we don't have all day. If you don't move away, I might have to use force. Aaron started moving towards Sun Mingming. Get out of the way, silly. With the help of his cat spirit boots, Jiang Fei instantly circled around Aaron and pushed Sun Mingming aside. He was genuinely afraid that Aaron would hurt the mighty class queen. Sun Mingming was so angry that there were tears in her eyes. I'm just trying to protect you, you know. You ingrate, is this how you treat your princess in shining armor? Aaron and the other 3 bodyguards ignored her. They quickly left the classroom with Jiang Fei. Then, they left the school building and went straight towards the helicopter on the field. Ah Fei! You're here. The moment Jiang Fei stepped onto the helicopter, Han Tianyu had grabbed hold of his shoulders. What in the world is going on? Jiang Fei wondered. By then, Aaron and the others were already on the helicopter. The helicopter roared to the skies. In the blink of an eye, they left Jiang Fei's school compound. The police did not appear in school, and the media did not report it. The school principal had received a call. Then, all the teachers in the school began to impose a gag order on the students. It's complicated. First off, do you still have that potion you once gave me? Han Tianyu used to always have a faint smile on his face at any given moment, even when he lay dying from his car accident. At the moment, however, he looked abnormally nervous. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. He knew better than to ask further questions. This was a genuine emergency. May I have another bottle? Of course, if it's convenient. I might need more. Han Tianyu looked at Jiang Fei hopefully. Sure. Jiang Fei nodded, then put his hand into his pocket and pretended to struggle with something. At the same time, he telepathically entered the ring dimension and extracted 2 bottles. Thanks, brother. Han Tianyu said very seriously. We're brothers, there's no need to thank me. Jiang Fei shook his head. As they were still talking, the helicopter landed on the roof of a large hospital. Aaron, bring off A to the lounge. I'll join you guys in a bit. Han Tianyu gripped the 2 bottles of health points potions tightly, leaping off before breaking in a run. Jiang Fei quickly realized that this brother of his also was not some helpless pretty boy. Based on his speed and agility, Jiang Fei could tell that Han Tianyu might even be able to single-handedly beat his own entourage in a fight. If Aaron and 7 of his colleagues could beat Big Brother Bear and his 30-odd underlings into a pulp, his brother had to be superhuman. A Kung Fu Master. Translation note, 1. Cybertron is a fictional planet, the homeworld of the Transformers and the various fictional incarnations of the metaseries and toy line by Hasbro. 2. Krav Maga is a form of self-defense and physical training, first developed by the Israeli army in the 1940s, based on the use of reflexive responses to threatening situations. 3. A mantis trying to stop a chariot is a Chinese proverb, usually used when someone overrates oneself and tries to hold back an overwhelmingly superior force. Chapter 88, Chen Kaiyin. After Han Tianyu left, Jiang Fei followed Aaron to the lounge. It was luxurious to the point that Jiang Fei was left wondering if a mansion had been built in the hospital. Young Master Ah Fei, would you like any drinks? Aaron politely asked. No, thanks, Jiang Fei shook his head. Then, he added, seriously, who's injured? Jiang Fei was almost certain that someone had been seriously injured. Otherwise, Han Tianyu would not have come pick him up in a freaking chopper. Moreover, Han Tianyu had been pale white as he asked for the 2 bottles of potion. Someone significant had definitely been injured. Young Master Ah Fei, please don't make it difficult for us. If it's possible, do ask young master yourself. Aaron shook his head somewhat fearfully. It was not his place as a bodyguard to speak of such matters. Okay, I get it. Jiang Fei nodded. Half the day went by before Han Tianyu finally appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Ah Fei! Let's go! I need you to meet someone. Han Tianyu said cheerily. Brother you, did you? Jiang Fei's heart jumped. Although he had already guessed that giving 2 health points potions away meant that more people were now privy to his secret, Jiang Fei still panicked. Don't worry! This person is one of my elders. He's really nice. Plus, you've also saved his life, so your secret is safe, Han Tianyu laughed. Okay then, Jiang Fei nodded. Since things have turned out this way, he had to give this person some face by turning up. Come on, don't look like you just got dumped. There's nothing to possibly lose from being acquainted with this person. Han Tianyu said with a smile. Who is he? Jiang Fei became curious. You'll know very soon. Han Tianyu brought Jiang Fei outside. Damn, what a big squad. The more they went forward, the more surprised Jiang Fei became. Both covert and undercover officers were keeping watch. There were no less than 100 people responsible for security and martial law occupying the entire ward. Uncle Chen, we're here. Han Tianyu gently knocked the door twice. Big Brother Tianyu, come on in. A crisp female voice was heard. Jiang Fei followed Han Tianyu into the ward. The furnishings of the room was complete but simplistic. The walls were white, and a few pots of flowers were placed on the windowsill. There were fruits on the small bedside table. Even the hospital bed was just an ordinary metal frame bed. This was nothing like Han Tianyu's luxurious ward. At that moment, a girl who had to be between 15 or 16 was cutting apples at the bedside. Although the girl was stunning, it was apparent that her eyes were already swollen from crying too much. Ho ho, is this boy that magical Jiang Fei? A weak voice was heard. As he looked towards the direction of where the sound came from, Jiang Fei saw a sickly-looking middle-aged man. Although he looked pale, his eyes still burned with vigor. Jiang Fei. Are you General Chen Kaiyin? Jiang Fei asked, shocked. This stern face appeared everywhere. As the representative of the Chinese military, Lieutenant General Chen Kaiyin almost spent more time overseas than in China. Other than his regular visits, he often brought Chinese soldiers into countries with political unrest to carry out peacekeeping operations or protect the enterprises and personnel overseas. Everyone knew his face. During a time of peace, of the many generals in China, Chen Kaiyin was the only one who still made use of his soldiers. You may address me like how Xiaoyu does, just call me Uncle Chen. Chen Kaiyin was being really friendly towards Jiang Fei. Sure. Uncle Chen. Jiang Fei nodded. Sure, would you terribly mind if we were left alone? I've some things to discuss, Chen Kaiyin told the girl beside him. Daddy, the doctor said that you have to talk less and rest more. After the girl gave him a firm reminder, she turned and left the ward. Fei, I won't beat around the bush with you. Can you contribute to the country by sharing the formula of this potion? Chen Kaiyin looked at Jiang Fei seriously. Jiang Fei was startled. If he wanted potions, that would be easier. How was he going to find the formula for it? Of course, there were recipes in the game, but what was the use of that? Uncle Chen, Han Tianyu looked at Chen Kaiyin angrily. After all, he just promised Jiang Fei that they would not talk about his secret. He had only said it a while ago, and now Uncle Chen was already asking for the formula. Was this appropriate? Fei, don't mind me, I was being too impetuous, Chen Kaiyin smiled awkwardly. Then, he looked directly at Jiang Fei and said, I mean, as long as you can give me a price, regardless of money or power, I can help you find a way. This potion is really amazing. With it, we can save the lives of so many people. The potion was given to me by someone else. I don't know the formula, Jiang Fei had to sidestep. Oh, I see. I was too rash. Ho. Do you know why I want such potions? Chen Kaiyin suddenly changed the topic and asked Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei shook his head. Do you know how I came back here? Chen Kaiyin asked again. Jiang Fei shook his head again. Have you seen quick frozen seafood? Chen Kaiyin asked with a smile. Yeah. Jiang Fei nodded this time. I came back just like that. We were in Africa, and we were attacked by the enemy in a sudden raid. Shrapnel was embedded in my chest. It was too much for the local physicians to handle. I was transported back to China immediately thanks to some quick thinking and cryogenics. However, after I thawed, the doctors were certain that it was too late. After saying this, Chen Kaiyin's eyes suddenly glowed with a passionate light. But, your magic potion actually pulled me back from the gates of death. All the doctors were already prepared to pronounce me dead. They said that I had only survived because God had most definitely blessed me with a miracle. Of course, I was still puzzled because I'm an atheist. Even if there really is a God, God would definitely not bless me. Finally, Xiaoyu told me everything. I only survived all because of you, because of that potion of yours. As his body was weak, Chen Kaiyin was out of breath and panting by the time he was finished. I wondered that if I were to hand out a bottle of this potion to the young boys in my army, the lives we could save are many. Do you know how much pain I feel when I return home with aluminum boxes? They're all amazing boys. So many of them were still so young. When he talked until here, Chen Kaiyin's voice choked, and it was hard for him to continue. Uncle Chen. There is really no way I can get the potion's formula, but I might be able to supply you with more potions. Jiang Fei said after some consideration. Although he was anxious that his secret would be leaked out, Jiang Fei was only 16 years old. He was a patriotic teenager. When he heard that patriotic brothers and sisters only 2 to 4 years older than him were sacrificing themselves to protect the country, he would not be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life if their deaths continued due to his neglect. Chapter 89, ordering potions, really? That would be great, Chen Kaiyin was ecstatic. He was no businessman. To hell with profit. He genuinely wanted to prevent more meaningless losses of lives. I can't get it done immediately. It'll need a month, maybe 2. Jiang Fei said, after some thought. Although small health points potions were not very costly, this was the military. Militaries took stock in massive bulks. The game was still relatively fresh, so it would be rather difficult for him to get a capital amounting to hundreds of thousands of gold coins. In a few months, he could gain a steady cash flow from his armor making and buy as many potions as he needed. No problem at all. Haha. On behalf of the country and the young boys, I thank you, Chen Kaiyin laughed. Although a month of in-game time was quite a fair bit, it was the blink of an eye in real-life projects. People needed time to stock up on cold tablets, even, let alone miracle potions. Cough cough, although Chen Kaiyin had been brought back from death's door by Jiang Fei's potion, he was still frail and weak. The passionate speech, paired with the massive laughter of joy, opened up his wounds again. The old man dramatically coughed up a bout of blood. What the? Uncle Chen. Please slow down a little there. Jiang Fei quickly took out an health points potion from the spatial ring and had Chen Kaiyin drink it. Phew, following a sigh of relief, Chen Kaiyin's face was rosy again. This is really a godly potion. Previously, I drank it while I was still in a coma, so I did not get to see its effects firsthand. But this is something else. Haha, if the soldiers ever got their hands on such a potion, I wouldn't mind dying of laughter. It would be worth it, Ah Fei, don't worry, the country won't just take without giving anything in return. We'll talk about compensation later. At that moment, Han Tianyu interjected. His family's octopus group still had its roots in the military. Yes. That's right. Xiao Fei, I was so happy that I forgot to mention it. Although I don't exactly know what this potion is, it has to cost a fortune. Even bullet grazes don't heal overnight. You can be rest assured that we will not mistreat you. Chen Kaiyin also laughed and said, Uncle Chen, you're too nice. You and your men are already laying their lives down to protect the country. And nobody has ever returned you anything. It would be perfectly fine to contribute these potions freely. Jiang Fei shook his head. All right. Ah Fei, Uncle Chen's body is still fairly weak, he needs some rest. Let's talk outside. After Han Tianyu and Jiang Fei said goodbye to Chen Kaiyin, they left the ward. When they arrived at the lounge, Aaron patted down Han Tianyu to make sure that there were no bugs on him. Only after that did Han Tianyu turn to Jiang Fei. He was uncharacteristically solemn and stern. I've already had this talk with Uncle Chen, but regardless of whether you can give us the formula of the potion or the finished product, they have to go through me first. Then, we'll hand it over to the military, claiming that the potions are products of the successful research and development of the Manda Group. I can pay you well for that, but you may not receive the honors. Brother, do you understand what this means? Big brother, you, don't try to be the bad guy here. You have my thanks. Jiang Fei nodded. If he was a silly, average Joe, he would have thought that Han Tianyu was taking the opportunity to steal his credit, but Jiang Fei knew that Han Tianyu was protecting him. Jiang Fei knew his place. Being the sole producer of such a miracle potion could spell trouble. Various corporations, legal or otherwise, would come after him. They would not ask nicely. Some might even kidnap him and demand that he spill his secrets. By then, not even the mysterious ring would protect him. Clearly, Han Tianyu had already done the math. Chen Kaiyin was also grateful that Jiang Fei had risked his secret for his sake. They had worked up a plan to keep Jiang Fei out of trouble. The research and development laboratory of the Manda Group would supply the potions to the military. That was perfectly justifiable. Moreover, the Manda Group was rather powerful. It was almost like attempting to rob an entire nation. On the other hand, Jiang Fei was one schoolkid. Even if the country did not forcefully expropriate him, foreign spies would not spare him. He would be extracted in minutes. Ho ho, Big brother you, that works for me. Originally, I did not intend to ask you for money, but if it makes you feel better, I do need money right now. Jiang Fei was not a greedy person. His ring was. It devoured diamonds by the dozens for a single level. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, Jiang Fei was not one to pass up. Damn! Brother, how can you not tell your big brother that you're short on money? Han Tianyu rolled his eyes. Money was the one thing where he had no boundaries. He am not used to asking people for money straight up. It's two entirely different things. Jiang Fei was firm on his principles. All right. Then let's talk money, Han Tianyu laughed. Yeah, Jiang Fei nodded. Securing the government as a regular customer gave him a peace of mind. If he reached out and asked Han Tianyu for money, wouldn't that amount to making Han Tianyu pay just because he owed him one for saving Uncle Chen? I've made it clear. The military will purchase the potions from Manda Group at the price of $1,000 per bottle. Of course, if they can't meet those demands, Manda Group will cover the rest. Han Tianyu said. The military had limited funding, but Han Tianyu's words were as clear as crystal. The Manda Group would sell the potions to the military at this price. If Jiang Fei wanted more, the Manda Group would cover the gap. Clearly, profit was the last thing on their mind. $1,000 per bottle? Jiang Fei asked incredulously. The current exchange rate of gold coins on the black market was only 1 to 10. Even a medium health points potion was slightly over 30 silver coins, which was equivalent to $3. With a change of hands, those potions could be bought at the price of $1,000. The world has gone insane. Of course, Jiang Fei's calculations were off. Indeed, this potion was only worth $3 in the game. Healer classes existed. Dying in-game only costed you a level. In reality, things were different. This potion saved lives. Disfigurement, cancer, the possibilities were endless. Buying a life for $1,000 was a bargain, regardless of how you looked at it. This was why Han Tianyu was willing to have Manda Group cover prices that the military might possibly fail to meet. Why? Is that not enough? It doesn't matter, name the price, and it'll cover it. Han Tianyu asked. No, it's a huge amount to me, it's getting me a little guilty, Jiang Fei told the truth. Oh! That's okay, let's just go with that price then, Han Tianyu laughed. Chapter 90, Owning the Level Ranking Boards. In the end, Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu agreed to follow the price given by the military. Jiang Fei would give the potions to Han Tianyu discreetly, and Han Tianyu would pay Jiang Fei the money. After that, Jiang Fei could rest easy. No one, other than Han Tianyu and Chen Kaiyin, that would know of Jiang Fei's existence. Jiang Fei did some quick counting. At $1,000 per bottle, 1,000 stacks of health points potions was 30 million in cash. Then, he should be able to buy enough diamonds to level up the ring. 1,000 stacks of medium health points potions in the game was 10,000 gold coins. This amount was nothing but a wave of his hammer, but he did not intend to give all the potions to Han Tianyu immediately. It would be difficult to explain how he had managed to amass such a large number of potions so quickly. In the evening, Jiang Fei returned home. Due to the gag order, Jiang Fei's parents knew nothing about him being taken away by the armed helicopter. It suited Jiang Fei just fine. After dinner, Jiang Fei laid on his bed and replayed the events of the day in his mind. His potion secret had been exposed to another person. He had made some dealings with some very powerful individuals, but Jiang Fei did not regret it. As a patriotic young man, he was happy to contribute to the country. Moreover, he was making a fortune off these potions. If he was ever at a loss of how to spend the money, he could always feed his stupid ring. At 11 o'clock sharp, Jiang Fei logged into the game once again. A few white lights flashed. One after another, Jiang Fei and his party members appeared in one of the hatcheries that had already been cleared the previous day. Everyone's here. Jiang Fei said hello to everyone. King Hell, Brother Fei, are you okay? When Zhao Feng saw Jiang Fei, he immediately rushed over to Jiang Fei's side. To be honest, when Jiang Fei was taken away by a group of men in black today, Zhao Feng had been really worried. If anything, he had only logged in today to ensure that Jiang Fei was fine. Hee, I left my phone in school, or I would have called you. Jiang Fei shook his head and smiled. He was touched to see that people still cared for him. Hey! You're not dead. When Sun Mingming saw that Jiang Fei was safe and sound, she was delighted, but she still forced a scowl on her face. After all, Jiang Fei had shoved her aside, despite her best intentions. Sun Mingming decided to be angry at Jiang Fei for at least 10 minutes. Grand Aunt, you really dare to stand up against anyone? Do you really think that those brawny men are as easy to bully as we are? Jiang Fei could not help but tremble beneath her gaze. If Aaron and the others really did something to her, she might end up with broken bones. Who are those people? Sun Mingming asked curiously. Zhao Feng remained silent. He already had an idea of what had happened. None of your business. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and said no more. Pfft. Who cares? Sun Mingming glared at Jiang Fei angrily, then deliberately turned around and ignored him. Ah Fei, what are you guys talking about? Rosette Rose and the others came up to the bunch, their faces quizzical. Nothing much, just some school stuff. Jiang Fei laughed. Oh! Let's move on. Rosette Rose nodded. The shrewd businesswoman she was, she knew something was off, but since Jiang Fei was not in the sharing mood, she did not want to push it. Ha! Another hatchery. After yesterday's battle, the girls were basically immune to the nasty sights in the hatchery. This did not mean that they were thrilled either. But a hatchery still meant a whole lot of experience and a bottle of blood of evolution per person. 3 hours later, Jiang Fei and the others cleared up 3 hatcheries. In addition to the 2 they cleared yesterday, Jiang Fei had already drunk 5 bottles of blood of evolution. It was at that moment when Jiang Fei slapped his thigh in anger. F***ck no. I messed up. Jiang Fei roared. Brother Fei, what happened? Zhao Feng asked. The other girls also stopped and turned to Jiang Fei. Nothing. Jiang Fei shook his head. His heart was full of regrets. The blood of evolution merely added each of all his gaming characters' attributes by 1 point, but if brought into the real world, one could only imagine. Naturally, he had allowed the moment to carry him and ended up drinking all 5 bottles. Moreover, who knows if there were any more hatcheries up ahead? Luck was still on his side. One hatchery came after another. Clearly, these ruins were completely occupied by mutants. Ding! Congratulations player Verger Glider for reaching level 24. All attributes +1. Gained 5 undistributed attribute points. After clearing another 2 hatcheries, Jiang Fei leveled up again. However, he stowed away the additional 2 bottles. Wow! Big brother Ah Fei, you've moved up the rankings. Rosette Meow Meow said. At this time, Jiang Fei's ranking on the level ranking board had reached the 2nd spot, pushing down Billy Boy to 3rd. He was not the only one to climb up at that alarming rate. At that moment, half of the places on the level ranking board had been occupied by the girls in Jiang Fei party. Other than Sun Mingming, who was still level 21, everyone else was around level 22 or 23. If only the level ranking board was a little longer, his entire party might be there. The party continued to advance forward as golden pillars of light flashed through the girls one after another. They started leveling up once within an hour. Even if the unknown dungeon ended there and then, they had already earned their share of rewards from it. Ding! Congratulations player Verger Glider for reaching level 25. All attributes +1. Gained 5 undistributed attribute points. After swinging his way through 8 more hatcheries, Jiang Fei reached level 25, while the girls were mostly at level 24. Sun Mingming was already level 23 and more than halfway to level 24. The overall level rankings of Dawnlight City went through an enormous change. Happy Drunk, always at the top of the rankings, had dropped to the bottom, while the others had been booted altogether. Jiang Fei's party had claimed the entire ranking board as their own. F***ck this shit. What a ruthless bunch, that makes no sense. Must be some sort of crazy exploit, shameless assholes. Share us the secret already, would you? The world was full of ridiculous folk. They either grew furiously jealous as others found happiness, or were downright schadenfreude. Here, they were crying foul as others soared up the ranking boards. Others had started bombarding Jiang Fei with private messages, demanding that he revealed the secrets. The public rabble aside, even members from the 4 major guilds were profoundly regretting their decision to stay put. It was for their own good that they had not attempted the dungeon. They would not gain any levels from such an attempt. If anything, they would only die, lose equipment and levels. What could an average tank do against 4 advanced elite monsters and 20 or 30 normal elite monsters at the same time? Don't even get me started on the evolved mutant. Even Jiang Fei was barely able to outlast it. Anyone else would be utterly destroyed. Chapter 91, Mutant Empress. As voices chattered across the server, Jiang Fei and the others entered a new map with mixed feelings. As it was no longer a hatchery, Jiang Fei and the others felt the joy of finally arriving at a whole new map, but they were also reluctant to part with the rich experience points and evolution blood. Although the hatchery was monotonous and boring, the experience points had been on another level. It was as if they rode a rocket that sent them to the top of the level ranking board. Even Sun Mingming, the lowest leveled girl, was already closing in on level 24. The most painful loss was the evolution blood. When Jiang Fei and the others were completely done with the hatcheries, everyone had obtained 15 bottles of evolution blood. Other than Jiang Fei, who had kept 10 bottles, the others only had empty bottles to show. This was equivalent to them getting 7.5 levels worth of attribute points out of thin air. It gave them some unneeded attributes, but it still gave them something. If they were to be without any equipment whatsoever, their situation now was just like a regular player wielding a few more pieces of green equipment with additional equipment slots. Gaming skills aside, Jiang Fei's party was now the strongest party in Dawnlight City. Alright, let's move! When Jiang Fei saw that everyone was getting dangerously close to winding down, he reignited the sparks. They were now standing at the entrance of a massive hall. This hall was about as large as all the previous hatcheries added together. A gigantic egg sat in the center of the hall. It was surrounded by hatchlings, but these hatchlings were different. These hatchlings had wounds of different sizes on their bodies. Yellow pus constantly leaked out of the wounds. When the pus fell to the ground, it would flow to the center of the hall, along with the strange runic cracks of the ground. Finally, it would gather under that gigantic egg. What the F***ck is this? Shit, Jiang Fei peered at the sight. Mutant Empress egg form, Vice Leader, level 25, health points 50,000, attack power 0, skills none, remarks. The Mutant Empress is neither dead nor alive. Whenever she is about to die, she would revert into her egg form, and her offsprings will incubate her with their bodily fluids. The reborn Mutant Empress has a 30-minute weakness duration. After the weakness duration is over, she will recover to her full form. Ah Fei, what now? Sun Mingming asked. Everyone had silently agreed. Jiang Fei was most definitely their de facto leader. Let's see, Jiang Fei glanced at the hatchlings surrounding the egg, but he realized that the hatchlings were not monsters. The ring did not even register them as NPCs. This only led to 2 possibilities. These hatchlings were similar to the divine blacksmith that helped Jiang Fei change his class. Their levels were way too high, which was unlikely. So, there was only one other possibility. These guys were not living creatures at all. Instead, they were background objects, just like stones and walls. How do we start? Jiang Fei pondered. Although these hatchlings looked like they were part of the background, who could guarantee that they would not be triggered upon approach? Fox, summon a flesh golem, test the waters out. It was wiser to play safe. Okay, as soon as Rosette Fox nodded, she cast a skill using her staff, and a flesh golem was summoned. The flesh golem inched forward, little by little. So, those were just harmless objects. The flesh golem now stood below the gigantic egg, but still, they did not react. Try attacking the egg. Jiang Fei frowned and said. Okay, plop, minus 58. The flesh golem was not exactly a DPS unit. Squeak, however, that single blow had been enough to stir up a hornet's nest. The surrounding hatchlings let out a shrill screech. Their bodies blew up, and yellow pus was scattered all over the place. TSS, 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 the flesh golem in the center was covered from head to toe with yellow slime. A sickening, sizzling sound was heard. The flesh golem melted quickly, just like butter put in a hot pan. Ah, the flesh golem was destroyed instantly, much to Rosette Fox's surprise. Phew! Jiang Fei let out a small sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had taken the careful route. If the entire party had rushed in, everyone would have ended up as sacrificial offerings. However, that was just the beginning. The yellow liquid quickly converged towards the giant egg in the center. Whatever it was, that could not be good. Jiang Fei knew that they had to destroy the egg soon. However, as soon as he stepped on the yellow puddle on the ground, a huge damage figure appeared above his head. Minus 400. Damn! Jiang Fei was so shocked that he quickly retracted his foot. 400 damage per second? Even if you sent an entire party of healers, they would all end up as bloodied puddles on the ground. The yellow, slimy pus had occupied a large area. Not even the ranged attackers could reach the egg without stepping on the pus. It was at that moment when Jiang Fei realized that the map had been rigged. Crack, crack, not long after, a slight sound came from the giant egg. Cracks started forming on its shell. Everyone, get ready to fight! Jiang Fei loudly warned. Crack, a 7-inch long claw tip pierced the eggshell. Not soon after a series of clatters, a scaled animal claw broke out of the shell. Gotcha, the eggshell shattered, and Jiang Fei finally got to see the behemoth that was their latest adversary. Mutant Empress Alien, Vice Leader, Weakened, Level, 25, Health Points, 25,000, Attack Power, 1,250, Skills, Blink Strike, Fade, Corrosive Spit, Parasitism, Empress Screech. Ta, ta, the mutant empress shook the remnants of her eggshell off her massive body, which was wrapped in shining, black scales. She had to be 4 meters long. With all 4 of her feet on the ground, she was close to 2 meters in height. Her long tail was layered in dark scales, making it look like the cruel, sleek barrel of a modern-day rifle. Cold light glimmered off it. She had a streamline-shaped head, and a huge, bloody mouth filled with sharp teeth. Pale, yellow saliva dripped down its mouth. When the saliva reached the ground, parts of the ground visible sizzled away. The mutant empress opened a lazy eye and took notice of Jiang Fei and the others. Her head was tilted sideways as she surveyed them. If anything, she seemed to be examining the sacrificial offerings, her soon-to-be meal. The huge puddles of yellow liquid had finally vanished. As the empress straightened up, the eggshells had also faded away. The system had cleaned the battlefield up. Jiang Fei knew very well that they could not prevent the inevitable fight. Chapter 92, Dueling the Empress, SSS. The mutant empress let out a sneer. Then, her colossal body vanished out of sight. Thump, minus 1,127. The next second, the empress appeared behind Rosette Dazzledance and sunk her claws in deep. So freaking fast. Jiang Fei lamented while activating his skills. Dash. Minus 50. It was not much, but it was enough to attract the attention of the fresh boss. Leader, watch my health points, meow meow, keep everyone safe. Jiang Fei shouted and used battle cry at the same time, anchoring the boss aggro to himself. The boss blink strike just now had come out of nowhere. Very rarely were bosses the aggressors. They had not expected this boss to roll the first stone. Fortunately, the boss had gone after the sub-tank, Rosette Dazzle Dance. Anyone else might have instantly gone down. Ice Burst. Bash. Iron Fist. Jiang Fei used all his skills to get an early lead on the boss aggro table. Attackers, go! Jiang Fei shouted at the ranged attackers behind him. This was probably the strongest boss that Jiang Fei had ever encountered. Although she was only of the vice leader rank, her attack power was even higher than the actual leader bosses he had seen thus far. Fortunately, at this time, Jiang Fei was no longer the beginner he once was. He had replaced his old shield with his epic shield, and he was of significantly higher level. On top of that, he had also drunk 5 bottles of blood of evolution. Jiang Fei's health points were now 8,400 points. His defense was over 600. However, even with such a high physical damage reduction, the boss could deal 600 or 700 damage to Jiang Fei with a single hit. Although Rosette Rose now had a blue healing hammer, it was still too much for her alone. Even Rosette Meow Meow had to step in. Fire Art, Scorch. The fatty Zhao Feng had activated his skill again, providing the entire party with a 20% extra fire damage. Although it was only a 20% addition, the effect was rather apparent. Those 2 magicians aside, the other attackers, including the hunter, dealt physical damage. However, the physical defense of leader bosses were super high. Their damage values had taken a nosedive. However, the fire damage only took magic defense into consideration, so the boss would receive almost all the damage. This brought a smile to Rosette Phantom's face. In the end, and Vice Leader Boss was just an Vice Leader Boss. The Mutant Empress may hit much harder than wild bosses, but her defense and health points were proportionally lower. Previously, the Wild Leader Boss who rode on horseback had an incredibly high defense. Other than players like Jiang Fei who relied on equipment to trigger various effects, even Happy Drunk failed to reach the 3-digit mark with his rainbow weapon. The other players only dealt around 10 to 20 damage. However, this Vice Leader Empress was dealing 100 to 200 damage per attack. Based on the percentage of the boss health points, Jiang Fei's 10-man party was already dealing even more damage than the 100-man party. PFF, when the boss health points dropped to 80%, she spat some of her yellow saliva onto Jiang Fei. Fortunately, Jiang Fei had habitually turned the boss around, having it present its back to the party. As a result, Jiang Fei was the only one who suffered from the corrosion effect. Corrosion, 150 damage per second, and a 30% reduction in defense. The effects last for 30 seconds. SSS. So strong! Jiang Fei exclaimed and drank a medium red potion. The effect, which caused 150 damage per second, was offset by a bottle of medium red potion, but only 50 damage per second remained, which Rosette Mio's regeneration took care of. However, that 30% defense reduction was quite a severe blow. After Jiang Fei's defense had been reduced by 30%, the boss started dealing significantly more damage. Now, the 2 healers had been forced to focus on healing only Jiang Fei. Ding! The Mutant Empress has entered the darkness. As the system sent out a warning, the boss in front of Jiang Fei disappeared into thin air. Dazzle Dance, protect the ranged attackers. Jiang Fei shouted. Poof! The boss suddenly appeared behind Rosette Meow Meow and drove her gun barrel of a tail into the woman's back. Taunt! Rosette Dazzle Dance, who had taken up position near the ranged attackers, had immediately used Taunt and distracted the boss. Ice Burst! Bash! As soon as Rosette Dazzle Dance's taunt wore off, Jiang Fei closed in and used 2 powerful damaging skills, getting the boss back to himself. There was no other way. Jiang Fei did not have any skills that could forcefully pull the aggro of monsters to himself, so he could only have the sub-tank temporarily take over. Brother Ah Fei, I have a debuff effect above my head. Rosette Meow Meow called out. What effect? Jiang Fei asked. Parasitism, 100 damage per second for 30 seconds. At the end of the effect, the parasite will complete its incubation. Rosette Meow Meow said. Drink a red potion yourself and continue to heal me. Dazzle Dance, stop attacking, just wait around Meow Meow. If something hatches out of her body, draw it away. Jiang Fei quickly made a decision. Okay. The two girls nearly had their full faith in Jiang Fei. They immediately obeyed. 30 seconds passed by quickly. Ah! Rosette Meow Meow screamed, and the little cleric's almost full health points bar had almost been emptied out. Eek! An elite mutant hatchling forced itself out and jumped off Rosette Meow Meow's body. Taunt! Just as the mutant hatchling was about to turn around and finish Rosette Meow Meow off, Rosette Dazzle Dance rushed into the picture with a taunt. Meow Meow, drink your own potions and continue healing me and Dazzle Dance. Leader. Activate your skill and keep healing me. As Rosette Meow Meow had to take care of Dazzle Dance, who was occupied with the small monster, she became distracted. The pressure on Jiang Fei's healers rose all the more. Ranged attackers, target the small monster, kill it first. Jiang Fei shouted. Although it was a small, elite monster, Jiang Fei's party was no longer an average party. They had not drunk 15 bottles of blood of evolution for nothing. Their damage output was inarguably the best of Dawnlight City. The elite small monster did not even last a minute. Now free of distractions, the two healers focused on healing Jiang Fei once again, and the battle returned to the right track. Soon, the boss used Fate again and then parasitism on magician Rosette Narcissus. However, the party was better prepared for it by now and promptly dealt with it. As the attackers were overwhelming, the boss' health points rapidly decreased. After a few rounds, the boss only had 20% of its health points left. Her ultimate is coming. Dazzle Dance, get to safety. Everyone, prepare your potions. Although he knew that the boss ultimate was the Empress Screech, Jiang Fei was not clear on how it worked. So, all he could do was to make proper preparations in advance. Chapter 93, Slaying the Empress. Eek! A sharp sound assaulted his eardrums. Mages, have you been silenced? Jiang Fei quickly asked. No! Rosette Rose shot back. Thank God. Jiang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. That would have been the worst-case scenario. He would have to cope without healing again. Da-da-da-da-da, what's that sound? Jiang Fei was closest to the boss, so he heard nothing. However, Zhao Feng, who was standing behind the entire party, had thrown the question. What's wrong, fatty? Jiang Fei asked. Something's not right. Zhao Feng replied. As soon as Zhao Feng's voice fell, not only did the girls hear it, even Jiang Fei did. It was the sound of a stampede, and it was growing. Oh, F***ck no. This boss ultimate summons a F** King Horde. Jiang Fei lamented. What now, Ah Fei? Rosette Rose asked. Everyone to me, now! Jiang Fei shouted. As the boss had just only used its corrosive spit, there was no need to worry about that for now. The melee attackers Rosette Phantom and Sun Mingming were already beside Jiang Fei, so there was no need for them to move. The ranged attackers and healers immediately went towards Jiang Fei. Running to him was simple enough. However, the two healers Rosette Rose and Rosette Meow Meow could not do the same. They had to stop and heal every 2 steps they took. Otherwise, Jiang Fei, the main tank, would die if he was left unattended. Leader, activate your skill and heal me. Meow Meow, stop healing and just come over. As the stampede closed in, Jiang Fei knew he had to step things up. Meow Meow, spam heal me. Leader, come here quick. As soon as Rosette Meow Meow was there, Jiang Fei called out. Okay. Rosette Rose immediately stopped healing and ran towards Jiang Fei. As soon as Rosette Rose stopped healing, Jiang Fei's health points plummeted. Even though Rosette Meow Meow was doing her best, clerics were still way better at healing a group as a whole. In terms of healing a single target, clerics were incomparable to knights. Hurry! Jiang Fei urged as he spotted the incoming huge mutants. Holy shit! When the little fatty Xiao Feng, who was already in position, looked at the oncoming army of mutant hatchlings, his jaw slammed into the ground. There was a total of 50 elite mutant hatchlings. Every single one of these puppy-sized disgusting creatures was giving it their all. At times, some of them had paced themselves too rapidly and ended up jumping over their siblings. It did not seem to matter to them that their sharp claws left marks in their siblings' backs. Healers, heal up! Fatty, activate Cloud Art. Dazzle Dance, focus on protecting the healers. Jiang Fei shouted. At the same time, he began to estimate the charging speed of the monsters and prepared to use a single battle cry and hit them all in one fell swoop. He could not allow these monsters to attack as they wished. 3 or 4 of them were enough to instantly kill someone with cloth armor. Even a bandit with light armor would not last 2 flurries. Jiang Fei had to do everything he could to protect his party. As soon as these monsters entered the battlefield, they immediately started registering aggro. As the healers were continually healing Jiang Fei, the 2 healers Rosette Meow Meow and Rosette Rose became their first target. Battle Cry! Jiang Fei had timed it down to the last second. Just as the first wave of mutant hatchlings closed in on the 2 healers, Jiang Fei used Battle Cry and diverted their attention. More than 40 mutant hatchlings changed their target to Jiang Fei, while the remaining 6 or 7 were intercepted by Rosette Dazzle Dance. -22, -15, -20, -18. A huge amount of damage figures popped up on Jiang Fei's head. Even with Xiao Feng's Cloud Art air shield protection, Jiang Fei still received more than 1,000 damage per round. If it was just these small monsters, the 2 healers would have no problem healing Jiang Fei. However, the boss was already difficult enough. Now, they had to deal with an additional 1,000 damage per round. Don't bother with the small monsters, focus on killing the boss. At that moment, Jiang Fei saw no other option. The boss still had about 18% of its health points remaining. There was still hope if they risked it. They would never fend off the little ones without Xiao Feng's fire art. Now that everyone had turned to the boss, the full extent of the party's power could be seen. Rosette Phantom stood among them like a titan. With the epic sword in her hand, the boss lost chunks of its health at once. On the other hand, Jiang Fei's health points was also decreasing rapidly. Every 3 or 4 seconds, Jiang Fei had lost about 1,000 health points. Ding! A golden light flashed above Jiang Fei's head and the special effect of the blazing hammer was triggered. The undying Jiang Fei had regained 50% of his health points. Armored Bulwark. Jiang Fei also activated one of his emergency skills. Although Claret Aegis was also rather useful, nearly 50 small monsters were attacking him. The 3-time effect of Claret Aegis would be wasted. Kill it! At this time, everyone, including Rosette Dazzle Dance, the sub-tank, was attacking as hard as they could. Everyone attacked the boss like no tomorrow. Ow! Following a scream, the Mutant Empress health points bar was finally emptied. Ding! You have eliminated Mutant Empress. Obtained 250,000 experience points. Yay! As soon as the boss fell, the girls cheered. At the same time, a golden light flashed across Sun Mingming's body. She had reached level 24. Oi, don't celebrate yet, clear the small monsters. Jiang Fei was also relieved. Without the high-damage boss, the 50 small monsters were no longer a threat. So much for being elites. Rosette Dazzle Dance scoffed. Yeah. Jiang Fei nodded. Although they were all elites, they were fairly weak. If 50 evolving mutants came instead, that would have been another story. After the 50 monsters were killed, everyone obtained a huge amount of experience. Sun Mingming had surpassed Happy Drunk, who was so busy with the construction of the guild that he had neglected to grind. At that moment, Jiang Fei's party completely monopolized the level ranking board. Wow wow! Should we look at what the boss dropped? Rosette Meow Meow said excitedly. Among the people present, other than Jiang Fei, who had killed a real boss before, the others had only fought against an advanced elite boss, at most. Although such bosses were dungeon bosses, they were not actually bosses. Even so, it was possible for the rewards of killing such bosses to appear in the form of a treasure chest. This mutant empress was the first actual high-level boss that they have ever killed, so everyone was extremely excited. Chapter 94, Harem? Of course, when it came to things like touching corpses, the ridiculously lucky Jiang Fei was in charge. Swish, a ray of purple light flooded the hall. Wow wow! An epic item, Rosette Meow Meow was the first to realize. Brother Fei! Awesome! Little fatty Jiao Feng's eyes were wide open. Corruptor's robe, cloth armor, quality, epic, physical defense plus 70, magic defense plus 55, vitality plus 7, intelligence plus 8, spirit plus 15, equip, increases the effects of your indirect damage spells by 20%. Level requirement, 20, it's a robe, it adds spirit, not damage. Fox, wait here for a bit. Meow meow, fatty, which one of you is taking it? Jiang Fei said as he held the purple-grade robe aloft. Sure. Handsome, your hands aren't even red anymore. Rosette Fox rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei flirtatiously. Rosette Narcissus inched closer to Rosette Fox and deliberately showed off her beautiful robe to invoke her jealousy. I want it! I want it! Rosette Meow Meow screamed as she jumped and waved her hands around. She was afraid that Jiang Fei could not see her. Sure, ladies first. Although Jiao Feng also wanted it, he was embarrassed to fight a girl for it. Meow Meow, try it on first. Jiang Fei handed the robe over to Rosette Meow Meow. Yay! I have new clothes now too. Humph. Big sister Narcissus, let's see you flaunt about next time. Rosette Meow Meow took the robe smugly and put it on. Ah! As soon as she put on the robe, Rosette Meow Meow screamed and changed back into her green robe. Fatty big brother, you can take it. It's too ugly. Rosette Meow Meow looked disgustedly through the epic robe over to Jiao Feng. Hee hee, I feel bad if I take it. Although Jiao Feng said this, his hands were quick to move otherwise, and he hurriedly donned the robe. Oh my! Little fatty, stay away from me. As soon as Jiao Feng's outfit was swapped, Rosette Fox had cringed away from him. Apparently, this corruptor's robe completely inherited the ugly looks of the mutants. The overall style of the robe that was made up of yellow and black was making a valiant attempt to look cool, if not for the fact that it was torn in several places. Yellow-green pus flowed out of the tears. On top of that, the effects were very convincing. So it was no wonder that Rosette Meow Meow had given up on it as soon as she tried it on. Hee hee. Not bad. Jiao Feng was rather pleased with how he looked. After all, men took attributes over aesthetics. Girls were different. They would rather settle for a weaker character than don hideous garments. Okay, stop acting like you don't like it, even though you obviously do. Jiang Fei smiled and joked. He already knew it in his heart. Only Rosette Rose of the Knighthood played the game seriously. Her friends were in it for fun. They only played for entertainment. No one would ever wear such a monstrosity. Cutie, is that the only drop? Rosette Meow Meow asked. It was truly difficult to find something new to wear, and when something so hideous had shown up, she was naturally dissatisfied. There's more! Jiang Fei said, lifting up the second piece of equipment. Empress Talon, dagger, quality, excellent, physical attack plus 112, agility, plus 9, vitality, plus 5, critical hit, plus 7, level requirement, 20, phantom, Ming Ming? Jiang Fei asked. Well, Sun Ming Ming hesitated. After all, it was her first time partying up with them. As much as she wanted it, she was too embarrassed to say so. Give it to Ming Ming, I'm all good here. Rosette Phantom said, waving the epic sword in her hand around. The epic sword alone was the reason why she did double the damage of a regular DPS. The dagger in her main hand dagger was mainly used to activate skills. Moreover, the dagger in her hand was a level 15 blue dagger. It paled in comparison to an epic sword, but it was good enough. Thank you. Sun Mingming smiled sweetly at Rosette Phantom. Here! Jiang Fei threw the dagger to Sun Mingming. Ah, a recipe, in taking it. Jiang Fei shook the last item for a bit and activated it on the spot. Design, Mutant's Necklace, use, allows you to make Mutant's Necklace. Requires, Jewel Meister, Mutant's Necklace, quality, excellent, physical attack plus 70, random enhancement, equip, increases your attack speed by 5%. Level requirement, 20, although it was a jewelry recipe, Jiang Fei was a divine blacksmith. You'll need to experiment around with the necklaces later on. Physical damage classes can go to the clan storage and extract them. Ming Ming, this includes you as well. I'll pass it to you later on. Jiang Fei said to everyone after he finished learning the recipe. Why must you be the one giving it to her? Are you using this opportunity to get closer to our Ming Ming? Rosette Fox would not miss any chance to tease Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei remained amused. But Sun Mingming's face was all red. Fine, you give it to Ming Ming then, Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. At some point, the girls made him red between the ears every single day. However, he had been with them for some time now, so he was basically immune at that point. Sometimes, he would even tease the girls in return. Why go through so much trouble? Why don't we just invite Ming Ming into the clan? Rosette Fox said. Yeah, Ming Ming, would you like to join our clan? Rosette Rose asked. Sure. Sun Mingming was delighted. She had started off as a pub player. Now, such a powerful all-female clan was standing before her. I want to join too. I want to join too. Xiao Feng shamelessly said. Little fatty, you want to join us? Rosette Fox went to Xiao Feng, lifting his fat chin up with her slender fingers. Yes. Yes. Xiao Feng was just like a puppy. Well, you'll have to meet the requirements. We only accept beautiful women. If you want to join, I can show you the path. Rosette Fox's voice was so sweet that it would entrance anybody. What path? Xiao Feng asked dumbly. Fox, Rosette Rose rolled her eyes. This girl was just being cheeky again. Let me tell you now. First, you have to go to Thailand and do a minor operation, then go to Korea for plastic surgery. You'll be able to join after that. Rosette Fox said with a smile. Haha, this time, all the girls were laughing their heads off. Can I join without changing my gender? Xiao Feng asked with a downcast face. F***ck me, wasn't he going to be a ladyboy? That can't be done. Our clan only recruits beautiful women. Rosette Fox said with a straight face. Then, how did you get in? Xiao Feng asked while pointing at Jiang Fei. Hee hee, little fatty, can't you tell? Our clan is this handsome's harem, Rosette Fox knew no limits. Yeah. That's right. As soon as Rosette Fox opened her mouth, the other girls actually followed and played along. Chapter 95, Asakuna Orb, not bad at all, Brother Fei. Xiao Feng gave Jiang Fei a huge thumbs up. Hey Grandance, cut it out already? Jiang Fei groaned. The minority would always be bullied. If there were only one girl in a group of people, this girl would be teased by the wolves, and vice versa. Alright, everyone stop. Ah Fei, let's keep moving forward. After Rosette Rose added Sun Mingming to the clan, she pressed her hands together. The other girls who were originally laughing and playing quickly fell silent. Yeah. Jiang Fei nodded. He had to be the most anxious soul in the entire room. The treasure hunting ring around his finger was flashing like a strobe light. The yellow arrow was pointing towards the paved path that had appeared after the Emperor's death. Everyone, be careful. As he did not know if the path ahead was safe, Jiang Fei led the way with caution. In the end, Jiang Fei had worried for nothing. The entire path was spotless. No traps or monsters blocked the way. Their party of 10 walked through unhindered. Wow, so many gold coins, we're rich. After Jiang Fei and others walked through the paved path and entered the next big hall, they were shocked. This hall was not as spacious as the previous big halls. In the middle of the hall was a small hill made up of gold coins. A fine wooden box sat at the top of the gold coin hill. Eh? What's that? While everyone else had locked their sights upon the gold coin hill, Rosette Bubbles pointed towards the corner of the hall. Jiang Fei followed her finger and spotted a corpse in the corner. The corpse had long shriveled up. Next to the body were 7 or 8 egg-sized, blood-red Ganoderma lucidums. Blood Lingji mushrooms. Jiang Fei was overjoyed. He had been agonizing over the prospect of fighting an entire horde of specters just for some bloody blood Lingji mushrooms. He had not expected to find it in this unknown dungeon. The arrow of the treasure-hunting ring had directed him here. Jiang Fei approached the blood Lingji mushrooms and stowed them away in his backpack. It was of no use to anyone else, after all. He had inadvertently touched the corpse. Something metallic was gleaming beneath the corpse. He gently rolled the corpse over. After a plop, an item fell out. Soul Guarding Plate, Special Item, Artifact, Severely Damaged, Inscription, You feel a deadly aura. Remarks, the artifact of the specters. Can accommodate millions of dead people, but it is already broken. Only God knows who can fix it. No wonder blood Lingji mushrooms are growing here. It's this nasty object. Jiang Fei said to himself. Even though this thing was an artifact, it was no use in such a state. Artifacts always sound pretty cool, but it was a broken artifact. To players, this was nothing but a quest item. When you don't even know who to give it to, it was doubly worthless. Does any of you want this thing? Jiang Fei asked while holding this artifact up. It's dirty and useless. I don't want it. Rosette Meow Meow pouted and said. Brother Fei, if no one wants it, give it to me. I want to hold something artifact related. Xiao Feng was quite interested. You just want to show it off to others, right? Jiang Fei instantly saw through Xiao Feng. Hee hee. Xiao Feng scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Have fun with it. Jiang Fei threw the useless artifact to Xiao Feng. After all, it was a worthless piece of trash. Cutie, the box, what's in the box? Rosette Meow Meow was clearly not interested in this broken artifact, so she urged Jiang Fei to look at what was inside the box sitting atop the gold coin pile. Crack! Jiang Fei opened the exquisite, wooden box. A golden light flooded the room. Legendary! Even Jiang Fei was shocked. Asakuna Orb, Ablation, Legendary, Special Effects, with the Light of God, the attack power, defense power, health points, and mana points of all targeted allies within 1 kilometer radius are doubled. Needed for activation, Asakuna Altar. Remarks, after placing the Asakuna Orb on an Asakuna Altar, you can use 100,000 gold coins as a sacrifice to activate the special effect of the orb, which will last for 3 hours. Construction recipe, Asakuna Altar. 3 times remaining, use, allows an NPC craftsman to build an Asakuna Altar for you. Construction time, 7 days. Jiang Fei held the item in his hands, and for once, he was at a complete loss of words. This was not an equipment that players could wield. It was an artifact used to defend cities. If you built an altar in your city and offered the orb to the altar, you could just activate the orb and watch your army turn the enemy into mincemeat. The defensive wall and gate of the city would double in power. Ah Fei! You should hunt for a territory order as well. We should form a city. As soon as she saw this powerful orb, Rosette Rose became interested. She was feeling mighty ambitious. She was so excited that her little face became flushed with a tinge of pink, which made her look abnormally attractive. The level ranking board was not where the end of her goals lay. At first, she did not have the confidence in her strength and the strength of her friends. They would be easily eaten up by the hostile world. With this orb, what was there to be afraid of? Leader, it's easy for you to say, but where can I even find a territory order? Haven't you seen how the three major guilds have not even managed to find a second territory order even though they've pretty much ruined all the areas surrounding Dawnlight City? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and said, "You're right, Rosette Rose had gotten ahead of herself. If the territory order was that easy to obtain, 3 of the 4 major guilds would not have banded up to fight the one that obtained a territory order. So, what do we do with this orb?" Rosette Fox asked. "Let's just keep it for now. The only guild that can use it now is the aristocrats, but we are not short of money, so there's no reason to sell it yet," Rosette Rose said. True. None of the girls in the clan were poor. Jiang Fei, Zhao Feng, and Sun Mingming were the same. They were not as rich as these girls, but they would not sell such treasures so easily. "Let's distribute the gold coins," Jiang Fei said while looking at the slightly disappointed girls. "Okay. It's time to split the gold coins." Rosette Meow Meow dug into the pile of golden coins. These girls would not think twice before they spent any money, but this was because gold coins were just numbers to the players. When piled up into a mountain like this, anyone would get excited. After counting, he could see that there were as many as 50,000 gold coins. In the past 2 days, Happy Drunk had almost sold his underwear in the attempt to gather 50,000 gold coins. Now, Jiang Fei and the others had gotten an equal amount without half the effort. "Let's distribute them evenly." Jiang Fei and the others were not lacking any money, so they had no complaints. These gold coins were distributed in one breath, and everyone received 5,000 gold coins each. Chapter 96, Jiang Fei the Terrorist? After the money was distributed, a slate could barely be seen beneath the pile of gold coins. Some tiny words were engraved on it. As they read the words, Jiang Fei and the others grew to learn of this dungeon's origin. It was originally the temple of the demon Asakuna. However, a long time ago, a plague had struck the area so hard that everyone died and became specters. These specters could no longer think for themselves. They just maintained the habits they had before they died. Those who loved to study the word of the demons were just flipping books continually. Those who had to preach to the disciples swayed on the podium aimlessly. They were just like the demon lecturer and the other monsters that Jiang Fei and the others encountered. However, the tranquility of the temple did not last very long. The mutant empress invaded this place. At first, the empress was hunted by the specters. However, as the empress reproduced more and more mutant hatchlings, the specters at the lower level of the temple were eventually wiped out. This was how the hatcheries that Jiang Fei and the others passed through in order to get here came into existence. As time went by, the number of hatcheries increased and the mutant empress eventually gained near full control of the entire temple. Fortunately, Jiang Fei and the others happened upon the place just as the mutant empress was in her egg form. The freshly hatched mutant empress had a 30-minute weakness period. Otherwise, Jiang Fei and the others would have ended up as snacks for the mutant empress. As they now understood the ins and outs of this dungeon, Jiang Fei and the others also knew that they have cleared this unknown dungeon. Even though they were still yearning for more, they had been more than compensated for their trouble. Just one unknown dungeon allowed a group of players who could have never gotten a place in the level ranking board to take up all the spots in the rankings. Moreover, each of them had further obtained 15 bottles of precious evolution blood. This could be said to be their biggest gain out of this trip. As this was the end of the dungeon, Jiang Fei and the others immediately used return scrolls and left. When he got back to Dawnlight City, Jiang Fei looked at the time. It was time to log out soon. This time, Jiang Fei was already level 25. The amount of experience points needed for him to level up now was dizzying to look at. If he relied on some old-fashioned grinding, he would probably need a few days to level up once. With the money in his pocket, Jiang Fei could do a lot of things. He directly purchased a large number of materials with nearly 500 gold coins and produced 50 sets of materials for the mutant's necklace. Players did not have to go to the blacksmith shop to produce jewelry, so Jiang Fei directly began inlaying jewelry in front of the clan's storehouse. Ding! You have failed to craft mutant's necklace. Ding! You have successfully crafted a mutant's necklace. Strength. Divine blacksmith experience plus 50. The success rate of jewelry inlaying was far lower than smithing. Moreover, it was an excellent quality recipe. Despite Jiang Fei's high luck, buying more than 50 sets of materials had only managed to successfully earn him 17 finished products. In addition to that, there were only 2 pieces of purple necklaces. After picking out an epic necklace that suited him, Jiang Fei deposited the rest in the clan's storage. Mutant's necklace, armor penetration, necklace, quality, epic, physical attack plus 80, vitality, plus 10, equip, allows you to gain the skill Sunder Strike. Deals 400 damage to the enemy immediately and reduces the enemy's physical defense by 20% for 30 seconds. This skill will generate a lot of aggro. 1 minute cooldown time. Equip, increases your attack speed by 5%. Level requirement, 20. After putting on the new necklace, Jiang Fei's health points soared to 8,800 and he now had more than 600 defense. If he meets another leader boss, Jiang Fei would not be the same as before. He would not have to rely on any death immunity skills to save his life anymore. Crafting jewelry took up a lot of time. When Jiang Fei was done, it was almost time to go offline. Jiang Fei thought about it for a bit, then went to the potion shop and bought 10 stacks of medium health points potions before depositing them in the blue box of the spatial ring. 10 stacks of medium health points potions cost him 100 gold coins. That was a total of 300 bottles. Jiang Fei was planning to hand it over to Han Tianyu. Although Jiang Fei did not lack gold coins, his spatial ring had limited space. He could only store 16 items at once. Moreover, several blue boxes were occupied by other items. After 6 o'clock, a new day began. Wow! He's totally fine. Who were those people yesterday? No idea. They looked like terrorists. Yesterday, I heard people from the 9th class saying that Jiang Fei seemed to know the group of men in black. That can't be true. He knows terrorists? Ho ho, a while ago when Jiang Fei was in the limelight, I heard that Li Haizi had planned to beat him up. Now, Li Haizi is probably scared to death. He wouldn't dare to make a move on Jiang Fei anymore, right? You're right, Li Haizi feels like he's part of a mafia even though he just knows a bunch of gangsters, and he goes around stirring up trouble everywhere. Look at Jiang Fei, he keeps a low profile even though he knows terrorists. Nonsense, if you knew terrorists would you dare announce it to the world? When Jiang Fei walked into school, he heard people whispering to each other all the way. Those students were respectful towards him, yet fearful. They all shied away from him far away. After all, Han Tianyu had gone a little overboard with things yesterday. Well, he could not be blamed entirely either. It had been truly urgent. Chen Kaiyan's life had been at stake. Han Tianyu had wanted to call Jiang Fei and ask him to wait at the field so that the helicopter could just pick him up and leave. However, Jiang Fei was in class, and he had taken out the batteries of his cell phone. Frustrated, Han Tianyu was left with no options. Although the school had received a notice and imposed a gagging order on the students, these students would still discuss among each other in hushed whispers. Moreover, students from the 9th class now had the chance to brag around, so the versions of the story were becoming more and more twisted. Some of them had even said that Jiang Fei was the mastermind behind the terrorist organization that hit the skyscraper in the United States of America. Of course, such an exaggerated version of the story was so far-fetched that nobody would believe it. However, the most prevalent theory was that Jiang Fei's family had the force of a powerful and influential mafia. Nobody had dared to intercept them, even when they sent an armed helicopter straight into the city center. The students were not alone in these suspicions. Even the teachers looked at him strangely. This included Abbess Miju, who taught chemistry, the perverted madman who taught biology, and the mathematics teacher that came from Cybertron. All of them treated Jiang Fei as if he was transparent. Regardless of whether he was sleeping or daydreaming, they ignored it totally. They would not even ask him to stand in punishment. Wednesday's classes were dull and boring as usual. Jiang Fei was forcing himself to sit up and listen, but he was hoping that class would end early today so that he could go home and study the evolution blood. After all, Jiang Fei had never experienced anything that permanently added attributes in reality. Other than attending classes, Jiang Fei refrained from handing any potions over to Han Tianyu. After all, he had obtained such a large number of potions in one day. Explaining himself would be difficult, so it would be more convincing to deliver the potions far later. This way, it would be easy for him to say that some expert had given it to him. Chapter 97, Drinking Evolution Blood. After he finally got through the lessons, Jiang Fei plunged into his room and took a bottle of evolution blood out from the spatial ring. The appearance of the evolution blood was no different from the normal HP potions. It was also a reddish liquid, but it looked a little more viscous than HP potions. They came in the form of slender test tubes, and there were about 5 or 6 milliliters of it. If I drink this in the real world, I won't grow scales on my body, long claws on my hands, and a tail attached to my buttocks, right? Jiang Fei talked to himself while looking at the bottle of bright red evolution blood. Well, the game did not transform any of our characters. Hey, raise to my great health. Although he felt like looking for a cat or a dog to test it out for him, this thing was just too precious. In the end, he had to clench his teeth and pour the evolution blood into his mouth. The evolution blood did not taste like blood, as he imagined. Instead, it had a sweet taste. It tasted just like yogurt. After drinking a bottle of evolution blood, Jiang Fei suddenly felt a rapid flow of heat spinning in his stomach. Then, it turned into countless tributaries and scattered towards his 4 limbs. How do I test this thing out? Jiang Fei frowned. Although he had ingested the evolution blood, how was he supposed to test if he had been enhanced? After looking around, Jiang Fei finally locked his eyes on his desk. This was a solid wood desk. It was quite heavy. Normally, using all his strength could only lift the corner of the desk by about 1 centimeter. I should be able to tell with this, Jiang Fei said while he grabbed the corner of the table with both hands and pushed. Jiang Fei was stunned. He had actually lifted the corner of the table by more than an inch without much effort. Awesome, Jiang Fei was delighted. To get more accurate measurements, Jiang Fei decided to go to the gym and test it out after dinner. Mom, I'm going out for a bit. After dinner, Jiang Fei shouted to his mother and hurriedly left the house. He was already unable to suppress the excitement within. Okay. You've just finished eating, don't run. When his mother heard that Jiang Fei was going out, not only did she not stop him, she was actually pleased. After all, Jiang Fei had been more focused than ever. He no longer went on the internet in the study room. Moreover, whenever he got home, he would take the initiative to finish his homework as swiftly as possible. This made Jiang Fei's mother worry that her baby son had become a blown-out nerd. After arriving at the community gym, Jiang Fei immediately tested his strength. He could now lift 20 kilograms more, compared to the records a month ago. As to why the unathletic Jiang Fei had his own records in the gym, his mother wanted to lose weight last month, so he had been dragged along to the gym by his mother. Strength was the easiest to test. After that, Jiang Fei quietly took off his cat spirit boots of accuracy and tested his speed on the treadmill. He noticed that he was a little faster than before, but it was not as apparent. However, the aspects of flexibility and endurance of his body have vastly improved. Moreover, his recovery had similarly improved. After gaining a general understanding of the effects, Jiang Fei donned his cat spirit boots of accuracy once again and returned home. Xiao Fei, where have you been? Why are you all drenched? At this time, Jiang Fei's father had just come home from work. Oh! I went to exercise for a bit. Jiang Fei replied. Exercising is good. You used to be too much of a shut-in, his father was quick to buy his excuse. I'm going to go back to my room to do my homework. As soon as Jiang Fei completed his sentence, he ran back to his room. After all, a bottle of evolution blood had already been so potent. He still had 9 bottles to go. After returning to his room, Jiang Fei took out the remaining 9 bottles of evolution blood and emptied them all. His body reacted almost immediately. So comfortable, as his whole body grew pleasantly warm, Jiang Fei sighed in pleasure. When the effects of the evolution bloods were released to every single cell in Jiang Fei's body, Jiang Fei forcefully clenched his fists together. He could even feel the explosive strength within his own muscles that still looked remarkably normal. Adding 1 point of strength meant 20 kilograms. Now that I've added 10 points, that equals to 200 kilograms. Damn, I'm probably as fit as a professional boxer now, but Jiang Fei was aware of the fact that he knew shit about boxing. Even a third-rate boxer could beat him into a pulp. Now, he was just a teenager with some lethal dose of roid rage. With all his strength, all his might, what could he do? I need to pick up MMA, or something, Jiang Fei said to himself. Even though Jiang Fei has had a superhero heart ever since he obtained the mysterious ring, those guys who wore their underwears on the outside were just regular guys with some extra oomph. They relied entirely on their own abnormal strength to bully people while barely having the actual skills. So, Jiang Fei had paid no notice to it. Now that he had the power, he had realized that he did not know how to use it. As Jiang Fei knew a limited number of people, he thought that Sun Mingming could be a potential trainer. After all, this girl learned Krav Maga from God knows where, and it was a well-known fact throughout the entire school. However, after meeting Han Tianyu, Sun Mingming's Krav Maga appeared to be like child's play. After all, anyone from Han Tianyu's group of bodyguards could totally put her down 10 times in a second. Therefore, Jiang Fei naturally placed his goal on Han Tianyu. It should not be too difficult to ask Han Tianyu for help in finding a fighting instructor. I was planning to send the first batch of potions on Friday. When I do that, I can also talk about this. Jiang Fei made a decision in his heart. After making a decision, Jiang Fei began to do his homework. It was unclear as to whether it was because 10 intelligence points had been added to himself, but Jiang Fei felt that his homework was much simpler today. Although he went to the gym and wasted a lot of time, he managed to complete his homework ahead of time. At 10 o'clock sharp, Jiang Fei logged into the game. When Jiang Fei got online, the girls from the clan were noisily allotting the necklaces that Jiang Fei had created yesterday. This included Sun Mingming, who had just newly joined the clan. All the physical damage classes had a share, and everyone chose the necklaces according to which attributes better suited them. The items created by Jiang Fei was of excellent quality and the necklaces all looked the same, but the girls picked jewelry with the caution and deliberation that girls did when picking their lifelong partners. There were often interests and preferences which guys could never understand. Chapter 98, Blackmailing the Princess. After going online, Jiang Fei had originally planned to bring the girls and clear a heroic dungeon. After all, they could already clear an unknown dungeon, so a heroic dungeon should be far simpler. However, as it turned out, the girls in the clan were busy bringing other girls to clear elite dungeons. After all, the girls who cleared the unknown dungeon together with Jiang Fei were not only high in levels, their attributes were also outrageous. They may not be skilled, but their sheer attributes made up for it. A tank like Rosette Dazzledance easily be the main tank in any premium party and start a new clan all by herself. Jiang Fei was no longer as interested in elite dungeons, he was already level 25. He would almost receive no experience at all in elite dungeons. Since he could not attempt a heroic dungeon, he simply sent Zhao Feng to Big Brother Bear and had them train together. In the end, Jiang Fei was left alone again. Forget it, I'll just go hand in the bloodlingji mushrooms and see if I can get some good things out of it. After considering it for a bit, Jiang Fei decided to go and seek the Nephilim princess. The quest had not asked that he deliver all the resurrection materials in one go. After all, the materials were scattered everywhere. As long as Jiang Fei could find one of them, he would be able to complete a small part of the quest and obtain some experience and gold coins. Adventurer, what brings you here? As soon as Jiang Fei entered the cave, William, the blood-back commander appeared in front of him. "Ho ho, am here to see Princess Isabella." Jiang Fei laughed and said, "Considering the prince's current situation, it is not wise for her to force herself. If it's nothing important, please buzz off." It was clear that William still harbored bitter resentment towards Jiang Fei. "Is that so? I came here with blood lingji mushrooms. Is the princess really not going to meet me?" Jiang Fei sneered. "William, you step back." A cold voice came from the depths of the cave. "Yes, my princess." William glared at Jiang Fei angrily, then slinkered aside. He. Jiang Fei looked at William smugly, then walked towards the depths of the cave. When Jiang Fei came to the familiar, huge hall, the environment there was no longer as magnificent, but an extremely ordinary rock cave. The crystal coffin was placed alone in the middle of the hall. Obviously, Jiang Fei was now an ally naturally. Isabella did not want to waste her energy trying to maintain the illusion. "Verger Glider, did you really bring the blood lingji mushrooms?" Isabella's spirit took form before Jiang Fei. "Yes," Jiang Fei said while taking out 5 blood lingji mushrooms out from his backpack. "Ah, it's really blood lingji mushrooms." Originally, Isabella was not very convinced. After all, blood lingji mushrooms only grew in places where many high-level specters gathered together. Without a powerful, deathly aura looming in the atmosphere, it was impossible for them to grow. According to Jiang Fei's current level, it was almost impossible for him to get blood lingji mushrooms. Now, Isabella felt like a dream come true. Fortune had smiled upon Jiang Fei. He encountered a badly damaged artifact of the specters, and it was precisely what that produced such a deadly aura. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would not have stood up against such powerful enemies, even if he had equipment that was twice as good. "Since you've obtained the blood lingji mushrooms, why don't you hurry and give it to Her Royal Highness?" William coldly said. "Shut up. William, you step back." Jiang Fei had not even spoken a word, but Princess Isabella was already deathly anxious. In her mind, Isabella was saying, "Have you lost your damn mind after you became a noble? Currently, both of us are too weak. Even if together, we are no match for this adventurer. If this guy gets angry at us, would we survive? If you're angry and dissatisfied, can't you wait until I resurrect and wait until our powers are restored?" "Yes, my princess." In the face of Isabella's rebuke, William did not dare refute. Instead, he gloomily stepped aside. "Princess, if I give you these blood lingji mushrooms first, how would you reward me, I wonder?" Jiang Fei laughed. "Haven't I promised you? After you resurrect me, it'll help you to become a member of the Nephilim." Isabella tried to keep her voice level. In her heart, she was already plotting to turn Jiang Fei not just into any Nephilim, but one that was under her full control. Someone she could order around and work like a dog. Someone she could vent today's shame on. "Your Royal Highness, don't you want to hasten your return? You can clearly see that I'm not that strong, and the materials needed for your resurrection are difficult to obtain. If you don't give me something to protect myself, how will I be able to find more materials for you?" Jiang Fei's words sounded nice, but he tightened his grip on the blood lingji mushrooms. He would not just give it to Isabella. Fine. Isabella's heart was filled with hate. The adventurer in front of her was clearly blackmailing her, but she was helpless as of now. Even if she somehow managed to kill him, they always respawned. If he tells the luminous denomination on her, she would be finished. As long as she could not leave this place yet, everything was in the hands of this adventurer. So, when it came to Jiang Fei, she could only lick his boots. "If so, here you go." Following the voice of Princess Isabella, Jiang Fei heard a system sound. Ding! Quest changed. Quest name, Journey to the Abyss. Subquest, 4-1 looking for resurrection materials. Quest requirements, find one of the 4 materials needed for the princess resurrection. Subquest rewards, 200,000 experience points. Ironwool Helm, total rewards, 1,500,000 experience points, 500 gold coins. Psionic Cape. Hee hee, thank you, oh mighty princess. Jiang Fei grinned broadly. Under his coercion, Isabella had divided the entire quest into 4 portions, under the condition that the total rewards remained unchanged. Every time an ingredient was found, Jiang Fei would earn some extra rewards. Looks like he had to talk his way around these intelligent NPCs. Jiang Fei was blinded by his greed. Little did he know that Princess Isabella already hated him to death. She was just waiting to turn Jiang Fei into an Nephilim and take out her anger on him. Can you give me the bloodlingji mushrooms now? Princess Isabella asked while trying very hard to suppress her anger. Of course. Clearing a quest was equivalent to receiving a few rewards, so Jiang Fei willingly handed the bloodlingji mushrooms over. Ding! You have completed part of the quest. Obtained 200,000 experience points. Obtained Iron Will Helm, Comment, 0, Chapter 99, Letter Delivery Quest, Iron Will Helm, Chainmail Helmet, Quality, Excellent, Physical Defense plus 70, Magic Defense plus 40, Vitality, plus 8, Magic Resistance, plus 15, Equip, allows you to obtain the skill Iron Will. Immediately removes the effects of crowd control spells like Fear, Charm, Mind Control, and others. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Hee hee, this helm isn't bad. Jiang Fei gave a small grin. It was just an ascended, excellent quality item, but he was pleased. After all, it was a free gift. If he had completed the quests the old-fashioned way, such rewards would not have even existed. Well, I better make a move first. I'll be back with the other materials soon enough. Jiang Fei smiled, waving goodbye. Don't be in such a hurry, Verger Glider. I know that these materials aren't easy to find, so I have written a letter for you. Take this letter to someone called Strasse. He may be able to help you. Princess Isabella's next words stopped Jiang Fei in his tracks. Sting. Princess Isabella has initiated a hidden quest procuring a helper. Do you accept, hidden quest? Accept. Jiang Fei nodded immediately. Hidden quests were uncommon in Dawnbreak and were often accompanied by vast amounts of experience and generous rewards. Only a fool would turn them down. Here! Princess Isabella handed a letter to Jiang Fei. Ding! Quest updated. Quest name, looking for a helper. Quest goal, find Strasse at XXX, and hand him the princess letter. Quest rewards, 10,000 experience, 50 silver coins. TSK Tisk, Jiang Fei's mouth twitched a little. Those rewards were a little lacking. After all, he needed millions of experience points to level up, while 50 silver coins were barely equivalent to a single sneeze. On the other hand, this was just the delivery of a ladder. It was more of an errand than a quest. It was more than likely that this would be the start of a chain questline. If anything, Jiang Fei was asking for too much. Whenever other players cleared quests, they were only rewarded with 1 or 2 silver coins. 10,000 experience points for a letter was mind-boggling. Go on, kid. Keep pressing. The moment that letter finds itself in the hands of my senior, it'll see how you're going to keep blackmail me, then. When Isabella saw that Jiang Fei had accepted the quest, the corners of her mouth lifted up into a smug smile. After all, Jiang Fei had repeatedly stepped on her tail, and Isabella was not a good target to provoke. If she was not able to overpower Jiang Fei, she could at least find some help. She still relied on Jiang Fei to help her look for the resurrection materials, but at least a helper could keep him in line. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Jiang Fei turned, remaining clueless. He was a veteran gamer, but never before had any NPC actually plotted against him without any intended foreshadowing. As the jubilant adventurer started jogging away, Princess Isabella approached her own corpse, the bloodlingji mushrooms in her hands. Swoosh! With a wave of spiritual power, the 5 bloodlingji mushrooms melted into an orb black-red colored blood. Drip, drop, the blood dribbled onto the crystal coffin. It glowed with a red light and seeped into the corpse within. The princess' face was already rosy and vibrant, to begin with. If anything, the blood added even more life to it. Anyone would be convinced that her eyes would flash open at any moment. Congratulations on the recovery of your body, Your Royal Highness. William, the blood-back commander, spoke up. I, too, did not expect this adventurer to be so capable. He actually got his hands on bloodlingji mushrooms in no time at all. Isabella smiled weakly. Indeed. It is true that Verger Glider is quite capable, but he is too greedy for his own good, and he has no respect for others. If Jiang Fei had heard this, he would definitely regret his actions. He has played many games, and he was used to pushing NPCs to their limits. He had not expected the NPCs in this game to possess actual intelligence. They now bore a very real grudge against him. Oh, greed is not a problem at all. The greedier he is, the easier he will be to control. But being the disrespectful prick he is, I'd love to wipe that smile off his face. Isabella nodded. She was determined to teach Jiang Fei a good lesson when her senior comes into the picture. A mighty princess like her should not be blackmailed. Jiang Fei, unaware of this, was still happily delivering the letter to Enneadstrasse. Little did he know that this helper had been assigned by the princess to be his taskmaster. Entrance to the void? What place is this? Jiang Fei talked to himself as he rushed to the designated location. After walking for more than an hour, Jiang Fei started to grow a little frustrated. His destination was still nowhere in sight. F***ck this shit. Is this Enneadstrasse some F***king demon hermit? Jiang Fei groaned. The monsters around him were already over level 40, and Jiang Fei still had not yet arrived at his destination. Fortunately, they're not coming to intercept me. I'll never break through them, Jiang Fei frowned to himself. Regular level 40 monsters may not be able to kill him, but the sheer level difference meant that he would not be able to even attack them. Even if he wanted to gain some experience points here, he could only dream on. Jiang Fei had been walking for about 3 hours, and he could no longer see the levels of the monsters on either side. The mysterious ring was the only thing that gave him the slightest hint of them being over level 60. Ding! You have discovered the entrance to the void. Obtained 1,250 experience points. After loading an entirely new map, Jiang Fei finally arrived at his destination. F***ck. If I knew that I had to walk this far, I wouldn't have come. Jiang Fei was starting to regret this. It had been a 3-hour journey. If he had known about this sooner, Jiang Fei would not have attempted the quest at this level. This quest had no time limit. He could have waited until he was level 30 and got himself a horse. It would have been far more convenient that way. Forget it, since I'm already here, I might as well just deliver it. Jiang Fei continued towards the destination. Jiang Fei walked very cautiously. He did not dare to stray too far from the main road, as the surrounding monsters were all around level 60 to 70. If he attracted their attention, Jiang Fei would have been in serious trouble. As the quest demanded, Jiang Fei arrived at the side of a small lake. There was a small log cabin. No one was nearby, and there were no monsters. Knock knock knock, is anyone there? Jiang Fei knocked on the door. Squeak, the door was not locked, it was unlatched. That knock had nudged open the door. Jiang Fei curiously peered inside. The furnishings in the house were simple enough. One bed, one table, and one chair. An oil lamp and a thick book sat on the table. There was nothing else, no one. Is anyone here? Jiang Fei asked as he took tentative steps into the log cabin. The cabin was small. Even through the doorway, he could already see the room in its entirety. Stepping through the doorway had taught him nothing new. Where's the guy? The quest arrow is hovering right above my head. Jiang Fei wondered. He walked to the nearby desk and casually flipped the thick book open. Put it down! A stern voice barked. Chapter 100, Naga Prince. Jiang Fei jumped in surprise. However, a series of system prompts quickly distracted him. Ding! You have discovered the book chapter of the gods, ding. You have learned the Nada language, ding. You have learned the Nephilim language, ding. You have learned the Protoss language, ding. You have learned the Kuzal language, ding. You have learned the Orcish language, ding. You have learned the Quindarin language, ding. You have mastered more than 8 different languages. Obtain the title Diplomat. When you interact with different race, use the language of that particular race to communicate to instantly receive an additional 30 charm points. Holy sh*t. At that moment, Jiang Fei could not care less about the person behind him. He started opening various menus. Along with his native language and the common language used between players, Jiang Fei had now mastered 8 different languages. In Dawn Break, when players created an account, they would know 2 languages by default. The common language was the lingua franca between players. Some NPCs also spoke the common language, such as NPCs in the field of service within the city. However, there were a few quest-initiating NPCs that spoke only the language of their own race. A human NPC offering a hidden quest to an elven player might not work out due to language barriers. Of course, this rarely happened. Of course, players who had specific talents could also learn the language of other races through race quests, but this took a lot of work. Otherwise, you would have to come across them by chance, like how Jiang Fei discovered the chapter of gods today. Put the book down immediately. Or what you'll hear next are not words, but my blade. As Jiang Fei continued reading through his menu, the person behind him started losing patience. Alright, I'm sorry about your book. Jiang Fei immediately set the book down. Then, he slowly turned around to meet the owner of the voice. He was a young elven man who looked to be in his late teens. He was fully equipped in silver light armor, with 2 rapiers hanging from his waist. Apparently, he was a ranger-type class. Strasse, Black Nada, Lord, level 80, health 1.2m, attack power 15,000, skills, all Black Nada general skills, ranger-type skills, divine / rupture / Remarks, the human form of the 7th Black Nada Prince. Higher combat effectiveness after transformation. Holy king shit. Jiang Fei was shaken to the core. Fortunately, he had obeyed the person's instructions. He might have already been run through if he had been a moment late. Who are you? Strasse asked. I was ordered by Princess Isabella to deliver a letter. Jiang Fei said immediately. Oh? Let me see it. Strasse visibly seemed to calm down. However, his eyes were still glued on Jiang Fei, or rather, on that book. Here! Jiang Fei extracted Princess Isabella's letter and handed it to Strasse. At the same time, he carefully moved away from the book. Otherwise, the Black Nada Prince would have to use one eye to read the letter and one eye to watch him. Ho, interesting. Strasse looked at the letter, then looked at Jiang Fei. He did this back and forth several times, which started giving Jiang Fei goosebumps. Alright, I've got it. Strasse finally nodded, then said to himself, Little Junior. Judging by how mischievous you are, I knew that you would get into trouble sooner or later. But this time, it's really bad. You really brought this upon yourself this time. Do you have anything else that I can help with? When Jiang Fei saw that Strasse was ignoring him, he could not help but ask. After all, he was still waiting for the follow-up quests. Ho! Strasse did not answer. Instead, he looked at Jiang Fei up and down with interest. Jiang Fei was growing increasingly uncomfortable. Little did he know that the little Nephilim princess had complained about him in her letter, and he had been its messenger. You may not know me. I am Isabella's senior, the 7th prince of the Black Nada. My name is Strasse. As he said his name, Strasse swelled up like a peacock. Oh! Jiang Fei nodded. Of course, he would not be surprised the ring had already told him everything. Oh! Is that it? What kind of answer is that? Strasse asked, freezing mid-pose and blinking in surprise. Ah. Well, what do you expect, then? It was Jiang Fei's turn to be confused. You are an ordinary human being. You're standing before a superior Naga. Even if you don't immediately kneel down and worship me, you have to at least show some surprise and reverence, right? Do you adventurers even know the rules? Strasse muttered disgruntledly. Ah. Jiang Fei was puzzled. He had not expected this extremely powerful Naga prince with dashing good looks to be such a narcissist. Come on! At least act surprised, treat it as a favor. Strasse pleaded. Ah. How do you even help out with this? You adventurers are seriously dumb. You guys don't even know how to be surprised. Let me help you out. Before his words had even stopped echoing, the prince of the Black Naga ran to Jiang Fei's side and reached out to pinch his face. He would not be satisfied unless he got a surprised expression from Jiang Fei. What the F***ck is this? What else could Jiang Fei do? If a beautiful girl came over and touched his face, that was all right. A grown man coming over to pinch his face was another matter entirely. Stay! However, as soon Jiang Fei stretched out his hand to stop Strasse, the prince's skill took power. Don't worry, it won't take long, it won't take long. Strasse said as he continuously squeezed and pressed the helpless Jiang Fei's face around like Play-Doh. It did not take long for him to mold a surprised expression out of his face, complete with eyes that were the size of saucepans. Ah! I'm feeling much better now. Release! He had put in so much effort only to enjoy a second of it. Strasse waved, and Jiang Fei regained his freedom. F***ck. What the F***ck did you just do? This time, Jiang Fei could not be bothered about the strength gap. He was so angry that he roared at Strasse while massaging his face. Hee hee. The Naga prince was not offended. On the contrary, he looked at Jiang Fei with a smile on his face. Interesting. Are you adventurers really not afraid of anything? He waited long enough for Jiang Fei's anger to subside before swooping over. Who said that? We lose levels if we die. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Then, why are you not afraid of me? Strasse asked. Oh, you're not going to kill me, you bastard. Why should I be afraid of you? Jiang Fei now understood that Isabella had mentioned something in the letter. Otherwise, he would not start toying around with him as soon as he was finished with the letter. Since he had dutifully delivered Isabella's letter, he had no reason to hurt Jiang Fei. If they offended the adventurer, they might risk having Jiang Fei tell the Luminous Church on them.